Good morning. It's February 6th. We're going to be streaming stocks, options, futures, and keeping up with news, watching the markets, looking at some TA. Sub up, like up, comment down. Happy money sticks around. Let me get set up here. Don't mind my vacuum. It's headed home. Do a little Yaz. Get the morning off right. There it is. Just tweeting out here. Getting you Discordians. Okie dokie. Happy Money Monday, that's right. That's right. Got about 10 minutes to open. AI's pushing pre-market. Trying to see what morning Joe, morning Hurricane. Trying to see what's going to outpace, because right now SPY is definitely down a lot and we've got a couple outliers going. So wondering if the high squeeze stuff will keep going even with the S&P selling off. So far it looks like some of them will, but gotta wait for open. Maybe we feel like SPY's going back up. Could be. Yeah, I mean, depends on tomorrow, I guess, with Powell. Momentum's still all there. Yesterday or Friday's candle was, you know, that's a bearish candle, and we are at that. Well, we didn't really hit that much of a resistance. Some, but not a crazy level like this one. So it could come back up. Maybe just a little cool off today, and maybe some tomorrow. One more big push. Yeah, you could be right. I've got a short on ES. I actually opened at close on Friday, which I'll probably take profits on today. Let me see. When is Powell tomorrow, actually? Let's see. What is it? February 7. Powell's at 12:40. Is this it? Economic Club of Washington? Oh, so he's not even it's not anything. He might not even talk about anything that moves the market, actually. I thought it was something more significant. We've got John Williams. Michael Barr, Bostic. They could definitely move it. And Waller on Wednesday. The initial job scans on Thursday, which could move it. But yeah, Powell on Tuesday. I don't know. I guess there are expectations for him to talk about our interest rates or our economy or something. Mohammed, I mean, yeah, it's kind of, I think the market's kind of waiting on Powell tomorrow. So probably not a whole lot of much. We've gapped down quite a bit. I imagine probably a retest of this low. Maybe this high up here. I'm still bearish, I guess, coming into tomorrow even. Got that bear flag up there. MACD's turned bearish, red into the 9. Friday's daily candle was inverted hammer, which is bearish, so probably retrace, maybe back to the 9 moving average or so. Which, yeah, where does that put it? 408 or so? Yeah, that's could be. That's kind of where pre-market was, 408. So, probably not a whole lot of volatility today, I wouldn't imagine, unless some news comes out. Dude, did that do what I think it did? I thought this stopped me out, this wick. I wonder if I was on the futures also. That would have been so messed up. 805. Yeah. GFAI, I've been on the pre-market. It's a couple squeezy ones still going. Yeah, 22%. I'm hopeful the squeeze is still squeezing, because I got into quite a few squeezy ones the other day that just jumped into them at the highs pretty much. Not at the highs, but while they were rallying. Big up pre-market. Yeah. I feel like it might retest this 408, but wait 30 minutes and then play. EMA gap. Adani fraud allegations? No, I haven't seen it. I haven't really kept up with that. I've just kind of read you guys the tweets about it, but I don't know a whole lot about it really. Morning, Jeff. Morning, X-Ray. Morning, BX. Morning, Joe. Morning, Mohammed. Morning, Hurricane. Thanks, guys, for joining. Appreciate it. Thanks for your wake and bake likes. Yeah, Mullen's got a bit of a gap up. Let's go on pre-market here. I saw JZXN. I think I've seen that one before. A lot of IPOs. Market's getting frothy. IPOs are coming back. What was on here? Oh, BuzzFeed's on there. Yes, that's one of the squeezy ones I got. BBIG is on there. Those ones I recognize at least. Yeah, GME was holding up well. Is it still? Not as much. But yeah, it was a little green even pre-market with this market down. Urka. Royca Media Group. Yeah, that chart looks nice. 27% yesterday. Yeah, our ABCD pattern might be playing out on BuzzFeed. That'd be sick. BBBY, of course, with a gap up. Why else wouldn't it do that? So I paper traded some options on futures. Yeah. So that might be interesting. Get rid of these levels here on SPY. Make some new ones. I don't like messy charts. I don't like many lines, really. Keep it simple. Start with those. If we break this low, go a little lower, maybe this high. Break that though, yeah. 406 the downside. Upside, break that. By 413. Maybe just a full retrace. Yeah, that would be a full retrace. If GME doesn't start moving crazy out of the gate in the morning, I'll probably do cover calls on it. Not out of the gate, but you know, in the first hour or so. And that gas is flat. Phase, what is phase doing? Pause that. Phase is flat. The only play that I got from last week on a high that's up is BuzzFeed. So I got MSGM down 4.3, LBiz down 0.66. Phase is not trading, it's flat. Evitol's pretty much flat. BuzzFeed's the one that's up. So yeah, if our rally continues this week, then hopefully these will do well. MSGM is probably the most risky one. Holy smokes. Sorry. That's so loud. I don't even know what that was. Where did that come from? Alright, SPY's moving up there. Moving on up. Okay, broke that first level. That was easy. BBY bouncing around. BuzzFeed's up 13%. ASPI's up 13%. Mullen 7%. BBIG 6. Express is up. It's a good sign for GME. AMC's up 5%. Pretty strong open here. See, that puts the market down 0.45%. Volume just opened. Me mania. We'll see. I mean, the momentum's still there on GME. last 2 days candles were pretty ugly, and there's that divergence, so that's what made me think we're coming down. We'll see what happens with this volume, though. Good to be patient. Patience is a virtue. Like MSJM's down 3%. Hellbit's down 1%. Phase is up a tiny bit. BuzzFeed's up almost 12%. BBBY 8%. Wow. That's impressive. Mullen 7.5. Beyond Spring. GME 1.3. Okay. Okay, SPY's coming back down a little bit here. Yeah, I might close my future. We'll see. I'm gonna be patient with it. But momentum's still there. If Powell's any bit dovish tomorrow, but again, I'm not really sure on his what he's gonna be even speaking on. I haven't even gotten a red candle. He's all been green, even though we've been coming down. Crazy. What if Jimmy doesn't come down and just kind of chops around here for a bit? That would be similar to March also. We hit a top and it kind of just chops around before it comes down. Now it's timing on entry. EU Boral says if Iran sends missiles to Russia, it would be a step too far. Iran understands sending missiles to Russia would make everything more difficult. Yeah, you guys hear Italy's internet got shut off? No institution's key for national security hit by hackers. Earthquakes damaged 3 airports in southern Turkey. Getting a red candle now. VWAP's high, it's just a VWAP. BuzzFeed gave up some of that pre-market exuberance. I'm liking it though. Key market gauge of long-term Eurozone inflation expectations rises to its highest since January 11th, 2.3516%. OPEC Secretary Jin sees more upbeat outlook with China reopening. Says COVID still poses uncertainty for market. OPEC ministers just a phone call away if action needed. BuzzFeed's given up. Spies coming down, broke through VWAP. GNS made a move up, 5%. Okay, I'm going to be looking at cover calls here. Yeah, we've got all these divergences on the hour, on the 4-hour, even on the daily now. But there could be false signals just because of the volume being so weird. Yeah, I don't have margin to cover calls and I have the open future. So maybe I'll close my future here and then jump into cover calls. That's confusing. AI is squeezing. BBBY is holding up good. APDN up 8.2. Good morning, Wizard. BBIG Express. They're all holding up pretty good still. Oh, gaming's starting to come back. SLGG is up. MSGM, what about EBET? No. Volume's very low on GME. BuzzFeed gave up a lot of that pre-market. So it didn't quite get to that level, but SPY is rejecting that new high up there. That low on the day? Yeah, it is low on the day on SPY. So we've got pre-market 408.39, the downside, and not much support below that for a bit. Yeah, once I looked at the market, it had already bounced heavy on that level, so I figured I'd wait for a retest today. But by the time I get that retest to close, GME might be low and volatility down, so cover calls won't be a very good entry. Deutsche Bank UK says CEO says looking at tactical staff cuts. Still no volume on GME. AI is still going up. BBY is settling down. Oh, what? Phase. We are getting some game removes. Phase is up a bit. I think just gaps. Like a penny stock. I guess it is a penny stock. There you go. MSGM still down. Come on, phase is going. You can do it. AI is moving up. Good volume too. See what SPY gets into down here. Yeah, I'm gonna close the futures contract at a retest down here. If it gets there. So that would give me price is that bullish. Yeah, AMC had a pretty big move up. 5%. Not bad. Buy with a green candle now. GME looking pretty strong this morning, really. With this move down, it holding up there. That's pretty strong. BBIG almost 10%. Price is a good sign. There's phase. Phase is such a gappy looking stock. Morning dawn. 410 is solid. Solid resistance. Iron net with the move. 16%. Phase. BuzzFeed. Bouncing a little bit. SLGG still up. GNS. Tesla's up 3%. GNS up 4%. ARPN's up 7. Yeah, some of the squeezy stuff is still strong. Do you guys know what Powell is talking about tomorrow? He speaks at Economic Club of Washington. That do anything? I don't recognize that. Look at the econ calendar for today. Oh yeah, there's nothing. CB employment trends at 10. And then bond auctions at 11, 11:30. Yeah, there's basically nothing today. Oh, GME. Pretty solid. Pretty solid. See what happens. Volume hasn't really come in quite yet, but relative strength is pretty good. IO1Q 48 to 1. Yikes. Yeah. Bankrupt Party City pays 8%. AI just not chilling at all. Box D is up 6%. There's ARPN. Mullen's got 6% on it. SPY is just consolidating. Topping. BBY is hiring all over the world? What? Do you have a source for that? Doesn't make any sense. So now the speculation is they're going to be start opening up BBYs around the world. Thank you, Ryan. Lovely Happy Money Monday. RKA volume. Really? Turka. Yeah, this chart looked nice. Looks a little overextended, but when there's a squeeze going on, keep going. Brass 11%. AI 15%. SPY's back up to this 410 level. See if it breaks it. Yeah, that's kind of breaking it there. Yep, moving back up. But be patient on my futures. I don't want to just hold it, but we really don't have a reversal on the chart yet. As much as I'd like to think I've timed the top perfectly. I mean, maybe I have, but it's too soon to tell. Yeah, Turco's moving. Tootsie Roll, that's another one. Huck loves this one. Express 12%, IronNet 12%. MindMed 10%. We'll see if all this green lasts after the first hour or so. There's just a little pump. Eastern Moon plays just playing a $200 tariff on Russian aluminum. Just do the futures. We've probably already moved if that's the case. Metals. So you can do, let's see, I can't do aluminum. I can do silver, gold, platinum, palladium, copper. Does that have an effect on another metal? AI is just staying on the top of my watch list. Express, 12.5. This is a good sign, I think, for GME though. Or maybe these aren't correlated anymore now that GME's been fixed. Hey Ryan, Lucy. Don't tell your wife. Lucy's up 7%. Whoa, it's a big day. Heck is this? North Miami sunglasses? Glasses company? Are they fighting shorts? Bet they are. That looks like a short fighting chart. Oh, a licensing agreement? Eddie Bauer. Looks like some positive news mixed with pretty high short interest of sorts. I don't know, that chart looks so jumpy. AMC is the new GME. Maybe they didn't fix AMC. AMC's coming down. Everything's coming down a little bit. BYSI is holding up. IRNT is holding up. BuzzFeed hasn't really recovered much. Phase. MSGM down 5%. I'm not really showing much direction yet. Dance around VWAP. Thank you guys for your likes. The morning likes are much appreciated. All right, SPY's coming up through VWAP a bit here. My preferred action would be a move down to that support before move up. GME is holding up pretty well. Volume is sporadic. Let's see, BBBY up 5% still. Not bad. SNES. Console name run? What's that? The LNN is up. That chart looks pretty nice. And a tear. Tesla's still up 3%. Snap. What's oil doing? Oil started that huge run down a couple days ago. So oil's kind of at this support here. We're getting close to it. Dollar's going up. Express just rallying. This one still have options? Yes. Don't tell me that you meant to write help is. You didn't. You meant to write hello. Like that help is to hold up. GME is now red. The hold up. The hold up ended. Okay, close the short on the future and do cover calls, or try and get a better price on this. The futures, options on futures is kind of interesting. It's pretty flat since open though. Where are we going? I mean, I don't know. Not much data coming out today, so gap down. Might retrace some of that gap. But could also test the low here. So some kind of range. Here to here. But it's right at VWAP, so actually still bearish, still have a red under the 9. Still early, it's been 30 minutes. Some of the gamer ones are up though still. But not all of them. SLGG. SLGG was moving with those other ones, I think. That was moving with eBet and MSGN. Whoa, there's a rejection. Look at that candle, came out of nowhere. Bay is kind of doing its own thing. Mullen's up 4. BBBY is holding 5%. Sen is up 5%. This one has been theorized as having correlation with GME. So be smooth grind up on that thing. Buy's moving up here with the dollar still climbing. I wanted to get into Yang. I was looking at it the other day pretty heavily. Heavy staring, but I didn't get a position. This is the China Bear 3 times ETF. So inversing China. And his market. There's a move up above VWAP. BBIG almost 10%. No, yeah, GME's holding up pretty well. Relative strength, I'd say, to the market is pretty strong today. We'll see. Yeah, it might. I mean, if the market doesn't come down tomorrow with Powell, we might just kind of trade in this range. I'm not sure. It's around here, below that 24 resistance. above some support somewhere. Morning, Brad. Canada's PMI came out. What? Let me see what this is. Saudi Arabia raises most oil prices for U.S. for March. Restaurants are planning 2023 IPOs. Panera, Fago Hospitality, Kava. Iraqi. Kurdistan suspends oil exports. Boeing news. Oh yeah, the death toll in the Turkey earthquake is up to 1,014. %60 of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, and a near all-time high. I think on Friday I saw the all-time high credit card debt for Americans. We just broke. Yellen says the economy is strong and resilient. SPY kind of inching up here. GME is holding up well. Express 15%. AI 18%. Solar came out of nowhere. Investor Jeremy Grantham has said the stock market crashed 50% this year as the bubble enters its final phase. Double doji there. It is. We are above VWAP though. Not much conviction either way. That's what that candle shows. Yeah, I haven't seen anything from that earthquake. I'm catching up on the news here though. Total traffic in 2022 measured in revenue passenger kilometers or RPKS rose 64% compared to 2021. I guess that's to be expected. Jeffries runs a password sharing survey. Brokerage says 62% respondents would stop using Netflix, citing video stream platform not affordable. Dollar at 3-week high. People in the US are now spending 30% of their income on rent, the highest in more than 20 years. Oh, there's US plans 200% tariff on Russian aluminum as soon as this week. Adani to repay 1.1 billion share backed loan early in bid to stem crisis. Yeah, here's Canada PMI actual 660.1 versus 33.4. Wow. I think you're reading it right. Estimates were 42.3. That was pretty far off estimates. Took a video under the rubble. Iron at 25%. This thing's moving. AI 16%, Express 15. BBBY bouncing there. Space 6.5. Haven't seen this one in a while. Wow. This one doubled also, just like everything else. GME is holding up well. Birds is up 1.5%. IronNet almost 20%. AI 16%. What's GNS doing? GNS is pretty flat. Oh, what was it? Look at my notes. I have Cosmo to look at. I guess Cosmo is fighting short sellers also. Okay, SPY's getting up close to the highs. Still hasn't decided direction. Gap down, but big bounce really from this morning. So it's basically retraced like halfway between the Friday close and the lows of the pre-market. Okay, SPY's coming back down, making an engulfing candle even. Just hitting to VWAP though. Apron's bouncing. Yeah, 10%. BBIG 11.8%. AI's settling down a bit. Press. Main mid. SPY's pretty big candle down here. Through VWAP. So on the paper account, I added a options future right here. I'm just curious how it moved. This was a daily ES 4135 put. But yeah, here's our covered call. GME 60%, down 60% on it. And that's with opening it poorly and GME slowly coming up even since we opened it. You still have like 2 weeks on it. If GME does start to move down, that will become profitable very quickly. Even with it just staying here, it's slowly becoming more profitable just because it's out of the money. And all in. BuzzFeed with a bounce up to VWAP, it looks like. I don't want to cut MSGM and maybe add to BuzzFeed. APDN. These runners don't want to give up. All right, this 5-minute candle closed in 3 seconds, so it is engulfing, but we're just still kind of in this range. And it's at VWAP, so it might not mean a whole lot. Okay, now it looks like stuff's coming down. It's SPY and GME at least. We're still holding up. Iron Net's still there. SPY's about to make a new low. I'll make more with the future than cover calls and GME at this point. So I'll probably just hold that, and then once I do close out, then I can jump into those. There's a break of the low right there. Boom. Pretty snappy down there. Gonna start buying options this week. Probably not. Virginia, what stock is good for options? I mean, a stock that has a liquid options chain. It's one that's heavily traded. You know, has a lot of open interest and volume. What you want. But you've been paper trading, right? You're not gonna start with selling, like selling puts. Finger motion up 5%. So patience is paid out so far. There's not really a sign of a rally, but I was losing patience and wanted to just close a short. But there was no reason to because we're just trading around VWAP. Then kind of made a double top here. If we did start to break that, then I was considering closing it. But yeah, I would have had, of course, more profit if I did down here. now I got to see if we start to show support right here. After that level, what do we have? Kind of that 4-weight 16 is kind of the same level. It's actually pretty far down. So yeah, it's really not till down here. Next main level. I mean, the data last week was bad. Market just had a little blow off the top potentially. That's what that candle looked like. And just how quickly it accelerated those last 3 days. The bubble moves, bubble grows fastest just before it pops. Iron net getting volatile, 20 to 25% there. But we'll see. This could all get reversed tomorrow with Powell, I think. Actually, what time is that at again? At 10, 12:40? Such a weird time. And Mike Barr speaking to it at 2 o'clock. Cover calls and options this week. On paper or real? Yeah, I mean, what's nice about the cash secured puts, you can pick a stock that you'd be happy to own. You don't have to think about like a good stock for options. I mean, any stock's fine for options if it has a liquid enough options chain. Morning, Mark. Um, if you pick a slow mover, the IB is going to be lower, but probabilities are lower of it moving. That's why the IB is lower. It's 12 flat. Weird. All right, GME's coming down here with the SPY. BBY also feeling it. Iron net doesn't really care. APRN's actually inversing. Rest is coming down with it. AI as well. The market's down almost 0.8%. Still have a little ways to go to that pre-market low. Thank you guys for your likes. Appreciate it. We got 26 of them. Well done. Yeah, this was the concern and what I expected, I guess. By the time this gets to level 1 to close, it's not going to be on 3 cover calls. Unless if we get a bounce here and the GME moves with it, but more time goes by, the cheaper options are going to get. So for shorting them, it's becoming less and less advantageous. Four one oh six 5. I'm just gonna put an order for that. BBBY coming down. The market's catching up with that move on oil that's happened the last couple days. Dollar is rallying a bit. Express still up 15%. A lot of these are holding up pretty good. BBBY, GME, they came down some with it. Fox D ended also. BuzzFeed was, I think. Yeah. Yeah, Apron's got a nice relative strength. I mean, this thing is definitely showing strength with this market sell-off here. And it just broke out of that level. Not like you're too late on this, really. I mean, it's got room to run, I'd say, all the way up this gap at $2. Whether this is the right time to buy or not, I'm not sure, but I don't know if I would get options on here. No, I wouldn't get these options. I'd just get the shares. $0.01 to 20 cents. Yep, 20 times. That's insane. Can't can't chase the percent gainers though on options. Can't do it. Just chase the green. Chase the green. That's it. um Little green candle here. Got close to that low, but not quite. Yeah, risk to reward is right. Express is holding up well. European is yeah, I might look for an entry on this. It cools off some. There's any kind of catalyst on this? Bit of a squeeze. Momentum. Get some funding from a big investor. Oh, non-compliance. That was back in December. Oh, is this a regain of compliance rally? Another one? Oh, that's pretty old news, actually. Let's see. Hmm. People is awesome. IronNet's coming down a little bit. Apron. Remember trading this one. COVID days. Goldman Sachs has said San Jose, Austin, Phoenix, and San Diego will see home prices decline peak to trough of more than 25%. Pretty conservative. So I was thinking of a. Who was I hearing that from? Maybe it was the GNS CEO. I'm not sure. But talking about how a merger acquisition is like a pretty good catalyst to squeeze shorts. So I was thinking for GME that that's on the table. You know, they don't take those earnings calls lightly. They don't hype stuff at all. So they did mention that. Um, so that's how I interpreted them talking about buying pre-owned businesses or something. I don't remember the wording. I think it was that buying pre-owned business. I don't know why they said it so funny, but yeah, catalysts like that might have a big move on GME. I'm not sure who they're considering, but if they probably had something in mind, some company in mind before they said that, and they most likely thought that it would happen before the next earnings, right? Because why mention it if it's not, you don't think it will happen before the next earnings? Just mention on that one. They're not ones to talk too soon. ARPN is squeezing, but nice and slowly. So I'm wondering if they're, of course, things don't go to plan always, so maybe they won't announce something before next earnings, but their intentions, it seems like, probably were. And so that would give us, you know, their earnings will probably be sometime in March. They haven't announced that yet, but that could be a pretty big catalyst coming up. The earnings were early March, I think, before. Yeah, oh, March 15th, so middle of the month. March 17th. So I also think we're replaying this chart, so it's possible we have this move still before earnings. Buys melting down here, getting close to that pre-market. Buy it, maybe, yeah. If they do a spin-off or something, they sell that portion. All, yeah, all businesses are pre-owned. Yeah, I know that's what the wording was like. We're all operating businesses, not new ones, but maybe that's normal jargon. I'm not sure. When I heard that, I was like, that sounds like a M&A. And I haven't heard of any other theories on what they meant by that, so pretty sure that's what that means. So markets melting down here. Okay, there's free market. I'm gonna look at my contract and maybe close it. Could always get back in it. Buys down almost 1%. It's actually flushing through there. There's a little move past it. Oh, it's showing some buyers in there. Yeah, Funko seems like it would make sense. One of you guys talked about. Oh, there's a flush. One of you guys talked about here, Turtle Beach, which um definitely more affordable than the ones I've thought of. Let's see, Funko's still $500 million. With this market environment, I don't know if that would be a very good thing. with coming or being in a recession and things getting worse, spend that kind of money. um, but yeah, something like here, I don't know their financials, but they already have. GameStop has its own kind of white label brand or whatever, Axios, I think. But not to say they couldn't sell Turtle Beach also, which I think they already sell. That's 150 million. That's a lot cheaper. So pretty big flush there on the SPY. Broke that support. Not really another hard level until we've kind of got like the bodies on here, but probably get a bounce. But we might be seeing 408.05. Kind of have another little level here, I guess. But after that, then we have 406. Put the marker on that. 406.48. Down $4. We'll see. No lower low. Hurricane's claiming it. Yeah, I know that is the pre-market low. I think that's the futures also. Yeah. The futures are actually below. No, they're not. I'm gonna close out my contract here. All right, I close my short, and now I need to be patient. Yeah, pretty big bounce through that low. You make a lot of sense. Definitely can. I mean, if you have a big position and you have high IV, so yeah, I don't always sell them foolishly, but I'm getting back into it more now. Ah, birds 8%. That a girl. Do it, do it, do it, do it. Talk about like reverse split or beginning NASDAQ compliance or do something. But yeah, if you sell, I mean, I sold 15 cover calls on Friday, and they weren't even that close. They were like 3 strikes away from the money, and yeah, it was like I don't know, $350. So it doesn't always work like that. Of course, I mean, if it goes against you, if it goes up, you're gonna have to sit on it or roll it or something. But in fact, I might sell some here. I was hoping for a bounce with the SPY, but it doesn't seem like it wants to. This isn't a very good time to sell if this is just a range, but knowing GME, it's probably not just going to trade in a range like the SPY does. It'll just kind of keep coming down. What? So it's still not wanting me to do it. I close my future. I should have adequate margin. Come on. Just trying to see if I get into these cover calls. I'd look at like 24 strike on the weeklies. I'm looking at. Yeah, it still says my futures gains are pretty awful. So it's pulled down a lot of value. All right, spies bouncing, setting up and engulfing. Maybe. I'd be patient. That was one thing I thought about. I didn't put it in my notes, my rules, but happened right here. Closed my short and then immediately went long, thinking that's a bounce. And we just had this chop the rest of the day. So you need to sit on it and just let it decide where it wants to go. It's at a low, so it's possible it bounces, but who knows, maybe it'll melt through there. Annoying how I was able to sell covered calls the other day. I need more. Shouldn't need more puts. That would change stuff if I got more puts. Let me. Oh, it doesn't change margin. Oh, a little bit. Look at AMC puts for next week. Completing head and shoulders, flush into that gap, make its way to 5. Yeah, AMC's been pretty strong. Little hourly head and shoulders, that one. Fill that gap. I see you. GTII. No buy or sell. Do you not trade this? I don't know. Yeah, I can't buy it. I don't think. Okay. I can't buy it on Weeble at least. So it could be the bottom here. Not sure how high of a bounce, but we did get engulfing candle. That's a bullish candle too, that hammer. And we are at a support. So signs are looking for a bounce off of this low. Maybe a VWAP, maybe a filled gap, who knows. But might chop around before it starts to move up. So I kind of want to look for short entries. Might not try and trade it both ways today. I don't know. I might trade to the upside. I just don't want to over trade it, so I'm gonna go slow. All right, so the covered call on the paper account. Again, you still have 2 weeks on this. It's only down 20% now, just after that little move down on GME. So time is on your side. And here is the daily ES option. It's up 66%. So since this isn't a future contract, it's a future option contract, it does just have a certain cost to get into it, just like a normal option, stock option would have. So yeah, this one costs $787. Expires today. I'm imagining expires at 5. I don't know if I like this more than the futures are nice and easy. It's just like shorting or going long on shares. But you can lose more than you put in because you're on margin, so. Which is kind of where I'm at, I think, with my futures account. ARPN looks like it came down to VWAP and now it's bouncing. BBIG. I like seeing birds up on my list. Wait, I think I got my margin. Takes a little time. Yep, I got it. Nice. Okay, so I'll do some cover calls in GME today. It's not a very great time to sell them, but they probably, I mean, they'll still decay even if we stay flat. VIX approaching the trend line. About to bounce. Whoop, yeah, VIX is moving up on this. Wow. That's a big move on the VIX for as of late. A gap and go on VIX. Wait, which trend line? You're saying this shorter term one right here? You're talking about that bottom trend line that it's bouncing off of. Yeah, VIX is moving up quite a bit. Quite a bit with this move. The downtrend. I think market rally. Yeah, unless it breaks out here. On the longer trend, it's at the bottom. Might be too soon. Gotta, if the VIX closes here, that'll be a bullish MACD crossover and green over the 9. And but yeah, that did just happen back here also. Or no, it didn't. We got the RSI slowly starting to tick up here. There's a divergence from here to here. What? That's weird. Now I can't do cover calls. The heck? Tripping. Buy slowly moving up here. Oh, okay. It just sold the cover calls. So weird. Buy bouncing up here. So pretty straightforward trade there so far. Sometimes you get these engulfing candles and then it still kind of chops around for an hour even before it makes its move. But it was pretty clear. Hit the bottom, engulfing, and move back up. Yeah, GME moved up with it also. So yeah, I got 24 calls, cover calls on weekly on GME. It's a pretty big move there on GME. So very strong relative strength still. Birds 14%. Do it. 1,400 to go. BBY, little move up with it. GME though, pretty good strength. Pretty good. I think now that it's been fixed, potentially fixed, maybe it'll have more stability. Not the pinchy rallies that we used to get, but maybe more stability, not the crazy shorting sell-offs. Press. Blue apron. BBIG with a little move up there. Yeah, me too. Neutered. Basically, that's exactly what I mean. AMC. AMC's not been fixed yet, I don't think. Just kidding, I don't know. I don't track this one nearly as much. I can ignore every time it doesn't work and take these little wins. Bounced off this support, yeah. I don't know where your line is, but put a line right there. I creeping back up to VWAP. Clean, candles down and back up. So the exit on the pre-market low was noise. Could have done it sooner, I suppose, but it did. I mean, flush through there, just ended up wicking, so that made me think I should close it. And yeah, it's moving up here. Whoa. What a weird day. To get this kind of rally now? Just interesting. Yeah. Yeah, this would have actually been a good long. I didn't think the market was gonna be so strong today. Never know. I don't want to overtrade either, so I'm fine waiting this rally. Maybe at a gap fill I'll go back short. We'll see if it gets that high. He moved up with it 1%. APRN got some steam. Express. Birds 13.5%. BYSI. AI still below VWAP. BBIG holding up. Yeah. So I was saying this is probably not the best time to sell cover calls in GME, but GME being fixed, it does get a bounce with SPY. Yeah, no, I know this is an interesting morning so far. Kind of strange. Being symmetrical for one, yeah. But it's kind of directionless. Unless we start to rip and break high. But this was a pretty ugly sell-off, and now this was a pretty squeezy move to the upside. So those cover calls are down 30% with this move from here to here. You could have made 30% on your calls. It's a huge spread though. It's so messed up how they just widen the spread way up. Market is officially bullish. Yeah, maybe I move back up to make a nice little head and shoulders. Jimmy's volume's still off, but it's sporadic. It gets these volume pops. AMC had a pre-market move. I don't know. Moving like BBBY pre-market. Not today as much. GME with some positive beta action here. All right. The squeezy stocks that I have settled down. BuzzFeed's back down. Phase is, that's interesting. They just flipped. They reversed. So the squeezy ones this morning while SPY was kind of selling off. Now they're coming down. They have negative beta, some of these must. Now they're coming down, SPY's coming up. Yep. Exactly. It's been neutered. Took all the life out of it. OFI's holding up 7.5. That looks like familiar candles. Look at those two. GME, man. All right. Every day we kind of, if we consolidate in this range, it's looking more and more like this, and then a drop into earnings. That'd be the next move on this chart. Now somehow in here they avoided, or maybe, I'm not sure. I'm not sure, but this is a longer time frame. Unless if this wasn't supposed to happen, I don't know. SPY's climbing back up. What's the old oil doing? Hanging out at the lows. Dollar still looks strong, but Market's also going up. Lucy's moving. Oh yeah, look at that thing. Nice. You did say you liked Lucy. That is a nice move on it. Yeah, Turkey's not a very historical place for earthquakes, I don't think, is it? GME showing strength with the SPY. This is crazy. Okay. BBBY also up through VWAP. Almost back up to 7%. Market is just emotional today. Scary downs, scary ups. Turkey loves earthquakes. I don't know, is that like on a fault line? Yang coming down now. Yep, Yang's coming down. Yep. But really, they hate earthquakes because they're used to them. Here's this option on a future. Look, it's to 0. Huh. And I think this expires at 5. Whoever calls in Jimmy back to negative 60%. Whoa, what was that? Snap volume on GME. Weird. I'm melting back up here. See if I can make a new high on the day and start filling that gap. Be rejecting here a little bit. Oh, nope. Red to green candle. A new paper from the National Bureau of Economic Research found that men with degrees who earn $100,000 per year or more are leading the charge to clock in fewer hours at work. AMC introduces Sightline. Ticket prices will defer depending on seating. Huh. Charging different amounts depending on your seat. Come to the theaters, pay a small price, get a crappy seat. American consumers are expecting high inflation to continue over the next 2 years. I guess you don't need a good seat if you're going there with your girlfriend just to make out or something, or to nap. I know people that literally go watch movies just to take a nap, like middle of the day, just like every day. Go to the theater, do the whole thing, even get popcorn, and then just sleep the whole time. Turkey to declare quake hit area as a natural disaster zone. Makes sense. Thank you guys for your 30 likes. Legends. Legends all around. GME kind of moving down a little bit here. I mean, we're with the SPY. We are there. SPY could reverse me up 1%. I mean, it already has reversed down here. So yeah, if it keeps going, 1% positive would be a big swing move today. Almost 2% intraday.
Wedbush, though, today, Dan Ives raising his price target to $225 a share from $200 with an outperform rating, saying they believe that the China EV reacceleration for Tesla is just starting to hit its stride and should be a tailwind in Tesla's first quarter. He said the price cuts on Model Ys and 3s have resulted in a clear demand driver for Tesla in their key China region, and coupled with the reopening post-lockdowns, this is now having a meaningful impact on Tesla in the last few weeks. Ives also highlighted that China production is now having a run rate north of 1 million units per year with an increased scale and scope, which is crucial for Elon Musk as really the company battles EV competition as well as price wars in China. So all in all, positive news for Tesla to kick off this week. Shares are up about 2.5%.
Right, understood. I mean, what a year it's already had, year to date. I mean, you can't believe it, right? And I understand why he's raising the target. He's basically at 200 at this point. Tell us about Tyson Foods. Now, this one's one of the worst performers.
She looks different today.
Yeah, and Tyson Foods I always think is very interesting because it gives a good barometer on some of these food cost increases that we have seen. We get
it's this eye.
And oftentimes, you know, different
a lot
economic reports, but to actually see a company that is
whatever that is, eyeshadow
sentiment, I do think is very important. Not what the street wanted to hear, though, today. We saw shares are down
like a heavy eyelid
4%
today
after they reported their profit fell in the first fiscal quarter from a year ago as costs climbed and beef prices fell. They posted a profit of about 88 cents per share, which was well below where they were a year ago. Quarterly revenue did rise about 2.5% year over year, but did narrowly miss
I mean, they don't make money on their tickets anyways. So
now,
I guess it makes sense to give cheaper tickets.
Division, which includes
make money on that food and beverage, man.
Ballpark,
so
did rise about 7.6%.
They just want to fill the theater up.
The company did say that its prices
higher their chances of people buying popcorn and drink. Hot dog.
We also saw chicken prices increase by 7% and pork increased about 1.5%. The CEO highlighted these chicken sales, which were lower than expected, they said, in November and December, forcing the company to then resell chicken at lower prices. So good news for the consumer, bad news for Tyson. They also reported their quarterly operating income from beef particularly fell between 166
just mirroring it
from a year earlier, so that is also weighing on the company, while live cattle costs increased about $530 million just in the most recent quarter. So dealing with a lot of heightened costs, dealing with inflation,
never looks like this.
Really responding to that by trying to offset some of the costs onto the consumer. But
2.4 million this morning.
It's a little bit of a mixed picture. The consumer is paying these higher costs while Tyson is also dealing with some of its own woes here, Nicole, which is why we have seen this name that was at one point a solid performer back in 2022.
He's going to grind with it
a little bit this year. Shares are down about 40% from their 52-week high.
Rivian truck? I wish I had a Rivian truck so I could sell it and make money.
Thank you for all of that. Jenny Horn, great to see you on a Monday. Markets correspondent here on the TD Ameritrade Network. Thanks, Jenny. Let's get some insights in the news shaping from the markets and looking right now to Kevin Gordon, Senior Investment Strategist
the heck was that?
Charles Schwab. First and foremost, this
that was insane.
From Friday.
Yeah. SPY, the meme stock, new high.
I mean,
did you see that?
Number, when you see over 500,000
the heck was that?
Added, I think
11:06. There's no data.
Yeah, I mean, well, the highest estimate
so volatile, man. That was crazy.
Even with it, and then the average was I think in the 180 to 190 range. So it's definitely a surprise. I mean, there's a couple of things as always with a January report. You get benchmark revisions for the prior year. You had pretty large upwardly revised.
Yeah, GME mirroring on the up is wild.
That kind of 2.5 to 3 million worker hole actually for the last year that had been estimated.
I'm telling you, it's been fixed.
But also Fed officials had actually been cut by a third, which is good news for workers, but makes it a little bit tougher.
That move is insane, though.
Fed in their kind of job.
GME also got a volume spike.
Wage pressure. But yeah, I mean, it was a massively great report for the economy with how many jobs were created.
And they're back out of the money.
Unemployment moved down. The fact that wages started
weird,
to ease,
man.
or continued to ease a bit. I would say they
Might
were
have picked
revised
another crappy day to cover calls.
So makes it still a little difficult, I think.
You get some long exposure.
Even if you look at average hourly earnings growth on a 3
we start
or
breaking
6 month
levels.
annualized basis, it's off
we
the
break
peak,
this 23.5
down, but it's still kind of firm in that 4.5% range. So I think that's
24.
probably going to be
I want to see some
the
levels be
sticking
broken.
point for
Really,
the
that
rest of the
24 is a
year.
big
In
one.
addition to headwinds on growth and earnings season, and I know we'll touch on that, but from the labor side, it's still an incredibly tight labor market. And it wasn't just the jobs report that had confirmed that. It was initial jobless claims moving back lower. It was a turn higher in job openings from the JOLTS report. So you still have
that
a lot
candle
of
was insane.
supplemental data in addition to non-farm payrolls that suggest.
I don't know what is happening with the algos today.
And there's pressure on the Fed to not let off the gas, because if they mess this up and inflation becomes entrenched and they sort of let up too easily. I mean, even from the IMF, I heard one of the representatives today saying exactly that. It's an ongoing fight, and they need to rein it in. And there was thought that maybe even in March they could do a pause if they needed to. But after what we got
Apron
this
new
week,
high,
no
Express.
way.
And we'll see
what
Powell
about
says.
the next meeting? I think people are already looking to May for a hike.
Yeah, and we'll see what Powell says tomorrow. And if
Dude, I can't believe the SPY today. That's just, it's not like a big range necessarily.
They understand
pretty
the benchmark
big, but
revision nature of the
volatility
January data. They
to
don't want
both
to just
ways
use
is
1 month as the indicator. But at the same time, the market's adjusting back a little bit up to the terminal rate, going back above 5%
GME's fixed, SPY is broken
today. So you do have a little bit of an adjustment with yields moving.
Yeah, I know. Apron broke out there.
A little bit lower.
A little bit, trying to.
At the same time,
SPY just making a huge wick on that
the
ridiculous
dynamic
candle.
that the Fed's going to have to confront this year is figuring out, how much labor weakness they're actually looking for. And I say that because some of the officials, whether it's Brainerd or Waller, have been a little bit more vocal in recent speeches about saying that we're really happy with where inflation is headed. We may not need to see as much labor weakness. That hasn't yet been confirmed by Powell, though. So I think that is the next key to look for in the speeches he gives and in the press conferences, is how much labor weakness are they expecting? And to some extent,
I think it's
we kind of have to wait till
my only
the
meme
middle
stock
of the year,
I watch.
middle to maybe third quarter, to see actually how much labor weakness there will be from their tightening. Because we're not even a year
that's
past
GM. What the heck?
did the first initial rate hike in March.
Yeah,
last year.
GME
So
up 2%.
There's a lot more that I think needs to be sifted through on the unemployment front.
And we heard from all the heads of the banks.
Yeah, BBBY with the pop up also 8.5%.
Is sort of what they're preparing for. They're putting money aside.
Wick on there.
Delinquencies on loans and things like that. But there's this sort of fear that another shoe may drop.
It's good. It's good.
Right?
BY's holding up
I
above
wonder
this.
how quickly things will come in or go out. If there's a recession, maybe it'll be mild, but maybe it'll be deep. Maybe it'll be fast.
Yeah.
I think that's another element. Because you have, I don't know, I just
BBBY almost
10%
again.
Category,
oh boy.
Leisure and hospitality and business services and
these are getting squeezy.
Retail, everything is, it's just piling up. Granted, we're not where we were. We're 500,000.
GME holding up extremely well, 2.2%. Didn't pull back any bit from that weird candle.
But, I'm just sort of waiting for this
volatility. Again, my sacrifice should be remembered.
Sometimes this process just takes longer, and I think this is just the nature of dealing with the kind of the after effects of the
birds.
pandemic.
16%.
This was really an inflation issue born in the goods sector. It became an inflation issue that moved over to the services side, and that's now what's happening in the economy and as it unravels and as it goes through labor. Because even on the labor front, you have pandemic benefited sectors like tech, which are now bearing the brunt of layoffs and joblessness. But that hasn't yet moved into the broader economy. So that's really the question. In our view, how much more of a rolling recession nature do you get of this? And to us, that's the best case scenario, where you have rolling recessions underneath the surface of the headline of the economy, where it doesn't ultimately result in a massive downturn. And I guess that would get you to the mild recession case. And we've had it in the past. I mean, in 2001, short, relatively mild recession, pretty epic in assets and asset prices, but from an economic standpoint, it was much more of a cyclical reset than it really was a true protracted downturn. And it was relatively short.
We also have the debt ceiling, and that's sort of still front and center. As a matter of fact,
now making a red candle.
This is from 37 minutes ago. We're preparing for possible U.S. debt
showing
default,
quite a bit of
basically.
relative strength. It's like this morning, actually.
Our credibility, you know,
yeah.
this is something
GMC
that
up
just,
2%.
you know, Beijing is cheering. Why Beijing is cheering on U.S. debt ceiling fight.
Exactly.
I
Sorry
mean,
for
what's going on here, and why does it matter to folks?
Well, it's
15%
well, it matters
birds.
because of
Yeah.
what you're talking about the credibility. But you know, it's still early days. I was talking to
Light
Mike
shorts,
Townsend, who
birds.
heads up our Washington analysis about this, and he
Fight
was
them.
mentioning how, you know, it's really never been talked about this early. I mean, we're
They
very
never
early
responded to
still
my email,
phases
actually, which is a
until
little
we get to
jacked.
that deadline. So
Right.
there's that aspect.
Just
But
said, like,
you know, a lot of it is
thanks.
the political theater aspect and
The
kind of
time
going
was
back and
right.
forth. And it's a, you know, it's a hot season, as it has been, I think,
Yeah.
for the past few years now, maybe more than that. But you know,
So less worried
from an
about
equity
that at the
market
moment.
perspective, yeah, I probably wouldn't pay as much attention from a default perspective until we get closer to the date. Then it'll, you know, become a lot more maybe treacherous. But as has always been the case,
Right.
usually it's been a lot more rhetoric, you know, less of a bite itself.
Got it. Let's talk about earnings season so
Yeah.
far. We
It's
had so
clapping.
many of these
Golf
mega
clap.
cap tech stocks reporting. Meta,
Yeah, next week's at the money on.
others
Or
came
no,
under
never mind. That's not
pressure.
next week.
What's your takeaway from what we've seen in earnings
It
overall?
is double digits,
Yeah, so a
though.
lot of it, by virtue
Options
of
never
base
got that
effects, is gonna be
expensive on
almost the
GME,
reverse
so
of what happened last
not
year,
a very
where,
good
as you were
environment
mentioning,
for
large
selling
cap
calls.
growth names and large cap tech will
As far as
start to
IB
look a
goes.
little bit better this year because
Yeah.
of comparisons. It's a little bit of a reverse story for the cyclicals, mainly energy, because it had such strong earnings growth last year, triple-digit percentage gains. Now that's reversing, going into negative territory this year. I think
I don't know what
underneath the
SPY's doing.
facade of that is actually interesting because when you look at the largest cuts to revisions and estimates going forward, it's been in large cap growth. It has not been in cyclicals. So even though you have headline earnings strength diverging between the two groups, better for
I feel
tech and
old,
large
like,
cap
half the
growth,
time I
I'll just
watch
call
this
it,
show.
and worse for cyclicals, you have still a pretty strong fundamental underpinning for the cyclical oriented parts of the economy. So that's just a way I would view this
Right.
earnings season, because you are starting to get, you know, pretty massive beats for
Cost
some
of borrows
companies, but at the
265%.
same time the bar's been lowered, you know, by
Right.
an incredible amount.
Right.
I mean, when you
Let's
look
look
at
at some
revisions,
borrow
So it's
fees
not as
going on
bad
here.
as it could have been. or
exactly. I mean,
whatever.
SPY's
estimates have
coming
been
down.
cut at almost a record
GME's
pace
borrow fees
going
actually
back
come
more
down
now. So you have to kind of keep that in mind,
18.1%.
too.
Quick thought on the dollar. We got to get
Which
going. but I
doesn't
just
mean the
kinda wanna
rally,
leave
it
out.
can't just
Yeah.
go
So
crazy
what
right now.
rate
Sometimes the
change today?
borrow
Yeah,
fees
I mean,
gone
if
down.
it's, you know, I think
before
it's
a rally.
notable because it's as a component of financial
But
conditions. I mean, we talk about this a
just
lot.
looking
but
at
for
that,
me,
that's
I'm
typically
really
not a good
interested in
sign.
the move this year because if it holds, then that keeps financial conditions still relatively
BBBY.
tight in level terms from where they were.
Haven't
a
had
year
shares
ago, but whether it
really at
reaccelerates
all
back to its prior
since
high, it's a pretty tough
January.
call.
That
Unless
seems
you
like a
go
long way
into
away
a
at the
into a
moment.
protracted recession, then that puts a lot of
200%
more
was the last
upward
time they
pressure on the
reported
dollar.
on here.
So the case for a mild recession
It was
is kind of the
January.
case for a dollar kind of holding
Oh, I guess
steady where it is right
31st.
now.
Yeah, assuming we get that debt ceiling organized.
Yes, exactly.
Which we will.
Barring
we
the debt
will,
ceiling,
we
yeah.
will. I agree. There always is a lot of political theater. It's always nice to see you.
Good to see you,
Thank
Nicole.
SPY is
Kevin
getting squeezy
Gordon,
again. Look at this thing.
Senior investment strategist of Charles Schwab. Plenty more to come here on
Oh, BBY's going. It is going 17%. Holy crap. The market is just weird right now. GME is not feeling it. Telling you, Express is maybe the best indicator right here. This thing rallied 17%. That could be a good leading indicator. So this was kind of the level of support. Let's see right here, 32. This is what I wanted to see it hold before. So staying above this, I think, would be good for the trend to just go up. But of course, news and fundamentals will play a role. Very poppy though. 14%. It's bull flagging, so probably gonna move up here to the high of the day and probably back up to that wick up there. GME grinding up also. Pretty interesting start to the week already. EU closes in 13 minutes. how that shake things about. Yep, there goes SPY. Market is back into Squeezeville. GME 2.6. So we'll see if this thing starts to get out of control a little bit. Probably not until at least breaking that 24-ish resistance. Yeah, about 24. I'm moving up. Sounded like you said BBY up 17%. Isn't that crazy? I certainly did. I can't believe it. Now these other ones aren't really getting the move from SPY here. They kind of... Whoa, look at that. Oh my gosh. What the heck was that? Look at the volume coming on BBY too. 2 million. Those 5-minute candles. GME is probably going to wake up here pretty soon. Yeah. Buy, new high on the day. Starting to fill that gap. Blow off the top might not be over. This long would have... It doesn't usually work out like that, where you get the perfect time to close is also the perfect time to open or go from short to long. A little red candle here on SPY.
We're getting a bit ahead of ourselves here in terms of what we've seen from the broader market. We're taking out the August highs, the NASDAQ, the SPX nowhere near. And then notice this puts us right back to the lows that we saw in the beginning of 2022, January, February. And as I look at this, I'm just kind of focused on, well, these areas of consolidation. Here you can see one around 309 in the end of 2021, one around 240 to begin last year. And then we've really been in this elongated balance since May, just now testing the upper extreme of that range. So this is going to be key. This is where the bulls are either going to be showing that they're in charge at this point. We're going to see some initiative type buying to break out here, or potentially we'll roll back over. Bears, if they're still in charge, are going to have to flex some muscle up here at this point. But this is an initiative breakout here on, again, the daily time frame out of a range that we've been in since basically March, April of last year. I wanted to take a step back, show you where things stand real quick. Above the 50-day moving average, above the 200-day moving average, but RSI is somewhat limited in terms of participation, in terms of enthusiasm to the upside. It's going to be something to watch. We're at a key area of resistance, again, testing those lows from, we're talking the spring of last year, and definitely 220 is an area to watch here, trying to break out to the upside on the daily.
Right, understood. And so you see that breakout. Jessica, what do you think about the group overall? When you think about NVIDIA, is NVIDIA obviously the standout choice here, and that's probably why you focused on that one. But when you think about the group,
There's a lot of piling on into semiconductors right now, and I actually read a report this morning where that piling on is not including hedge funds. So I think that's interesting, but perhaps that's more of a focus on the broader market and where to position accordingly. I think the tech and overall, inclusive of semiconductors, has some opportunities in front of them. Just like your previous segment was saying, there has been a lot of cuts within that sector. So therefore, the bar is extremely low, which means that we should see some more upside potential because those revisions have been felt, unless there's more on the table. But overall, I think it's a great opportunity to look at the overall tech sector and then, of course, the subsectors like semiconductors right now.
And then let's turn our attention over to General Electric. You were noting here the job openings in the aviation industry. Where does this all fit in? This could be some good news here for what's going on with GE.
Absolutely. So they did already report earnings. They beat earnings, and they did recently have that spinoff from their healthcare sector. So now GE itself has an exposure to aviation. We know aviation has been booming as we've transferred over from post-COVID, from into that demand from goods to services, and that continues to rise. And perhaps with the opening of China, that's even going to continue with their economy and globally. GE, and it's also looking at the labor market as a whole. It's something very important to pay attention to this year and last year as the key reasons for inflationary concerns, but also because the labor market imbalance is something that needs to be talked about, and the path to soft landing and so on and so forth. So utilizing that data, knowing that we have a lens on the labor market, we can see where there's still expansion, even though there's monetary policy focused on contracting or having less job openings. So that can give us an indication of where someone is growing and where their focus is, and that is on aviation. Narrowing it down, GE has a really higher revenue exposure to that aviation. So therefore, it's a great time just to sell a cash covered put, add that to our longer term portfolio, capitalize on the dividend, and utilize it as a long-term play due to that revenue exposure.
Yeah, and GE is such a power player in the big picture of things. Ben?
Well, GE, much like NVIDIA, has been trending higher, and well, minus the triple bottom, almost an identical chart, right? Now we're going back to October, a move from 48 up to 84, and as you look, you can see a couple well-defined areas of value that have formed along the way. It was, well, beginning of October around 48, and then throughout most of November and December around the $65 level. You can see more recently around 80. So again, bottom left,
still
top
holding
right,
up at the
very
top
well-defined trend environment, and again, zero rejection, right? We're just holding this upper level, no V-top type pattern ensuing, at least at this
BBBY
point.
hanging out up there.
As we step away from the more granular intraday
GME grinding up
timeframe,
still.
Volume
is
this move that we're looking at here since the beginning of
staying
October,
pretty steady.
well, you can see how we actually kind of double bottom. We've got a low around this $45, $47
Not getting crazy
level.
yet, though.
And here you can see, as I look at this, you've got, well, as I mentioned here, well, a bit of a double bottom, and excuse me, I'm sorry, that's right around this lower extreme. July, August, we found that level around 50 and have come off since. As we take a look here, you'll notice again a similar pattern playing out as far as these areas of consolidation around 56. We've got one around 66, and here's what we were just talking about as far as 80. Now, this chart again just shows you bigger picture, longer term trend, how it's supportive of what we've seen as far as that more intraday. Let's step away from this daily, taking a look at GE, and as far as where things stand in terms of the 50-day, in terms of the 200-day, well above both. But what really stands out to me here is we were just looking at NVIDIA. I mentioned how it's gotten a little bit ahead of itself versus the broader market, taking out those August highs. But look at NVIDIA as you step back. We're taking out levels from last spring. I mean, the August highs, we were above them back in November, December. So this is a stock that's done very well relative to the broader market, something to keep an eye on here at this point.
Yeah, I mean, when you start taking out the previous highs or challenging those, that obviously is a testament to this bullish move. And then there's a name like Honeywell. Jessica, your thoughts on Honeywell, which recently saw some nice revenue gains, but did note slower growth going forward. But you're still feeling bullish on the name. Tell us about this one.
I am. So that's a focus on industrial automation, and they do have a diverse revenue exposure, which is extremely important. So even though they have good revenue gains and things of that nature, I want to focus on what their issues were on their miss, which was supply chain constraints. So those seem like they're easing. Some of their fundamental numbers indicate that they have good management. So if we have a focus and we have visibility into what's causing a miss from an earnings perspective, which is those supply chain issues, then that gives me hope again for adding to a longer term portfolio play. Now, their revenue exposure, like I said prior, is very diverse. It is aerospace, it is defense, it is that industrial automation, which is a trend that I think we're going to see positively translate into the entire year for 2023. So therefore, I'm selling a cash covered put on this one to add to my longer term portfolio and also capitalize on the dividend that they have.
Yeah, I love all of these, Jessica. Thank you for these.
Yeah, market's wild. Wild today.
Well, Jessica's dialed in on
it was crazy last week too.
Fundamentals. You know me, I'm dialed in terms of the trends as far as price, and we're seeing one here almost identical to what we just talked about as far as
SPY's filling that gap.
And
GME is actually showing more strength.
Look at this, from 166
BBBY
the beginning
at this
of
point,
October lows, we saw up to 222 to the beginning of the month of December. But notice how we've been more sideways recently, and if anything, kind of leaking lower. But a pretty good example again of those two phases of development that I look for. You can see again in the beginning of November we consolidated around 172. Look at the high conviction move up we saw into the beginning of November, where we started just kind of playing out around this again. We're talking about this 210 area right here, and I want to point out again, it does look like we're kind of rolling over, leaking lower at this point. Let's keep an eye on the lows that we saw earlier this month, down around 195. Stepping away from the more granular 1 hour time frame shows almost an identical pattern, right? You get the run up on the left side of your screen, sideways consolidation, but this is the daily candles here. So we're going all the way back to the spring of 2020. This is the move we just looked at. You can see how it kind of just gets us back up into the middle of that range we've been in since, we'll call it the summer of 2020. I went ahead and similar pattern, wanted to identify some of these areas of consolidation. You've got this really pronounced one around the 206 area. And again, that goes all the way back to, looks like, August, July, June even of 2020. And then just wanted to point out where we stand in terms of the 50-day, the 200-day moving average. Look, we're kind of pinched here in terms of shares of HON. We're below the blue line, the 50, above the longer dated 200, which is almost flatlining here as we've come off. And I just wanted to bring to your attention how RSI is very lackluster in terms of participation to the upside as of recent. If anything, we're seeing a series of lower highs come into play, which is kind of mimicking what's going on in terms of price here. Keeping an eye on Honeywell, definitely coming off that spike high we saw. And again, a bit of a trend to the downside on the longer term daily, definitely a bit of a different pattern playing out on the more intermediate, but you can see how that hourly shows signs that it's starting to leak a little bit.
Yeah, what a chart. I mean, with the gap up and crossing the 200, coming back to, I mean, that's a wild ride. That is some chart right there. Thank you for that, Ben. Jessica Inskeep, final thoughts here as we made it through the jobs report, at least the first round of Fed here. Now what? Any thoughts for going forward as people, maybe some are feeling better that we've had all these gains and others may be nervous?
It's just pay attention to the data. That's extremely important. That's what translates into earnings. That's what Powell is consuming. Powell is still a human. That's going to transfer over into rates. But overall, I think that's the big picture. So what I would state in regard to interest rates and the overall economy, it looks like the path forward from what Powell is looking for is higher for longer. We accelerated at a record high rate, which means we can be higher than longer, finding our cruising altitude. And that can be achievable as long as we have record low unemployment to collapse perhaps other inflationary concerns, if you will.
Yeah, it's good to see you, Jessica. Thank you so much. Jessica Inskeep from Options Play and our own Ben Lichtenstein. Great on the charts there. Thank you both very, very much. Good luck for the big three. We had NVIDIA, GE, and Honeywell today. All right, just
Liechtenstein. Maybe getting some exposure on flowers would be good. Little earnings pump. I feel like this thing usually rallies around February. Anyways. Maybe not. Yeah, look at that move, February 24th. Isn't that Valentine's Day, the 24th? SPY filling that gap. Did you guys know 1-800-Flowers was publicly traded? GME 3.25. BBBY actually going the other direction, the red direction. Birds settling down, coming down slowly after their flight. Oh, BBY might just be building a little bull flag here. Didn't make it to VWAP yet. GME. I don't have any crypto right now, no. I'm waiting for more of like a market bottom. Waiting for like capitulation. Start looking at the crypto. Which, I don't know. I think we're going to get. But so far it's been a pretty long bear rally. Or bear market, rather. Okay, SPY's coming back down a little bit. Our 411 line here might be resistance. I wanted to short it here, potentially. I think I'm going to wait, though. With how quick everything's moved. Market just scary. GME not even coming down with that candle. Linemed had a big reversal. BuzzFeed and MSGM went back green. When is the BBY merger? What merger? Is that engulfing now on the... Okay, I gotta take that. I gotta take it. I don't know if I can though, because of my cover calls that are screwing me. Yeah, I can't. Damn. Change your gift card. Yeah, I saw that speculation. That was seek and you'll find. Something happens Feb 10th to 24th. Why? But to go along with that, that hype, that M&A hype of BBBY, I read something that Bullion shared from Reddit. The art of M&A. This is by user Black Merger. Art of M&A is a profession like any other. If we forget about hedges and speculation for a second, maybe we'll think better. That's the title. As I've already written in several posts and other groups that I work in M&A for a living, but not in the US, but in Italy, and therefore I was not very familiar with the rules in the US. However, in these years since I started to invest in the very distant 2021 in GME and then in 2022 in BBY, I have gotten caught up in the stock fever and had not professionally and aseptically analyze the investments like I need to. I don't know about that word. However, short or long a hedge is, it has to come to terms with industry reality in the M&A real market, which has various facets and is not always related to the world of stock market valuations or stock trading. So I wondered in the professional world, outside of Wall Street and hedge fund shorts, how professional people read and what they saw in BBBY. One of the most serious databases in the world, and in the world of finance not only listed, is PitchBook. PitchBook is a database that seriously reads and analyzes all companies, has a very important annual cost basis because it is a helpful tool for practitioners. Not in Italy, where very few of us use it because it is very expensive, but in the US and other countries it is used by the whole world of bankers, business, lawyers, of consultants in the financial world in general. So I wondered what is being said in PitchBook and what are the rumors, and boom, there is no talk of imminent bankruptcy. But although they are talking about the company not making profits or earnings and is in trouble, they are saying that the rumor speculation are out of a buyout LBO, or rather leverage buyout from January 13, 2023. We all know in the M&A sector that buyout LBO can even mean merger later. In any case, PitchBook analyzes from the various advisors involved that a deal is in place and it is not bankruptcy. The names it cites, from which it also deduces the possible deal. Yes, please don't tell me that PitchBook also gets rumors from Reddit, because no offense to anyone in the M&A world, to consider us apes or Wall Street reliable for a deal is a bit much. Surely the DD around here are very serious and reliable, but the rumor speculation of PitchBook come from other venues and definitely not from newspapers or fake news online. PSS, Shills and Hedge tell me I made the whole thing up. Now going to disprove PitchBook as real rumors in the M&A sector. Me knows this time you don't just post a few articles on the net and in the various fake industry newspapers. Have a nice Monday. So SPY rejected there. I couldn't do a short because the covered calls is taking my margin on my account, but we'll see. I think that would have been a good short. That cover call is not very good. So here's the screenshot. Company is rumored to be in talks regarding a potential LBO as of January 16th for an undisclosed amount. For advisors. Well, there's that. So maybe back to cash puts on BBBY. SPY's coming down here. GME is holding up quite well.
From some pricing strategies, but mostly from offering a higher value mix. So where we saw more takers was on our higher price point gift items, gifts over $100. So pricing was made up about half of the 6% increase that we had in the average order value. But again, our focus is to make sure that we're offering our customers a broad range of price points, entry-level price points, to make sure that they're helping to build the relationships in their life. We want to make sure that we don't put that outside the price range of any consumer.
I love when you come on and speak with us, Chris. It's always a highlight. You know, with Mother's Day is going to be
SPY looks like it settled down, isn't?
So best to you and your family. Happy
acting
Valentine's
a fool
Day
anymore.
to everybody. I hope they can enjoy something from 1-800-Flowers.com. You certainly have a lot to choose from. Nice to see you. Chris McCann, CEO of 1-800-Flowers.
Moving up.
Coming up
so
next,
the flowers get a move?
Disruptors, and George Sills is standing by. He's looking
Probably
at Splunk,
not.
trading higher, an upgrade over at KeyBank. He has all the details, all the news.
Citadel Tower in Chicago is burning. Look at that wick. Maybe SPY is still crazy. Guy works in the building while starts smelling smoke around 7:30. They evacuated. Someone went out on a stretcher. Russia sold 3.63 trillion of gold from wealth fund in January. JP Morgan Marko Milanovic says we do not think that we will have a recession. GME new highs on the day. Amidst SPY's red candle. Keith Parker, the chief U.S. equity strategist at UBS, says he sees the S&P 500 falling to 3,200 this year. U.S. money supply, treasury curve, and leading economic index are all signs that a hard landing will occur in 2023, says Bank of America. Software engineering and data science job listings are down 24% and 27% from last year. I feel like that's old news. I posted in November about buying back bonds. Distract from buying BBY. Yeah, we'll see if SPY holds at 410. 19 I have on here. I timed the bottom perfectly on GME. Because it was the bottom of the SPY too, and that's when I was able to open cover calls, so I just went the wrong way on my calls. Wait.
Basis, but one of the things about today's aspects
Thanks
is
guys for your likes. We're at 33.
are calling Splunk a very compelling company from a growth standpoint, perhaps even valuation, upgrading the stock to overweight from sector weight with the price.
The more likes we get, the more GME goes up. Look at that relative strength though. It's inversing,
which is another company we've talked about in the last year or so.
Good sign.
They actually moved their target down on Datadog, but also their rating to sector weight from overweight. So they're basically switching positions on companies like Splunk versus Datadog. I think it has to do with the fact that Splunk overall, from the standpoint of average recurring revenue, has been increasing that relative to total sales as it continue to integrate cloud as a huge component of their total sales. The other thing is the company is not expected to report until early March, but the expectations are pretty broad when it comes down to earnings per share. They're expected to earn $1.15 per share. Now, sequentially, that's a nice move compared to last quarter's 83 cents. But even on a year-over-year basis, that is nearly a 100% increase in adjusted earnings per share from 66 cents. So, effectively, what we're seeing here is that despite some challenges from a total sales standpoint, they're still expected to earn more than twice their revenue stream. In fact, 4 times the revenue stream. In the next
GME, man, 4%.
Expected to be full year profitable.
Wow.
In the next 4 quarters, which is again a significant
AMC
change
also
from
on that
last
climb
year,
up, 5.5.
where they didn't necessarily have full year profitability, and the stock compressed as a result, based upon the earnings estimates, which were revised lower. Now things are starting to improve for this company, and I think it seems to be fitting well with the other company we mentioned, Dynatrace. I think it was last week or the week before. which is becoming more compelling from a valuation standpoint. I think Splunk also is that case here.
Volume has been increasing the last 2 hours.
The about face on Datadog and Splunk.
Right.
Still pretty
we
low.
know that there's going to be slower spending overall, so giving a lot of credit to Splunk here. Your thoughts on how to go about trading this name that has already run up 3 months, up 41%?
Yeah, so the 3-month run up is huge. And so looking at it, a lot of stocks are breaking back above their 200-day moving average. If you look at Splunk, it's the same case. So, the overall markets, we may end up, trading higher, but I think may end up in a trading range until things settle out from a monetary policy standpoint. So with that said, it's a bullish call. They do have earnings not until the beginning of March, so you have some time to capitalize on some earnings potentials from time decay. So we can go out and play sort of a bullish trade, but a little bit neutral at the same time. In other words, looking at selling a put spread.
There's that 410 level.
We've talked about this trade before, which allows us to participate if the stock goes higher, if it stays where it's at, or even falls back just a little bit. So we'll go out to March
BBY's holding up,
with about 40
GME's
days to
actually rallying.
expiry and sell the 97.50 put, and then simultaneously buy the 92.50. So it's a $5 wide spread, but we can earn about $1.50, and that's the credit we receive by doing this. So effectively, if you think that the stock will stay above 97.50 between now and expiration, this premium should
broke that
erode
level.
to zero, and that's
VWAP's
the whole
at
objective. We're selling
409.94.
high and, of course, buying low, or in this case, letting it expire worthless.
Look at this.
Break even is at $96. And again,
if
the stock trades at or below 92.50, that's where full loss is achieved. So it's a risk-defined trade. It's $3.50, but also reward defined at $1.50. So your return on risk is over 40%. And your probability of success is over 70%. In other words, there's a 70% probability that this trade will be profitable based upon the options chain metrics, again, at the 97.50 or higher level.
Thank you for that. George Sills, good luck there at Splunk today for our disruptor, and mentioning some of the old names that we've covered too. Thank you.
I got some volume and a red candle here on GME. See if it does anything.
Take-Two Interactive.
Inverted hammer. Most volume on the 5-minute we've had all day, except for the first 10 minutes. Okay, looks like GME might be settling down a bit. BBBY coming back down to VWAP. A strange chart GME has built in the last month. So BuzzFeed's up 1.8%, Phase up 1%, EVTL is down 1.2, Alba's down 4.8, MSJM's up 1.6. Or on ES. The decay on it's actually not that bad. I think it expires today. Covered calls in GME down almost 90% now on the trading account or the paper account. There's a bounce on VWAP. GME looks like it's ready for some support of the SPY. And back on up it might go. Yeah, G. Nice hold above VWAP there. This is a nice Nice day for trading SPY. If you were able to hold through whatever this was in the morning, this has been very smooth price action, not a whole lot of chop. Pretty easy to read. GME moving back up. Seems like it wants to test some of these resistances up here. We have a... It was Friday. Friday was a crazy day. Down and then goalpost. Goalpost pattern. Wait, that wasn't Friday. What the heck? Oh. Right, today's Monday. That was a crazy day though. So yeah, Friday ended up selling off. It's still holding this level. But I don't think T+2 is really going to do much. At least from last Friday, at least. Might get action tomorrow, but thanks from hedging. APRN breaking out almost, wanting new highs. Ironet down below VWAP now.
Nicole, and yeah, it's an interesting dynamic right now with Take-Two because they are very console focused. A lot of their
This is a fake background, isn't it?
Grand Theft Auto obviously is
That's
a very
way too sick of a
console-focused
background
game.
for that to be
It's very
real.
high percentage. So they benefited from the
grungy,
rollout of
dirty,
the new
crazy
consoles,
professor vibe.
a couple of years ago.
That doesn't come
I
that
think that
easy.
has faded, but these consoles are much more powerful, and I think there's a lot of stuff that they can do to really make it a much more immersive experience, and that drives engagement, that drives
Why reverse that green
drives
candle?
everything. So I think
Volatile today,
that
man.
at this
Just the candles.
valuation, it's really attractive if you can
Titanic, National
get through what
National
is
Turtleneck
clearly
Day.
a bumpy ride, and I think maybe
That's
they
funny, I
are
like
having
that.
some issues
Cocaine
with
Bear.
with integrating Zynga, and there's always going to be disruptions with an acquisition of this size.
So tell
I think
me,
you can ride through
Greg.
that. I think shares are very attractively priced right now.
When we think about the group here, Neil, when
This guy's
Activision,
totally
we're
not
waiting
wearing
on that
pants.
as well, and there's still a lot of scrutiny by regulators. I think Microsoft didn't expect to hit so many hurdles in the way they did. I mean, I know that Bobby Kotick, who's the head of Activision, is going to be making some rounds tomorrow and speaking.
Amy is
What do
actually
you think we
showing
might
some
hear
red
from
candles.
this company for the earnings and also the deal, Neil?
Yeah, so for earnings, the company isn't doing calls anymore, but if we look at the last quarter, it looks like Call of Duty rebound year for them. Warzone looks pretty strong in the quarter as well. So unlike EA, which had some bumpiness, and I expect Take-Two to have some bumpiness in the quarter as well, we do think Activision Blizzard probably put up pretty strong numbers relative to its peers. In terms of the regulators, I do think it's a little more than they expected from the Microsoft side. We do think that
red candle on
still believe
GME
the deal is more likely than not to
and
go
SPY.
through. But we do think that they're going to have to make some concessions, and it's going to be key
Like
to see what
BWAP.
the EU and UK and obviously FTC as well all say and what kind of concessions they can make. But we do think Microsoft is committed to the deal and is going to make the concessions to make the deal go
Fish.
through.
Gate.
So the deal you believe will be done. John, you think that the
Play
deal
board
will
games.
be done? And what are your thoughts on Activision? And you could throw EA in there too, by the way.
Yeah,
Bike,
I was pretty disappointed
wrench,
with the
wrench
EA
on
results, but I mean,
mopeds.
this is the video game business, right? So it is, even though they've all made moves to make revenue more recurring, subscription-based businesses and so forth, payment plans and so forth.
Just
It's
play
still
with the
still
family.
hit-driven
Just be with the
business,
family all the
so
time.
That didn't surprise me.
That was it for
too
Tony. That's a fun
much.
one. Yep.
With Activision,
We're fans
I
of
think
Settlers.
the pricing,
That was kind of our
I've
gateway
never seen a spread like this,
gaming
risk
into
arb spread like this.
nerdhood.
The offer is
The gaming
$95 a
nerdhood.
share, and the stock is now trading at $73.
That's a
That
nice
kinda
easy
tells you
gateway
something
into
that at least
the
there's
world
a
of
lot of skepticism that the
board
the
games.
deal will go through it. And so I don't know. I'm a little bit more skeptical about that. I don't think I also covered Microsoft, and I think from Microsoft's perspective, they shouldn't do the deal. They should pay the $3 billion breakup fee and focus more on the enterprise side of things. But they appear to be committed to it. So it will kind of come down to
Shops eBay for stealth yachts.
concessions
Silent yachts, but stealth actually like that too. Stealth and silent.
And
actually, I just read an article about
really be driven by,
their production is actually started.
Driven all by this risk arbitrage
No, I
sort of, situation.
I quit looking at silent yachts.
John Freeman, Neil Macker, thank you. Thank you, friends, for
Ocean or
joining
lake?
me here on Trading 360.
Ocean, mostly surf fishing, like in the ocean, or in rivers, brackish rivers. Wherever, I mean, we just bike to go fish. Don't take like fishing trips yet at this point. We do it more just for I want the it's not necessarily for the sport as it is just for getting fish to eat and having a good time with boys. So we eat everything. Everything we're able to, we pull out of the ocean, we eat. I broke through VWAP. GME though. Yeah, see on where did I read that? Silent Yachts basically started their production and yeah, their factory or whatever in Italy. It's like 5 acres. So they should start cranking them out. They're starting with the 60 foot, I think. And then the next one they're going to do is the 3-level 65 or something. Dude, this relative strength on GME is... I wonder if it's a sign of a big move to come. I mean, any little green candle and boop. Even this breakthrough VWAP, GME wicked it. Apron's moving up. Buy's coming down. Apron almost a new high. Look how smooth this trading is today though on SPY. There's a new high on Apron. Not a lot of noise. Yeah. I mean, this has got pretty much free reign to go. So it fills that gap at $2. And look how it's so different from BBBY. Is AMC showing? Yeah, showing similar strength. This guy.
That's the genesis of this whole network, was the Swim Lessons podcast that we used to do. Sean, welcome to the show. Sean, big week for data last week, big week for high-profile earnings, a bit less this week, but we get Jerome Powell speaking tomorrow morning, Sean. There's a lot going on in a week that may not have the top-tier economic data. Actually, it's very light. May not have the top-tier earnings. Still a lot going on here, Sean.
So one thing I think is, if you look at what I think are like the back and forth, the two forces here. One, the headwind of the Fed wanting to tighten policy. That's going to be a big one. But then the force that's acting against that is actually China going full bore on their reopening. That's going to be interesting to watch if that demand increase, which has shown up in
little inverse head and shoulders here on the 5 minute on SPY.
Southeast Asia region. We talked about new orders, everything getting fired back up again because of China. You actually had Germany come out with some factory order data last night that showed that it came in a little bit hotter than was expected. So the question is China maybe going to drag demand higher, which would work against what the Fed's trying to do? I think it's going to be interesting. If you want something that you can maybe look at this week, it's not usually a popular data point, but something I'm going to keep an eye on. Tomorrow we get import and export data. Going to want to see where the strength or weakness is in some of that data. And then this Friday, we actually get some consumer sentiment.
Consumer sentiment.
Those are going to be two big things. So I know Powell is definitely going to get top billing this week. We still have some earnings that I think are going to be interesting, but certainly the import-export data and the consumer sentiment data is going to be something to
Couple comments on your comments. Number one, Jerome Powell speaks at the Economic Club of Washington tomorrow. Then when you talk about import-export, that's trade deficit, right? If we have a shrinking trade deficit, means we're trading more with other countries. That could raise our GDP. Then consumer sentiment, obviously, that's a big one. Probably the top economic data point of the week is consumer sentiment. That's not till Friday, but this is a relatively weak look at economic data this week. Not a lot of top tier, not a lot of top tier earnings, though we do get some good names that we can look at. Uber and Lyft. We get a lot of food, Chipotle, Yum Brands, Wendy's. We do get some good names. Some of the names we'll look at today, Activision and Pinterest.
GME, dude,
ad
what
spending,
the heck?
such a big part of that. So we have a lot to look at. But first, now let's go live to the New York Stock Exchange and bring in Caroline Woods. What she's going to do, she's going to set the table for us this week. Caroline, I know we have Tyson earnings, but in general, what are you seeing at the New York Stock Exchange? What are you hearing going on with the markets?
Hey there, Kev. Well, we'll talk about Tyson in just a second. Yeah. That's obviously a big loser today, but we're seeing, some red arrows across the board. Not hugely surprising to see some consolidation after the big run-up that we saw. It's obviously continuation of Friday. There's the big talk is, who has it right, the Fed or the markets? And most people I talk to think that the Fed is going to continue hiking rates and might disappoint this market. That being said, seems like for the most part, the strategists I talk to say, it's still a good time to invest. They're definitely a bit more defensive than some of the action that we've seen so far in 2023. A lot of those more speculative names, a lot of the growth stocks, I'm hearing more safe bet kind of calls. Bonds are back, but
bonds are back, baby.
Not a ton of excitement going on here today.
APRN.
Just kind of business as usual.
28%.
Caroline, if you're hearing this week, is it the expectation that the Fed is going to keep hiking? Are you hearing anything about the pause or the potential for a rate cut? Anyone out there say anything about that?
Respective VWAP, SPY.
No one has said that they think
making
the Fed,
maybe invert head and shoulders here.
Deutsche Bank a couple weeks ago did say they could see a cut as soon as the end of this year. But that's because they're forecasting a recession. So it's kind of that, damned if you do, damned if you don't, because if we're heading into a recession, that obviously wouldn't be good news for this market. But more and more, I'm hearing that people think we actually will be able to avoid a recession, that so-called soft landing is still very much in the works.
I'm allergic to chasing things, so
until 2024
I do my best not to.
2025. So
yeah, this one just kept going.
The pause could come.
I traded like back here when I IPO'd.
25 basis point cuts.
Did some
so
of that
we've
trading.
already had the one, so there'd be two more or one more. And, not so much about a pivot, though. It's all about, a pause, but still with a Fed funds rate at least at 5%, potentially a little bit more if the economic data continues to be strong.
Caroline, there's a lot of speculation going on, as you know, on both sides. That's how we get a market. And all I know is I look where yields were right before the number came out Friday. They were significantly lower, about 3.38. The dollar was about 101.48. If you want to connect dots to some weakness in the market, Caroline, it's probably good to look right there when you get so much information. But Caroline Woods, we always appreciate having you on, as always. Thank you for coming.
We didn't even get to talk about Tyson.
Oh,
Cap.
well, go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I buried the lead. Go ahead.
I know you call them second tier. You're poo-pooing on some of these names. Well, Tyson is a big mover today because of earnings. So let's talk about it. Shares down over 5% because of a top and bottom line miss. EPS of 85 cents, far below the year-ago period, and also short of expectations on revenue. That rose 2.5% to $13.26 billion, but still fell short of estimates. Tyson saw a drop in revenue in both its beef and pork segments in the quarter. Increased supplies of beef and pork reduced demand for chicken. So what did they have to do? They had to lower prices. So in order to sell that chicken, so chicken prices rose 7%, but that was less than expected. Beef prices fell 8.5%, which of course pressured profits. Pork saw prices rise a little bit more than 1%. So as such, operating margins for pork and beef fell substantially. Tyson's CEO, Donnie King, said, "We faced some challenges in the first quarter. Market dynamics and some operational inefficiencies impacted our profitability. We expect to improve our performance through the back half of fiscal 2023. So that being said, they actually held their outlook firm. Sales in the range of $55 billion to $57 billion, which actually would have been better than consensus if it comes in at the high end of that range.
It's going to make that price target by today.
Efficiency efforts are expected to provide $1 billion in savings by the end of fiscal 2024. So another company focused on
trying to fill this gap right now.
And cost savings.
I guess it's got a little resistance before it starts filling it.
Today, down about 31% over the past year. And I will say, you know, on the earnings call, I was going through the transcripts looking for talk about recession, the macro environment, and one thing that they said is people are going to continue to eat protein. They may cut back on other things, but food is not one of them, hence why they're likely keeping that sales guidance for the year firm.
Caroline, that's so true. How is it possible that protein is not more popular than it's ever been? And the real question is this a price issue? Is this inflation? Remember, food has been a sticky part of the CPI in terms of prices not coming down yet.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it, and I think that inflationary pressures
today,
is why
UNG
Tyson
won't hit an all-time low again.
Pretty tough quarter, and obviously some operational issues that they had. You know, expecting beef to actually see reduced demand or actually reduced supply, and they actually had it. So I think there was a lot at play there. But no, price obviously very key for
I didn't see that.
Tyson.
Actually came out and said it was not true.
Going forward, but they say they're well positioned to meet consumer demand, and they say it remains steady despite this challenging economic environment. With
looks like that might be actually an inverted head and shoulders playing out.
And now, Caroline Woods, we can say goodbye to Caroline Woods live from the New York Stock Exchange.
I'll let me go now.
Yes, I appreciate you helping me on that point. Caroline, have a great day. Thanks for coming on, as always. All right, now back to Sean Cruz and I. Sean, you know, that's kind of an interesting conversation that a company like Tyson Foods, you would think with the popularity of protein that they'd be firing on all cylinders, and it's the exact opposite. I don't
see that article yet.
Significantly, but getting back to the macro data and what I mentioned to Caroline about what the U.S. dollar has done since the number came out on Friday, what yields have done since the number came out on Friday. More high-profile jobs from Dell Computer.
It's crazy because, like,
but Sean, how Jerome Powell
even the articles themselves that said he's taking a stake, even in there they were quoting Nordstrom saying we haven't heard from him in years. Like, those were the articles supposedly that were talking about Ryan Cohen's stake in Nordstrom's and how he's moving the board around and doing all this stuff. I was like, and it didn't look like they were written by a bot. Crypto exchange Binance is temporarily suspending US dollar bank transfers starting on February 8th. Better get your money out of Binance. Russia says it's investigating alleged Ukrainian use of chemical weapons. They made it up, yeah. Well, it wasn't even like they were literally conflicting in their own article with what they were saying. Didn't make sense. GME with the actual red candle there. Snaps up 8%.
Cut. He really, that's one thing he was firm about. But Sean, here's my question. Jerome Powell, he doesn't, his mandate is employment and inflation, right? And he does a great job. They try to lure him into politics. They you know, when he's on Capitol Hill sometimes, and he stays away from it. He stays away from commenting on
GNS
any
up
part of the market
5%.
other than what is in his purview, right? I think he does a great job of that. But because he doesn't do that, they think, like you said, they interpret it as dovish. That is not the right way to interpret his words, correct?
It's kind of funny. A lot of, not just Powell, but previous Fed chairs have always said we can only do so much on the monetary side. We need some help on the fiscal side. And then they got more than they asked for. And now he's saying, please, no more help on the fiscal side.
Exactly.
You can help us by not doing anything else.
On a little discount today, down 8%.
I think that is really his point is they're going to keep watching the incoming data. I think the other thing is
it did hit right at that resistance, though.
Some areas of inflation, and I think another underappreciated thing is some of the stuff that maybe is a little bit easier, and it's a first-order impact of higher rates. That has come down. That has helped a little bit. Housing,
right?
You look at vehicles.
Used car prices
is actually coming down a little bit here.
Now are starting to come down. New vehicles staying pretty solid though, but used car prices
is coming down below VWAP.
There's some other areas that they're pointing
BBBY
at.
is holding up.
They're actually looking at like the core prices.
Food. Yeah. Housing. Right. Rents.
Rents, and some of those things. And the rents is such a hard thing to get a
because they don't do it every month or every week.
They don't, and they just ask you, hey, if you were going to rent your house out, what would you rent it for?
Right.
There's no actual data.
Very tricky to get accurate data on that.
You're probably going to get a better reading on what people's mortgage payments are doing than what their, my mortgage.
GME is actually coming down here a little bit with the SPY.
But I think it's
very minor still.
There's some areas that
still up 3%.
Initially were easy to get down, but now there's going to be some areas that I think are going to be a little bit more difficult. And I think that's where people might be missing things is they're taking that CPI data that we've gotten and some of the encouraging direction we've gotten out of that, and they're just assuming, well, here we go, we're going to just extrapolate that out, and that'll just be the trend moving forward. Maybe not so fast. You might have gotten that first layer of froth off, but now some of the other stuff's going to be a little bit more stubborn.
And I mentioned that talking to Oliver Rinick on Friday. I go, the first move in inflation is easier. It gets trickier now. Things get a little stickier. There's parts of the economy like food and lodging and these things that aren't coming down as quickly.
Green
and
back
that
up.
might be, where does inflation plateau? Where does it get real stubborn? That's what I think we're about to find out this year. All right, let's take our first break of the day. Come back with George Tillis, who's going to talk about Activision Blizzard, our first trade of the day. Take a quick 2-minute break.
The breaks are fast. So I found some of the articles about the Silent 60. So first Silent 60 launched in Fano by Silent Yachts, that's in Italy. Silent Yachts has launched the very first solar electric catamaran Silent 60, its own shipyard in Fano, Italy. So there's other like solar powered yachts. Silent Yachts I think was one of the early ones, and they have the most media around them. And they're maybe ramping up to do the most volume, at least at this point. We're happy that our Italian shipyard performs really well. It was the right decision to purchase and develop it in a way that is in line with our corporate long-term strategy, said Michael Kohler, founder and CEO of Silent Yachts. Look at them trailering this thing. That's crazy. The first Silent 60 has 4 guest cabins on the lower deck. The series allows up to 6 cabins, 1 crew cabin, including a spacious master suite in the bow. There are numerous social areas on board, including an airy main salon, an aft cockpit, a cozy bow area, and a flybridge. Thanks to a draft of under 1 meter, the Silent 60 can access shallow bays, a crucial consideration for cruising grounds in the Caribbean and Southeast Asia. 2 swimming platforms in the stern can be extended on owner's request to carry a pair of electric jet skis. The lifting hydraulic platform between the two platforms can carry a 4-meter tender, and they're going to make their own actually electric tender. The Silent Yachts catamaran are built to last, and they are reliable ocean-going vessels, says Michael Collar. They require virtually no maintenance, especially compared to yachts with traditional combustion engines. In addition, warranties for batteries and solar panels are for 8 and 25 years, respectively. Recently launched Silent 60 is equipped with two times 250 kilowatt engines for the maximum speed of 14 knots. The catamaran carries 42 solar panels for 16 kilowatt power of solar energy to power 2 electric motors of 250 kilowatts. Backed up by a battery capacity of up to 210 kilowatt hours, she'll be able to cruise efficiently with zero emissions solely on solar power for up to 100 nautical miles a day for weeks. So I'm still trying to figure out what he actually means by that, because yeah. Silent Yachts is producing the world's first fully solar sustainable ocean-going production catamaran yachts. They are powered exclusively by solar energy, capable of cruising up to 100 miles per day. In 2009, founders Heike and Michael Kohler, who have spent 6,000 days cruising more than 75,000 miles all around the world, launched the Solar Wave. Yeah, this is before solar yachts. For weeks, but they have generators on board to basically just charge up the batteries. So this has got to be including that, I'm assuming. So with the fuel capacity you have for the generators, you can travel 100 miles a day for weeks, not just on the sun. Because on the sun, I've seen reviews on this thing, and yeah, if you're maybe not using any auxiliary stuff, you know, any AC, any fans, any lights, no fridge, you know, no water pumps, anything like that, then you could go further. But I think it was with using some of the amenities, I think they were doing like 2 knots just on solar. So that's with like full sun. Spy's coming down here. How in the world did I pick a day where GME goes up and Spy goes down? That's crazy. I went short on this and closed my short on here. I mean, I wanted to trade this, but I guess I could have done small ones. That's good. I'll sit. Find the yacht transport boats. You want me to deliver yachts? All right, all right. Yeah, I saw your post about the big boat carrying yachts. Look at birds. Speaking of good investments, Moon Pirate. GME open above 23. Let's see. No, 21.94 opened at. We're up 3.5%. It opened basically at the lows. And then little rally, dip back, double test, double bottom. Now rallying once more.
But on a forward basis, they're expected to grow their top line
telling you, it's a good price now. You can buy in now. Have a way better cost basis than anyone you know.
Expected to increase on a forward basis.
I mean, that means
considering
something.
The stock is only trading around 25 times earnings. Again, with EBITDA growth now expected in
it's
the
about to explode.
well on a forward basis.
NASDAQ recompliance, reverse split, anything like that.
Again,
you might be looking at another
we see today.
MSGM.
George, I mean, here's something to add to the story. This is Berkshire Hathaway's #2 largest tech holding in this company. They used to own about 9.5%. Now they own about 7.7% of this company. And this takeover is
volume moving up. Look at this.
A share. This stock currently trades $72. Now, Microsoft has been through this before, correct? They know how to navigate antitrust and talking to the FTC and these others. So, is this stock at a discount? Now, we don't get to give opinions. That's not under our purview. But George, if you think about Berkshire Hathaway seems committed to, this might be a valuable company, George, even without the takeover, I guess is what I'm saying.
Exactly. Yeah, absolutely right. I think so. And if you consider the balance sheet as well.
Are you talking about BBY?
They obviously know a thing or two, if you ask me. And of course, their portfolio speaks for
they're
themselves.
Talking about Activision.
But the position of cash that Activision has $11 billion on the balance sheet.
Legal to kill woodpeckers.
Effectively, $69 billion of that acquisition.
It's illegal in Mexico to kill woodpeckers?
Cash and $11 billion, like I said, for Activision's balance sheet.
You're talking about
and the company itself is very profitable.
I know it's had a challenging
year, and it also had a challenging last quarter. But its net income margin is still over 20 to 24%, somewhere in that range. And its forward multiple is trading around 25 times. So it's only trading basically at 1 times its net profit margin. And that's, again, considered, if you will, pretty deep value for a company that's also growing considerably as well. If they're expecting double-digit growth in revenue and in EBITDA, that puts it in the growth camp. And so, again, this is what I think Berkshire is seeing. They see value in the company itself despite the acquisition. Of course, the acquisition would be great because it would be at a premium to the current price. But nonetheless, it looks like a solid company on its own.
Yeah, they announced this deal on January 18th. That was after the long Martin Luther King weekend. January 14th, they closed at $65 with Call of Duty and Candy Crush.
AI up 7% still.
Franchises in all of video games. This is an interesting deal, and it's not necessarily over yet, George. But thanks as always, George, for coming on the show. Good to see you as always. Yeah, have a great day, George.
You too.
All right, Sean, back to you. Your views on 2 things. Number 1, the proposed merger, and number 2, Activision as its own standalone company, Sean.
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing is you have to think about catalysts and time frames of when they can actually occur. I think if we were going to hear anything was imminent in terms of this deal going through or not going through, we probably would have gotten a bigger hint after the Microsoft earnings call.
Microsoft really didn't give any concrete update to
not
this.
Too much, and they may want to not rock the boat too much when they're trying to get everything to go through the way they want it to. But I think if you're looking at it from the standpoint of where is the stock traded at, where is it at, it's down a little over 3% going into that earnings event today, which is always something you should take note of when a stock's making a pretty sizable move like this ahead of that event. So the next step is just go through, look at price levels, start looking at what the implied volatility picture is looking like. And I mean, certainly if you take a look at the skew in the vol, 90% this week, and then you start dropping off pretty dramatically. Next week it's down to 60, then it gets down to 50, and pretty quick you're down to that 40%
BBBY getting squeezy
vol range, which is about 50% below where it's at right now. So I think you see that sort of disparity. It's something where you just want to go investigate a little bit more and see if there's some opportunity.
A little poppy there.
Oh, now, it's important to know this is not a recommendation of this takeover or any part of this company. But if you think about this, right where the stock trades right now, $72 and change.
BBIG moving up.
$95.
Almost a new high on the day.
Buy this stock now. The return would be 31.9%.
BBBY also moving up here.
I think that's why you're seeing people are seeing value.
GME never came down, so
even if it doesn't have a takeover, right? It was $65 the day before. Now it's $72. There's a lot going on here, but the Berkshire Hathaway position in this company is massive, right? It's their number 2 tech holding, and so this is something that's going to play out over the next weeks and months. But some of these groups are powerful. I remember when I was trading GE, there was a time when GE was trying to buy Honeywell in like 2000.
It is kind of funny, especially that professor guy talking about Warzone.
Came out and put the kibosh on it. Jack Welch was all in trying to buy Honeywell, and think about how that would have changed the whole history. But I know that these regulatory agencies are powerful, and they can really put pressure on. So this deal is nowhere near.
Yeah, you closed an hour ago.
You have a trade force, and
look, that was the high. So it did mark reversal of sorts.
I kind of
marked the high.
Back
and
forth
right when
around
Europe
a few
closed.
Different setups that are kind of jumping out here, but they're going to start with one that is fairly straightforward in that we've seen it before. It's not skewed or anything in any major way. Just looking at a traditional diagonal.
Europe does cause all their crazy spikes in volatility.
So I talked about the implied vol here in this front month, up around 90%. So I was looking at that market maker move as well, which is right around a little over.
I know
$5.
BY was looking squeezy.
The stock's moved around since this morning, but you could look at just say selling that 65 put that expires this week. So the implied vol on that put in and of itself is 95%. Now, in case you are wrong, in case there's something crazy comes out of this,
You don't like his
you
trades?
can actually go out and define your risk. So you can look at, say, the March 17th. That's where I was talking about where the vol is down around the 40% or so.
Right, and just to count, that's 5 weeks from now is the put that you're buying.
It's 5 weeks.
There's
weeklies,
BBBY moved up a
between
little
now and
bit.
then. So by the 60 though, so we're not doing a traditional time spread or calendar where you're buying and selling the same strike. You're buying the 60, so you're putting a little bit of a skew on it in that you're buying the lower price put. It'll give you a little bit of a different look on the risk profile here. The thing to focus on, and so you say, well, what is my ideal outcome after this?
Sure.
You would want it to potentially do nothing, or even a little bit of a pullback towards that 65 level is actually an ideal spot on the risk graph.
You see that by that peak on the profit graph there around $65, right? That's where the 60 puts would gain value, right, a month out, but the 65 puts due to expire this Friday would go to zero.
They would, and I think that is the key there is the vol's going to come out of that front month, presumably. It typically does. We've seen it happen where it doesn't. It's like McDonald's a few years ago.
Well, the risk on this trade is a move before Friday down towards $60.
Yeah, the volume stayed pretty consistent on GME. It's not at high,
There's
but
the risk on this trade. That's
today's
why you
volume
see
will
that
be
graph. But remember,
pretty good.
that graph is only till Friday.
And you're
Probably like
not
Fridays.
paying a lot. I can't see exactly.
You're paying zero. It's actually the short put and the long put are trading the exact same price a month of 5 weeks apart.
Yeah, and don't confuse that with there's no risk.
Right.
But what it's saying is, if this
that's
spread
true. There's a lot of
collapses or whatever that
a lot of
might
open
be,
interest at 3.5. At $4, wow.
Yes. You didn't pay anything to open it, so this
thing still has a gamma ramp.
Down below
Crazy.
65. But let's say it goes to 64. You're still near that short strike, and now you
Both
can start
ways.
rolling.
And down
week
here,
to
it's got to
week
get
to
low
week
though.
if you want
Below
to.
2.
You have a lot of potential.
I'll show you,
of
Sean.
action,
That's a great question. There's the profit
There's
graph
a lot
at
of open interest on puts
$64
below
on the
too.
nose, and you're profitable on this trade because the 65 puts would go to $1, right? That's on Friday, but the 60 puts would gain money as well. And so this is the interesting part of this trade. This gives you the opportunity to be slightly wrong. You don't have to be perfect, but
12:30,
as we learned last
happen.
week with Meta, the calendar spreads, diagonals, you want it to go towards that strike, and the further away you get from that strike, the less profitable this trade is. On the upside, obviously, it's zero, but on the downside, you have that risk because this is a diagonal, but it's a short diagonal. The embedded vertical that's in the spread is a short vertical, so you do have risk on the downside.
And it is going to be, you're going to want to keep an eye on it and try and get an idea of what you could potentially roll for.
Right.
You want to try and roll for credits.
Yeah, SPY's moving back up a little bit.
That would actually lower your overall risk.
Still in the parameters of it. Invert head and shoulders, I'd say.
You could get it down to 65.
But it's only 5-minute candles.
And potentially be in an opportunity to say, you know what, I don't have a real good feel for this anymore. I'm pulling the ripcord and I'm getting out of this. And still be able to potentially
Dude, look at these last 3 days.
A credit on closing that out. It really just depends on
how the popping
implied vol and underlying price, sort of how that picture develops going through the week. I mean, it'll be interesting to take a look and see where this is at tomorrow.
Talking about a diagonal spread from
Five
the short
moving up,
side, we
getting
don't
squeezed.
do it that often on this trade, on this show, but it's a
Time for the
nice
gap
way
fill.
to look at the other side of a diagonal. All right, Sean Cruz is going to stick around with us for the rest of the show. We appreciate that.
Not sure how the market's
going
gonna
to our second break of the
price
day
in a Powell
and
move.
come back
It's
with
gonna
Landon Swan
stay
in our
flat or
hashtag segment. Take a quick
do
break.
what?
Come back with more fast.
Pretty
Markets.
scared this morning though. I mean, that was a pretty big gap down at one point. 0.8%. So that might continue into tomorrow. I'm gonna look for a nice high short entry. Yeah, I think this might be a little inverted head and shoulders. I could see that gap filling today. 412. Engaged. I heard Citadel was on fire, so I bought more. Wall Street bets with a GME post. GME wants a new high on the day. It looks like it. If it rejects that 24, that'd be set up for a big week if GME doesn't reject this resistance. Uh-oh. That was the level, wasn't it? Getting rid of the line. It's pretty funny. Live view of Apple, Amazon, and Google earnings report. AMC's up there also. Yep. Phase 6.8%. Do it, phase. You can do it. Interest.
And use these ads in a way that actually benefits the user, which is unheard of, right? Normally it's so intrusive, but this is actually a way that ads actually help the user. So you can see here that people talking about discovering new brands through Pinterest is up 29% year over year. By the way, their ad revenue is up about 35% on a year over year basis. So this tracks. I mean, this is exactly what was happening here. People are discovering new brands, which is basically they didn't know about something. That's Pinterest putting that in front of them. Pinterest getting paid. It's a win-win-win. So the ads are being optimized. They're better for the users, better for the advertisers. They've got this part nailed. They're actually better at this, at growing ad revenue, than they are at growing users. So their ad revenue, as I talked about, is about a plus 35% year over year on a compounded annual growth rate. Their users are growing at 11%. So they're doing better at monetizing the user.
Moving up past that 410.
Not as well at getting new users.
And with GME, woke up a little bit there.
The surge. The green line is people saying basically, I'm becoming a new user of Pinterest. You know, there's hundreds of ways that they can say
BBBY.
that. We call that purchase intent. But nice surge on COVID. The stock
15%.
followed. You know, sky's the limit to the moon, and then sort of reality set in. That the new user growth went back to this slower growth. It's still like plus 8% year over year, but it's still a lot slower than I think a lot of investors want to see. So, you know, I guess the recap of this is that, we've got a company that knows how to monetize. They're growing, but not as fast as investors want to see. And if you look at the stock, they're pretty high right now. I mean, before they reported earnings last quarter, they were at around 22. They gapped up on that. They did really well. I think it was plus 12%. They've run up to now around 28, pulled back a little with the markets, but they're still pretty high on their total trend line. You can actually see how well they did last quarter when you compare it to their competition. Snapchat was down 30%, Meta was down 24%, they were up 12%. So when you look at the stock, I think expectations just a bit high right now, and I think that investors are going to be a little turned off by the slowing of growth, but long term, love this company, love the way they execute on ads.
Yeah, Phil, come in.
If they do sell off, or if it sells off with the market on just average growth, then I think that's a great time to pick up shares, but I'm not playing it bullish going into earnings.
Yeah, and Landon, are you looking at this as more the risk?
New high on GME, there it is, high on the day.
They come out and they can't hit their growth targets, or do you see the bigger risk maybe being in advertising budgets just in general getting cut as companies start to tighten things up? Is there one area of risk you're really focused on?
For me, I think it's the user growth, honestly. I mean, I think that of all the companies that are going to be affected by ad spend decreasing, I think Pinterest is probably going to be the one least affected because they're so good at what they do. I think it's definitely a concern, and we've seen what's happened with some of these companies over the last week or two, but that's priced in, and so I think the expectations are pretty low there. I think that they can beat on expectations when it comes to ad spend, and I think that they're more likely to disappoint on expectation when it comes to user growth. So there's going to be a little, if I had to predict, I mean, I'm not trying to 100% call my shot and get into their earnings report, but if I had to predict, that's what I would see coming, and I just fear that with stock being up so much recently, that investors could be a little turned off by the slower than average user growth. Maybe it sells off, maybe the market pulls back a little bit, and if so, I think that's a good time to pick up shares on a more long-term basis.
Yeah, Landon, I think you're betting on, if you're looking at a stock like Pinterest, number one, you're looking at a stock that sold off from $89 to $16, now sits right around here. This is a name, if digital ad spend does pick up, it's one of those questions. Is it an Amazon that got weak after earnings, or is it a Meta that got incredibly strong after earnings and showed that they were taking care of all these problems? This is going to be a really interesting playoff. So the last question I have for you, is Pinterest a Meta stock move, or is it a Amazon stock move?
Oh, geez, that's tough. I mean, that's tough. I honestly think that I think they're going to move with the markets, and I'd be surprised if it was a huge move. I mean, we've got our earnings score on it is +5, which is disappointing. We want to see a big number, right? Either big or small. We like to play it directionally, but we're only +5 out of 100, so we don't really have it going a big move here. But I do think that just the way that they have executed so well on the ad side of things, I think they're insulated is the wrong word. They're not insulated from that threat. It's going to affect them, but it's going to affect them less than everyone else. I think their main issue is they've got to get their user growth numbers up, and we don't see it happening this quarter. We don't see them coming out and saying, hey, users growth is up significantly and investors flock to the stock. I just don't see that happening based on everything that we're seeing. They've got trends supporting them. Shoppable content's up, deal discovery's up, personalization is up. Everything is working in their favor when it comes to how their platform is designed. They're just not getting the huge user growth that we've seen, like in March and April of 2020 when everyone was stuck inside. That's what investors want to see. I think that they've got their expectations maybe a little too high, and they're a little more realistic now. There's not going to be another COVID surge like that, but I think that they got to have really strong user growth in order to get investors flocking to the stock, and I just don't see it on this report.
Landon, we appreciate you coming on as always and bringing the Likefolio data to Fast Market. Have a great day. Thanks for coming on, Landon.
Thanks, guys. Happy Monday.
Thanks.
All right, Sean. Now, when you look at a name like Pinterest, and you, full disclosure, you told me you have actually used Pinterest for some of your presentations. That's pretty interesting. So how do you see a company like this? I'll ask you. Remember, we're not allowed to really say opinions on things or anything like that, but is this going to be more like a Meta, or is it going to be like an Amazon? Both rely on digital ad spend like Pinterest does.
They do, and I think it's interesting
This
when,
chart is not looking
when
good.
you think about these companies, why we really care about them. It's because we want to see their ability, for whatever reason, for, hey, advertise with me because my data's better, my customer, the people you can get in front of are more likely to actually do something. Whatever that is, your value proposition at the end of the day that drives that revenue number is, here's why you should pay me. And it's either
I closed it.
huge basic
Took a
users,
loss. I
or
don't like it.
I don't have a huge base of users, but the users I do have, they'll come buy your stuff.
And you know, right now there's some Pinterest salesmen out there giving that exact presentation to advertisers, right? Here's why you should bring your advertising dollars to this platform. I'm sure that's actually happening. All right, from a trade perspective though,
These
when
candles.
I was looking for a trade in Pinterest today, I looked at a longer term trade, something in the butterfly family if you
BBBY
wanted to
looks
play
like it
to the
wants to
upside,
make
but
a new
then
high.
something jumped out at me. Look at the 1 week calendar spreads in Pinterest. And in this case, I did the 1 week, remember, February 10th, February 17th, the 31 call vertical or call calendar and the 24 put calendar, both in line with the expected move, at or near in line with the expected move. The 31 call calendar was trading 10 cents when I started looking at it. 10 or 11 cents. The put vertical is trading about 13 or 14 cents when I looked at it. So what does that mean? Well, you can play these names for a very low net debit to enter these trades. Does that mean you'll be successful? No, it doesn't guarantee anything, but at least you have a small amount of capital at risk when you're making a play like this, be it either bullish or bearish. Sean, your thoughts about these trades and final thoughts here on Pinterest.
I think so. One thing I'll give you a compliment. Don't get too used to it. You're very good at looking at individual spreads that we talk about a lot, and then finding ways to combine them to get that desired risk profile, the Greek
right,
profile.
Because we don't know what direction it's going. It can go either direction.
Absolutely.
This is the double calendar. Obviously, you could do one or the other. Go ahead.
Yeah, you could. You do one or the other. We've done it where we've done a calendar and overlaid a vertical on it. But I think one thing here about this race, you have sort of those two peaks, and you like to be in a position.
It's kind of coming down there.
A little of a better thought is, I'm okay with a big move in either direction.
In either direction.
Not many people.
You're not praying for one move.
Most people. Go ask anybody else you know that trades or any other.
Might be.
If
it gets
Pinterest,
some M&A, could be something crazy.
I'm short.
Right.
I need to go higher. I need to go up, or I don't. But saying I just needed to move one way or another in one direction towards one of these price levels, not nail it right on.
I mean, it's not
but
going to be
get
because it's never Ryan Cohen, but
level, those are
maybe if he's
it's a little bit of a different
getting back into
mentality.
it.
You're really taking advantage of really the full flexibility that options can give you.
As far as price, though, yeah, it could squeeze, I imagine.
Strictly risk standpoint, like you see up there, but also if you look at the price slices section, you can see the Greeks. You also can start tailoring your Greek exposure as well.
Remember, you can move the strike prices around.
I mean, did you buy back in because you took profits when it was up there, didn't you?
But this spread, the double calendar gives you the opportunity, the chance to be successful in either direction. All right, great comment, Sean. Thank you very much. Now let's take our final break of the show and come back with our last trade, which is Royal Caribbean. We'll trade some cruise lines. They have a great story.
There it goes. What's GME doing? BBY's definitely woken up. Yeah, I remember that ace. I remember. I was wondering what Moon did because I know he had a pretty good low cost basis, and I'm pretty sure he said he sold for a profit. Wonder if he got back in. Say no to FOMO. Sold half. Oh, made it free. Nice. SEC commercial was right. That's right. Say no to FOMO. Nailed it. New high on BBY, high of the day. 18%. going. 19%. GME is also moving up. 4.25%. BBBY. Pretty strong break through that high. Let's see, it's got 370 here. There's 20%. Yeah, I might chase. I might do cash card puts again on it. That Liechtenstein.
The SPX back down below 4,100, and basically not the start to the week the bulls wanted. Continuation of the pattern we saw Friday. Some of the selling as investors come to grips with a stronger than expected jobs report that sent the NASDAQ today down to 12,411. You've got the Dow I saw bottoming out around 33,683, and I mentioned the Russell. There you can see it's the leader to the downside percentage-wise, losing over 1%, and back down below 2,000 to 1955. Now, again, investors coming to grips with that strong jobs report and just really what that means in terms of the Fed and some of the anticipated rate hikes. We also have a busy week in terms of earnings and eco data. And in terms of the latter of the three, those focal points, not much as far as big numbers this week, but consumer sentiment Friday. I think the probably more closely watched number after everything that's been playing out recently will be those jobless numbers on Thursday. And then in terms of earnings, a couple names to keep an eye on as well. Disney, I think, really kind of highlights the week, but definitely some tech names that we'll be watching throughout the week as well. And then, yeah, just kind of waiting to hear from Fed Chair Jerome Powell this week. We'll have a couple individual regional
50.
Fed speakers, which I think is going to be important.
I see 36, but thanks, guys. 36 likes is still
because they were kind of coming off somewhat dovish headed into the jobs report, and I guess I'm wondering if they'll be a little bit more hawkish after that really strong number.
Yeah, Ben, the speculation now coming up with Jerome Powell speaking at the
3670
Economic
on
Club of
BBY.
Washington, D.C. tomorrow, that he was too dovish. So is he going to come out and trying to right that ship and get the, certainly the 10-year yield is telling you that. Certainly the U.S. dollar is telling you that, Ben. But obviously, I think this market is waiting or bracing themselves for Jerome Powell tomorrow morning.
Yeah, look at the dollar and what it's telling us, and I'd agree with you. From 168 last week back up to 103.61 right now. You can see we're just below 104. And, it's funny, Kevin, because, well, in addition to rates firming up last week, the narrative for the dollar really shifted from a euro focus, the yen, the British pound, as we saw central bank activity in Europe, an aggressive approach still versus what we saw from the Fed, right? They raised 25 basis points here in the U.S., but yet the BOE and the ECB both raised 50 basis points. So, again, a bit more aggressive approach towards bringing inflation down to that targeted 2% level. And we saw that with the foreign currencies
settling
firming
back
up
down a
that
little
weight
bit
on the dollar, but now with stocks selling off and some of the geopolitical tensions that came about over the weekend, we're seeing the dollar start to firm back up. Keep an eye on that. It's also tied to rates. The 10-year back from 3.3 to 3.6, and I saw the 2-year almost 50 basis points above the lows that we saw last week. With the dollar on the move higher, we've got quite the ripple effect, right? Gold from 1975 back to 1875, and definitely something to keep an eye on here as this plays out, especially if stocks continue to weaken and the dollar continues to firm.
Thank you to Ben Liechtenstein, host of the Future Show with Ben Liechtenstein on the TD Ameritrade Network. Make sure you check him out in the morning. Ben, thanks for coming on as always. Now, Sean, our third and final name of the day, and that's Royal Caribbean. Now, this company has a pretty good story, if you know, Sean. I mean, they current bookings, how about this stat?
He's not one to break that, just wicking above the 410.
Above 2019 levels. And they said, here's the other stat. Bookings
probably will, though,
between the second quarter of 2022 and the third quarter. This is a company with some momentum on the upside here,
Above
Sean.
VWAP's got a bullish
I think,
MACD.
everyone is
Green over that 9.
Go through different phases for any any company out there, and especially in the past few years, we certainly have. But at one point there was, is there going to be bankruptcies? Is there going to have to be consolidation? What's going to happen here? I mean, you got down to some incredibly low levels. I think now we've moved on from are they going to be bankrupt, and now we are focusing more on when can we see improvement in cash flow, earnings, whatever that might be. But strong demand.
Pretty big rejection there now.
That makes the job a lot easier. If you have a pretty solid customer base.
Yeah, they have demand for their product, and now they've got new boats coming out. I mean, I'm looking the
new
Wonder
boats.
of the Seas,
That's
the
so
Symphony of the
enthusiastic.
Seas, the Silver Nova. That's an eco-friendly boat, and then the Icon of the Seas, the world's largest ship, is coming on.
An eco-friendly boat, like no AC on it.
This company's not resting and just hoping to get healthy. They're coming out with new ships. They've now got 64 ships.
It doesn't go anywhere. It's just parked.
Sean.
It's. I mean, people are out there doing it.
People love cruises.
I actually do want to go on that new Royal Caribbean.
Sean.
What the heck? Look at that restaurant goes up and down.
Different port every day.
Not seen that before.
It's self-contained. You've got a restaurant down that hall. You've got a health club, a spa down that hall. You've got a bar. Basically everywhere on these boats. The people that like cruises
This guy is
really
the
like cruises.
polar opposite of this guy.
Huh?
You getting paid?
No, but I should.
Yeah.
But someone get on the phone with them.
Yeah. They got an advertising guy right here. I mean, I've never been on one. I have no desire to go on one. But they got
Bad call.
They've got casinos on there. Maybe
yes.
I'm a little more.
Did I mention casinos? Yes, they have casinos.
Yeah, you can't leave that part out. But I think it's going to move into efficiency. Can they manage costs?
Yes.
There's a lot of commodities that go.
They've got to get profitable again and get these balance sheets more healthy.
But the first step to that is stabilizing underlying demand. Some of the demand metrics you're seeing, at least from bookings, that's an encouraging sign.
Now, GME is actually coming down some
keep an eye
with
on
that
the
SPY move.
cruise lines, because some companies will execute better than others.
Yeah, let's get to the trade real quick here, Sean. So what I did, even though I am a fan of the cruise line industry, this stock has run a long way. It's overbought on the RSI. The current level on the RSI is, let's see, about a 72, almost a 73 on the RSI. So it has run a long way. So what I did here, Sean, I did something in what we just talked about. I bought the 66 put calendar on the downside, the 1 week, and then against it I sold the Feb 10th 73.75 call vertical. So use the call vertical to finance the put calendar, and I did that for about 6-7 cents, less than a dime net outlay for this trade. And obviously, if it moves back towards 66, Sean, this is where this is it maxes out. On the downside, obviously, you've got risk between 73 and 75, but only a $2 call.
SPY's breaking down here now.
I mean, this is a little bit
what we just talked about.
This setup is a little bit more complex in terms of how you have to think about it, but by breaking it down, and it's great you did that on the risk analyze tab there, you can see here's how these two different spreads can be overlaid and combined into one large spread. It's 4 legs.
Right.
The analyze.
You can do one or the other.
So complex.
Full disclosure.
You could, but the graph here sort of lets you know where things are, but you can think of it spread by spread.
Right.
Where's the vertical do the best? Where does the calendar do the best? And you start to get an idea of price range or price outcomes you want post earnings, and then you can just focus on some of the volatility effects after that.
A complex spread is really just 2 fundamental spreads combined together. All right, Sean, thank you so much. That's our show for today, everyone. I want to thank Sean Cruz. I want to thank Landon Swan.
Don't go shanking people,
George
all right?
Tillis for coming on the show. I'll be here tomorrow with another edition of Fast Market for all of us here.
This guy's totally unfazed.
Have a great day and a great afternoon, everybody.
DCG and Genesis have reached an in-principle agreement with the main creditors of the bankrupt lending platform. BlackBerry, how's that one actually? And SPY green candle over the VWAP now. And now that turned into a red candle. So bouncing around on the VWAP. Look on here and see what's moving. Last 5 minutes. Oh, this one IPO'd. How about getting this one as a Chinese one? Oh wow, what chop. Six? What's going on here? Semantics. Is this a SPAC? Yep. Okay, another SPAC runner. SPY is holding above VWAP, but range is getting tight. Boy, like a toga. I'm not seeing that article about Nordstrom's. Well, bottom of my list today are the ones that were rallying last week. Carvana, Beyond Meat, Tattooed Chef, Open Door. I'm gonna be trying to go slow and just sit on some cash. I don't know if this market rally continues much longer for those to come up. I mean, these candles are starting to get crazy. All right, SPY now below VWAP. Pretty big candle down. We'll see if it sticks though. That's a 5-minute candle. It's only been 1 minute. Oh, there it goes. BBY broke out without the SPY also. $375. Wow, you're just wicking down there on that 5 minute. Yeah, I know there's not, I was looking, there's not much in the way really after this 375. Four and a half maybe. Yeah, it's good that it's good that it's bouncing and kind of held this as support again. The support back here. This is when the chart started to look nice to me. It had that little inverted head and shoulders. Bounced up and then it had that bankruptcy sell-off. But only took a few days now. It looks like it's holding right back above it again.
Measures like a pause on hiring and limiting their travel is no longer enough, which has then led to these reductions. Following this workforce cut, they will be at their lowest employment level in nearly 6 years.
Pretty big volume on that breakout
really,
also.
After the pandemic era PC boom, Dell and other hardware makers have seen some cratering demand. Actually, IDC said their preliminary data shows that PC shipments basically nosedove in fourth quarter of 2022, and then among those companies that saw PC weakness, IDC estimates that Dell actually saw the largest decline, 37% compared to the same period of 2021. That to me is more concerning than anything else, given they are the latest string of companies laying off employees. Some of those other names are IBM, HP, Cisco, Intel, just to name a few. So now it is sentiment we've heard overall, but last week's jobs numbers showing that they weren't necessarily impacted
BBBY
by some of
still
these
wanting
tech
to climb.
layoffs, at least the overall jobs figure.
Yeah, of course, we're looking backwards in some of that data, but one thing's for sure, it's sort of a double-edged sword when we read these headlines. One, it's going to be businesses that are a little bit leaner. The belt buckle is going to be a little bit tighter. They're going to be a little bit more fiscally responsible maybe than they are in times that are good and things get a little bit bloated. That being said, each one of these stories adds up, 1,000 jobs here, 5,000 jobs here, 10,000 jobs here. It starts becoming a very, very big number, very isolated it seems right now within the tech space, but it's not limited to software. These are major hardware producing names, semiconductor names like Intel, of course, have been a part of this list as well. And the big question is when do these headlines start coming together with what we're seeing with the bigger overall picture? Because right now, as you said, that dichotomy is the biggest question mark I think that still remains in 2023, which is what is the ultimate destination? Are these just kind of one-off situational sector-related layoffs, or is there something brewing under the surface?
Yeah, but I have to say that given the fact that tech said they laid off, there was about 80,000 jobs lost in the month of January, I have to say that the number we got on Friday was at least encouraging for January so far, just given the fact that it would feel like everyone in tech is getting laid off. That's not true. I think it's really important to hone in on 5%, Alphabet 6%, Microsoft 5%, which really puts into picture, I'd say, the degree of these layoffs, not discounting those that have lost their jobs, obviously, but something to be said about the percentage of the workforce being impacted. Our next name today, that was another name that actually has recently announced layoffs, which again would make you think that everyone in tech was suffering. That is Pinterest. Pinterest has earnings today, and we are expecting revenue of about $887 million for the fourth quarter. This would be slightly above where they posted a year ago. Late in October, they forecasted their fourth quarter revenue to grow in the mid-single digits on a year-over-year basis. But stripping out one-time items. They are expecting their earnings to fall to about 27 cents a share, which would be about half that they reported a year ago. They did recently lay off about 150 employees to contain costs, as well as fight some of these overall macro headwinds. They said that these organizational changes will be focused really on mitigating some of the risk they are facing from the impact of the overall advertising industry. But these job cuts, again, affect about 5% of their overall workforce, and the market will obviously be watching not only any guidance on the ad market, but also on their global active monthly users. While we saw that figure remain flat in the third quarter, that figure in terms of user growth has been one heavily watched from some of these other companies like a Meta or a Snap that have already reported, Alex.
Yeah, it's been a nice start to the year for Pinterest, obviously moving a lot in sympathy, not only with the headlines that you described, but also this giant run-up that we've seen as a result in this entire space of social media post the Meta earnings that we got last week. I'm going to say upvote for Pinterest.
I'm not seeing that. You can buy some on Pinterest.
Horizon, possibly volatility inducing after a nice run higher. And then, of course, downvote for Dell. The story's out. There could, of course, be multiple stories in the future, but the movements happen now in response, where the Pinterest story, of course, is this is the prelude. We're in the pregame show. We're going to get these earnings, and we might get some movement.
Yeah, the pre-look show, especially because now I feel like we have a pretty mixed bag since social media companies, Meta and Snap, reported such different results. So we'll be interesting to see the tiebreaker being Pinterest. Our next name today, though, is PayPal. Raymond James downgraded PayPal to market perform from outperform with actually no price target. The analyst cites the stock's outperformance this year, along with the firm's cautious stance on the company's fourth quarter results, for the downgrade. They did note that while PayPal shares remain inexpensive in terms of its multiple expansion, they think will provide difficult if branded checkout is actually losing market share. They think that cost cutting will be needed to offset any sales
BBBY about to make
PayPal
a new high.
Shares are down about 36% from their high. Right now today, you can see lower on the day, and this company does also have an earnings event ahead. I believe it is this Thursday after the closing bell, so we have that to look forward to this week later on. Again, this week is still stacked with earnings, just not these massive companies that we heard from last week, Alex.
Yeah, as you said, we got that earnings announcement in very short order, so this could be one that we come back to. Obviously, some analysts getting ahead of that story, and we'll see ultimately where things go. But this very well may be a name we come back to later on this week, be it just before that report or even after if there's a big response. So going to say downvote today, Jenny, but certainly one on a short list of names that very well could be one we circle back to.
Right, and when I was actually seeing, I posted on Twitter something about an analyst downgrade on this name last week, and everyone was like, no one uses PayPal anymore. But I have to say, what about Venmo? People are still using Venmo. At least I'm still using Venmo. So.
Do you leave the money in Venmo?
No.
Well, that's how they make the money, so that's what they need you to start doing.
I need the money too much to just leave it in limbo. But our last name today is Celsius. Celsius is up a whopping 160%.
Pretty overbought on the hourly RSI, but
at one point was a pandemic
we'll
darling
see.
as
It's
it
getting
saw
close.
Staggering levels of growth. It has since come down to earth, although still trading around $100 a share.
Yeah, probably
so
just
not
that
quite
$4
as much as
would be
some of its
resistance.
peers. But Wedbush today upgrading Celsius to outperform, raising its price target to $115
coming down
a share,
here now.
up from $95, and the firm does believe that the recent pullback in shares creates
an
big
drop on
attractive
SPY
entry
there.
point for investors looking to gain exposure into the best story in all of this space. Well, Wedbush does think opportunities exist for the company across all of its channels. The biggest opportunity they believe will come from its C-store channel. Now, Alex, I know you've had Celsius. I've had Celsius. I think I lean away from some of this green tea extract. I need the chemicals. Although Celsius is delicious, I will say.
Yeah, it's funny you say that, because I was going to say, I'm old-fashioned, just a cup of coffee does the trick for me in terms of caffeine intake. For those who are looking for alternatives, though, I think that there are, kind of concerns that have arisen over the years with some of these different energy drink brands and all the chemicals that are associated with it. At least the pitch Celsius tries to make to the market is that they are a healthier alternative within that space. Be it the truth or not, I'm not the one to say, but I think that's the pitch. And with the sort of movement towards focusing on the things that we're putting in our body being the best things that we can, I think
definitely
that's
moving
been
now.
A benefit for a company like
Good
Celsius.
volume too. You're starting to get
say upvote. I'm interested in
momentum.
what the technical picture may look like, because this is a name that seemingly has just bucked the trends over the last year and just done all right.
I know, and especially considering its portfolio, relatively speaking, is so much smaller than some of its peers. It's been a definite interesting move
happens to that $4?
We will dive more into our 2F votes coming up next, being Pinterest as well as Celsius. Our chart master will join us. We'll be looking at some example trades coming up next.
All right, big wick down and then reversal. Wow, look at that wick down there. Reverse head and shoulders. Yeah, kind of made another one. Yeah, here. I see that. I like the little one it made back here, and then they had that bankruptcy news scare or whatever. Probably on the 4 hour a little better. Yeah, it does have a bit of one. There it goes, about to hit 4. Yeah, the gamma squeeze up here gets pretty intense. After $4, yeah, probably won't stop at 5. %30 now. Look at the SPY though. What the heck? No, I don't have any position, I don't think. I did have debit spreads, but I didn't like them. So I made a little on them. $4, there it is, it hit it. I totally flipped that candle around. Crazy, look at that thing. BBBY is pulling the SPY up today. $4 on the nose. Temporary top, it looks like. BBY news for GME. Yeah, it seems like it would need to get pretty volatile to rip GME up. I think it's more the volatility than anything. The velocity to the upside has to be immense. But this is looking pretty good. Let's see, that last 5 minutes was 3.3 million volume. Solid. Last hour is 13 million. Yeah, today's volume is already more than yesterday. All right, looks like it wants to break the $4. There's not like a whole lot of spots. 450 would probably just be the next move up. Suppose you could go by quarter, 425. I don't know, 450 might be it. 34%. This is crazy for a Monday too. Ooh. So, being that it's a Monday, you might see a break of this level. Maybe move up to 6.8. Or even that 9.5. Imagine end of week it would come back down, but really depends on Powell. Tomorrow I'd imagine some too, right? If he puts the kibosh on the rally, or if he pumps it. Had to stop myself again. Yesterday was 0. Yesterday was flat, yes.
Remember that the longer term the moving average, the more significance it has. The shorter term the moving average, the more responsive it is. It's kind of a trade-off between the speed that it responds to changes in price versus how significant the change is. So that being said, the slope of our two shorter term moving averages, our yellow 21-day, our orange 63-day, those are both trending upwards, suggesting that the trend is still bullish. We're also within an upward channel here. Still kind of a loose boundary up above on the top there. It looked like we were perhaps going to break out when we were reaching those yearly highs the other day, but as I said, things came back to earth. So RSI, right around here, still in the upper part of the range here, mostly following the price action, not really giving us many clues or surprises here about any kind of divergence or anything like that. So the question now is, where do we look for support and resistance? Well, as I said, the 27 mark represents this green dashed line here. That's kind of the top of the recent range that we were
5's
in.
a big
and
level.
It's also the point of our
two on the options chain. Really, there's 4 of those huge, 17,000 open interest.
The 27 level for a line in the sand, so to speak.
I mean,
we could see an
start to
energetic reaction if
build
we break
up. We've got 10,000 volume on the 5, so
the upside,
figure open interest tomorrow will be pretty high on that one.
Highs, that's the point to watch.
All right, so 29 to the upside, 27
this
to
week
the
is just getting filled in on
slightly
options, really.
Like below where we are currently
only
trading,
Monday.
but
I
perhaps
don't
now
know
today for our
of
example
much
trade taking
sentiment
on
that was last week for this week's options. You can
Alex, I
save
know that we
30,000 open interest
said
on the
that
4s.
sometimes the
volume,
moving
rather.
reaction to Snap earnings doesn't make sense in Pinterest. It's its own company, but say you did see your own Pinterest-related issues, especially in this ad market. Walk us through an example trade, then leaning more bearish in nature.
Yeah, so a couple things for the setup here. This has had a huge run to start the year. It moved tremendously in response to the Meta platform.
Looking for a red day, but
kind of shrugged off the weakness in Snap. And so, as a result,
yeah, I'll wait.
maybe
SPY moving up here.
A strong earnings announcement. Maybe
back
some
through
of that optimism
410, maybe. Yeah, looks like it's ready to go up.
If there is some sort of disappointment or an
also
in-line report, maybe some selling is in store for this name. And so, if you're looking at this and you're trying to approach this from a contrarian standpoint, or looking for a little bit of a kind of a easing back of the recent price action, maybe you do something like buy a put calendar. Centered this one around the 25 strike. The market maker move actually targets somewhere around a $3.40 move, which would be quite substantial. This would be well within that. So for a stock trading at just under $28 to only move to 25 would be less than that market maker move. And also you'll note that it's a February-March put calendar. And so there's plenty of time. So even in the event that there's a massive
31%, man,
beyond the market maker move, there's time for that recovery to come back towards 25. Or in the event of a pop, there's still time for this to ultimately turn around over the next month in the event that the direct response to the earnings is not to the desired point. But I think the critical point here is 2 things. One, it's risk defined. The risk is limited to that 40-cent debit, which of course is $40 US. But 2, this is highly customizable. Any strike availability, the one that is closest to whatever your projected point is, be that in Pinterest or any other name, that would make the most sense for a particular.
No, just wait for BBY to come out with the crime fighting of shorts news.
Round number, a little bit below where we're currently
that might be bullish enough for me to get back into it.
Price action over the last year around that level, but Jenny, that's just one way to look at it. And I would say modestly bearish, not extraordinarily bearish.
And we also
50,
are seeing
350s.
outperform the overall market today. I mean, ever so slightly.
Weeklies?
The shares are still up
Nice.
about 1 2/10%. Our next name today now, though,
Like
is
5
Celsius.
weeklies?
And I think this one, on a technical perspective, is so interesting, given the
Like
massive
7s?
rally it saw. I believe it was back in 2020. Rick, you'll have to correct me here. But then now
2011s?
also seeing
Is this
a
all
nice
weeklies?
comeback from its lows. So
Going
I feel
for
like
it.
from a price perspective, we are all over the place here.
Yeah, it's been quite a move recently. We're actually down about 18% off those yearly highs, but we're up about 160% off the yearly lows. So interesting difference there in terms of the relative moves. But looking at the price target change, that 115 level is about 15% above where we are right now. Easy math here, considering we're at about $100 a share today. So that seems like they're expecting some decent appreciation in the stock. In terms of the price action, downward channel type shape,
bull flag
demarcated
after
by these
bull
two
flag.
white dashed lines. We're trading close to the middle of that area.
How many
here,
times
so
did I
not really
say?
showing a strong lean one way or the other. Looking at our moving averages, the two shorter term ones, they're trending
I
down
listened to
sideways,
what everyone
and
said,
they're also in
I would
confluence,
have long
meaning they're
ago
kind of
been
right
out of
on
all
top
my
of each
money.
other near this
Even
100
faster than I've
level.
lost my
So
own
that
money.
will be a crucial point to
But yes,
watch here. If we
you've
can
not
climb
withheld
above
your
that, it
opinion.
could be the doorway to further upside. To the downside, the 92 level seemed significant because that's a point where it was pretty close to where the gap opened up here. And I'm just using round numbers here. It wasn't quite at that point, but just for the sake of simplicity, we'll say it was around 92. And it's around where we had a consolidation range in this whole area here. That's also where prices bottomed out recently on Friday. Looking at the RSI, our measure of momentum here, not really seeing, once again, many directional clues. We're in the lower half of the indicator here, suggesting that the momentum is in the hands of the bears still. So, once again, our two price levels to watch: 100 based on the confluence of our yellow 21-day and orange 63-day exponential moving averages, and 92 based on our old price action.
And Celsius here, Rick, I can't believe I haven't even mentioned this, the fact that it's making a monster move higher today, but we are seeing the fact that momentum is still leaning perhaps more bearish. That's very interesting to see that divergence, but we will leave it there as far as the technicals. Rick, appreciate all of your insight as
You were the
always,
catalyst,
chart
Colin.
master. And Alex,
No, I don't think so. I think I was the catalyst this time. I sold covered calls this morning on GME as well.
Going to ride some of that momentum to the upside. Walk us through an example trade that leans more bullish in nature.
Yeah, a name that really
took delivery of 2 calls.
The modern grassroots
you gave away shares of those 2 calls?
Very successfully
it took delivery.
to its prominence in terms of really using influencers on multiple social media platforms to push the product. And it's been hyper successful for this company in order to get into so many different stores across the country and lots of interest, obviously, in sort of that healthier approach.
Yeah, and I said my sacrifice shall be remembered.
If you're a believer in that, you see this big move higher and you want to see continued upside maybe towards that 115 price target, maybe you look at something like buying a call vertical.
Very well could have been a good buy.
Slightly in the money, slightly out of the money, in the sense of buying one that's basically in or at the money.
It's moving in a way that I don't recognize, so
for example,
I'm fine to reduce exposure.
Expiration, buying the 99, selling the 102 for $1.50.
Inconsistently.
$3 wide spread for half the width of strikes. $150
play the market
risk to make $150
profitably, just
in
on blind luck.
Reward. Break even would be 150 cents. You simply add that $1.50 to.
But yeah, we'll see. And like I said, I'd also be willing to get back in if it broke certain points or show signs of life with volume. Then I'd get back in with a higher cost basis.
Near that break
course,
even
but
point, about 80 cents below it.
Yeah.
And with a name
Still
that's
watching.
with about 75% implied volatility. For context, that's about 4 times greater than the overall
BBY could have had a better exit on.
Level as measured
My second exit. My first main exit was still pretty good, but it seems like we might break that this week.
Away from that the market is pricing
somehow I timed this day.
4 times greater movement.
But then my second
daily,
exit,
per second, per minute, over the next month, whatever time horizon you want, the market is generally saying
one of them, my last one was on this down red day, which wasn't the best.
On any given
I think I had another one in
basis.
here somewhere.
And so a $3 wide window for a stock that trades with that much volatility is very, very small relatively. And so it's very, very likely that this one could be entirely out of the money or entirely in the money. If it's entirely in the money, that's our best case
All right,
scenario.
back down to VWAP a little bit here.
These options would go through
just chopping up and
the
down around
auto
VWAP.
exercise and assignment process and offset for maximum profit. In the event that they were fully out of the money, we'd anticipate that they'd expire worthless, and that would be the worst case scenario, max loss. But it is risk defined, and when you're looking at this kind of trade, Jenny, sometimes that binary aspect I think can draw interest to this, because you don't need to be perfectly right. You just need to pick the direction right.
And this name does have earnings at the end of the month. But
I still have a lot of shares, but now I have covered calls on
even without any earnings catalysts.
On GME.
But also important to keep in mind for both of our example trades
I suppose
today
I can
that
roll
they
them
do
up.
contain multiple legs, which can lead to higher transaction fees. Short options can be assigned at any time, and carrying option positions into expiration can add risk, like unanticipated exercise or assignment. Now, coming
I love
up
it when she talks dirty to me.
all
Options
things
dirty.
Chicken, beef prices.
Talking about assignment and exercise. There comes SPY. Back down, but is it really? It's just going to stay at VWAP. Senior U.S. General estimates debris field of destroyed Chinese balloon to be 1,500 meters by 1,500 meters. Senior U.S. General says did not detect previous Chinese balloons. GME is coming down a little bit with SPY here. BBY is also slowing down, at least at this point. See if it has some support. I don't know, 3.6 or 3.7. Holds up there. BBIG has been strong this afternoon. Reverse repos at 2 trillion, 103 counterparties. It's a martini of dirty talk. Just don't share a bank account. How true that is. Around to AMC. No, I didn't. No. Once I saw what AMC did. Well, let's see actually. When was that? Yeah, when it squeezed. It had this big squeeze post-January that GME never got. The charts look just the same on GME and AMC up till here. And then AMC had its squeeze and broke crazy highs way past. This would have been like 1,000 or 1,500 on GME if it did the same move as AMC. I didn't get on that move. Or did I? I can't even remember where it was. I did shares and cover calls in AMC also at one point. I think it was probably back here. But then I FOMO'd back in and bought the cover calls back. And that's when the run stopped. So I think I still made money on it, but it was yeah, it was a crazy time. But I stopped, so that was before that time. Never mind. That was the first run up to 12 or whatever. When I had that huge run to 70, that's when I saw it inverse with GME. And when I then believed it was a hedge. And that kind of spoiled me to it. Even trading it. Which today is not good. You don't ever get emotional about your trades, of course. But to me it seemed like it was working against my other trade. And not to say it really matters because I have such a small account, such a small amount, but just the principle. I didn't like it. Tell me how they're gonna expire. Thank you for your sacrifice. At least you can appreciate it, Gog. BBY moving up. Just a little bit of consolidation here. All it took. Nothing of much significance.
of shares that are outstanding. So this can actually synthetically improve financial conditions for the company. So if we're talking about earnings per share, if they still had the same type of earnings, but they had less shares that are available, that obviously increases the earnings per share value. Now, it is shown that it does have an immediate impact on share price. Investors do like that, but it has also been studied that it does not have a long-term or potentially have a long-term effect when it comes to a stock's performance when we talk about stock buyback. So maybe something in the near term, but longer term, it still remains to be seen that it's going to really change the trajectory of any type of company that's out there.
Yeah, and in some ways, you could almost take a counterintuitive kind of interpretation of this is their best use of their capital at this time. It's not reinvestment into the company's
on
growth
BBBY.
or long-term product development. It's just simply a little bit of financial engineering to kind of oversimplify it. So you can see how it has both a positive impact and it's an expression of optimism in the company, but it's also sort of like an implicit admission that, you know, maybe we've sort of figured out mostly what we're doing now. We're more of a mature company in terms of R&D. Only time will tell. Any final thoughts here on the parent company of the Invisalign technology for those unfamiliar with it?
No, definitely. I mean,
I didn't know
when we
that.
see this type of move here, we always have to keep in mind with the technicals out for this particular stock. Usually when we see runs to the upside, especially 22%, 24%,
My history and sideways,
things of
just
that nature, we
VWAP
might see a
magnet.
little bit of a pullback here. But there is a lot of good investor sentiment, especially coming from analysts when it comes to this stock as well. So we saw a lot of price hikes, analyst re-ratings of the stock as well. So, like, once again, I have not talked about the stock probably in over a year and a half.
How about that BBBY? How about them?
31%.
Howdy, Candyman.
Most would even
Thank you guys for your likes.
What is fascinating to me?
Appreciate
if you
those.
just took
42.
The names off of it, you could almost leave the prices even. It almost looks like a mirror image of the Netflix stock price. So we'll leave that at where it is. But just another example of a name that has had a just decimated 2022. It's really recovered towards the end of the year and really building on that in 2023. But a long, long way to go if it's ever going to get back to those peaks of the latter parts of 2021. Kevin Green, always a pleasure. Senior Markets Correspondent for the TD Ameritrade Network. Let's bring back in Jenny. It's time for FOMO, and a name that oftentimes, I guess, doesn't necessarily elicit those type of feelings. Tyson Foods. Can something get a little bit any more basic than like frozen chicken? I don't know, but it's making news today.
Okay, you walk around the grocery store, at least in the city of Chicago, and I think it will tell you all that was this earnings report. There is nothing that's kept in stock, especially regarding the meat department. And you do see, it's so funny to me, there's like a line of meat at my grocery store and everything is wiped out except for the Beyond and Impossible meat. So to me, that is telling of the fact that they are still
Moon, is this your girlfriend?
in flux in what they're able to keep up with their supply versus their demand.
Just bashing on Beyond.
A factor in their most recent quarterly report. They did report their profit fell from their fiscal first quarter a year ago when they saw costs climb as
Next she's going to be talking trash about birds.
They posted a profit of about 88 cents per share or $316 million.
What's she look like?
Compare that to the profit they
She's
posted
blonde.
a year ago of $1.1 billion. And this
Are you just
figure is
listening?
also well below what the street had been expecting. Their quarterly revenue did rise
I'd
around
love that.
2.5% to $13.3 billion. This did miss estimates slightly and also came in slightly below year-ago levels. But they did say this price of beef fell for an average of 8.5% compared to last year, while chicken prices increased 7% and pork
All right,
prices
see if BBY just consolidates or
1.4%.
comes
They
down a
saw
little
actually
more.
prices for their prepared food division, which includes brands like Jimmy Dean and Ballpark, that rose almost 8%. So that was actually a bright spot, and that is an area where they have been able to handle some supply chain snags a little bit better. Profit margins for their beef division have really come under pressure, though, in the most recent months as consumer demand softens for some of their more premium or costly price of beef as cattle herds shrink, which has also then raised the price of meat packers to pay ranchers. I honestly found this report so interesting, Alex. I don't even eat beef, and I was like so into this. We also saw the fact that live cattle costs
she's vegetarian.
$530 million in the most recent quarter. So right now, all in all, from a farming and a meat producing perspective, things have gotten costly. That's why I always think some of these inflation reads like the CPI, PPI are so important, but food prices, restaurant prices are still so heightened. So we talk about how inflation has come off, which of course it has, but we're still operating in an inflationary environment. I think that Tyson Foods report really showed us that prices do remain elevated. Consumers are still paying more. And I mean, especially this goes outside of the conversation with eggs. Egg prices, I was joking to
Russell's
you,
dropping
$6 for a carton of eggs. I mean, that is ridiculous. I remember when it was like 99 cents. I'm going to age myself there. But all in all, I do think we oftentimes see that inflation has come down. But to me, this report shows us it's still nowhere close to back to normal.
Well, I think that there's a lot to really explore here when it comes to these companies. First thing I would say is when a company operates as tight of margin as a name like Tyson does, cost impacts on their end really impact profits. So if I'm operating at only a 3% margin and my costs go up by 1%, that's a lot bigger deal than if I'm operating at like 50, 60% margins like some of these software tech firms are and my costs go up by 1%. So that's first, but obviously they have tremendous scale and that's why they can operate on such small and thin margins, and they sell a product that has a pretty stable demand. That's why it's a consumer staple product. When you start thinking about going forward, how these companies will likely navigate these environments, if their producer side of prices starts to alleviate that pressure, what is the likelihood that these consumer prices are going to moderate, or maybe they just stay the same? Like, I see it more likely. I mean, these aren't charitable organizations, to my knowledge. I don't see them reducing those prices, even if things get a little bit more affordable on their end down the line. So while the market fluctuates in prices, unfortunately, it seems like inflation kind of only works in one way when it comes to consumer prices, and we're just going to be locked into some of these higher prices. And if they can find a way to be more, more efficient down the line and
burgers
boost
aren't
those
real.
Margins, it's hard to see them, cutting those prices for consumers.
59 cents.
I'd love to be wrong down the line.
Gross eggs.
That's sort of how I see it. So as they focus on kind of tightening that belt loop, as we've talked about in so many other
it's a little candle on GME.
cases, that might be to the benefit for Tyson and Tyson investors, but I don't see how that's going to help consumers.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good point, and it really just comes down to the supply and demand right now that the consumers are willing to pay a premium for beef prices.
Oil's
I mean,
dumping, on the short side of that.
Tell you that there is no
I guess it had a
shortage
little
of
bounce
demand
today.
for Tyson as well as some of their peers' products. But what has been interesting, Alex, about Tyson Foods over the last few months is the fact
I guess it did kind of hit that support down there.
staples we've talked about oftentimes perform with some resiliency. That has not been the case at all this year for Tyson, which is down about 1.5%. Let's not say that they're not necessarily selling off on the year, but not at all catching a bid that we've seen in so many of the
dollar's just been rallying.
For our FOMO segment. So many of these names are up 30, 40%.
Market hasn't really cared about that.
Over the last several weeks, Tyson Foods not at all in that rally. So for that reason, if you were
GME set up another little bull flag on the hourly. Bullish MACD crossover.
Still go to the grocery store, no
Got
matter
like
what
an
the
hour for that though.
Walk us through that an example trade that does lean into some of this weakness, but also utilizes some
that was not tradable today?
Yeah, selling a product that we know people like to buy and in many ways need to buy effectively on 52-week
BBY's moving back up. Consolidation's over.
40% off of 52-week highs.
I think GME's even getting some of this action.
All-time highs that we see back at the beginning of 2022. And so you look at that and you start saying, is this potentially in the oversold camp? Might be, might not be. Not a lot of confidence expressed in this earnings release, not a lot to really get you excited to step in and buy Tyson. But sometimes that's the time that can be the most opportunistic time to kind of step in and almost plug your nose,
You're just meaning
if you will.
In general, it's not like not tradable today. It's just the way the price action.
To do so, but in a probabilistic manner and in a way that you don't actually need the stock to go higher, but rather stop going down. And so selling a put vertical going out to March, looking at the 60, 57.5 put strikes and a 75-cent credit. So again, if we use that 30 cents per dollar.
Oh, new high on BBBY.
2.5 would correspond to 75 cents in credit. So it kind of loosely meets that guideline. Obviously on that, 59.25
GME just shut down.
Even, and
there it is, new high, 41.30.
Would be $175. You find that by taking that
for 40.50 next. I mean, there's not a whole lot of levels here.
Spread. So $75 in max profit,
half dollars, maybe $quarter.
Max risk, and you can see that 59.25 25.
40, 50, and then
even we're above that price right now in terms of in the max profit zone. Anything above 60,
yeah, probably $5. Buy's coming down though.
Max profitability zone. Well, we're at 60.89 right now. So if it just holds here and doesn't go any lower all the way out to March, that would potentially be max profit. The 52-week low is 59.38, and so it's going to need a new low for this whole period of volatility for this one to be below that break even at expiration. So that's another thing to consider here. But of course, we just got a fundamental update. We've talked about all the things that are impacting this company right now. No way to say that this stock can't go significantly lower, so it's risk defined.
20 is not a meme.
And it's
happening.
To say that, I mean, this name I just feel like does have a degree of resiliency. Again, I find the grocery store trends I've seen as of late, Alex, to be absolutely fascinating. But we will leave it there for our
4 1/4. There it is.
Up next, we will talk about a name we talk about pretty much once a day on this show, and that is all things Tesla.
No.
Dan Ives upping his price.
Gamma squeeze is starting to build though.
Coming up next.
That 4.5 is a pretty large level on the options chain, I would say. I mean, 4 is actually huge. So yeah, it's still kind of thin up here, but we have a lot of volume, so open interest will probably be much higher. But you still have a lot more you could fill in actually at higher strikes. In the money though, you're stacked. $4.3. There it is. SPY 4067 target. Ooh. I've got that on there too. Yeah. Can see it. Yeah, I don't know of any news causing this rally per se. Holding. It's holding. Holding up nice. That's a lot of volume too. 5 million on that 5-minute candle. Yeah, you're about to pass February 2nd's volume already. Thank you guys for your likes, legends, those thumbs up mean a lot. That helps out. Appreciate that. There it is, 434, 46 likes. The more likes we get, the more BBBY goes up. What's the weight? Yeah, I mean, you can always just chase a squeeze. You don't have to have patience. Share price is bugging. Yeah, 42%. 40. Yeah, definitely getting some volatility up here. So probably 4.5. And we might be hitting 5 today. Pretty hot on the RSI, but it's managing. After hours. Yeah, after hours has been pretty eventful for it last couple weeks. GME even got a little volume spike there. There's 440. This crazy is happening on a Monday too. Oh, when do you sell? No way I can answer that for you. Because happening on a Monday, you're setting up a gamma squeeze. You've got all week to just build positions in these options. And the relative strength to the SPY is, yeah. I mean, it's probably just fully got momentum from traders at this point, which is why it's completely uncorrelated with the SPY. GNS is flying? Yeah, that's a pretty big candle on GNS. Pretty good volume too. Yeah, all week. I mean, it's a big move for Monday. That's all I'm saying. $4.5, up 46%. This has got to be a lot of trading momentum. 865 target, GNS. Yeah, maybe. $450. Things running hot though. Woo. $18,000 volume on the 5 strike now. My gosh. Sold half at $8. Nice. Well done. Well done taking profits. Not easy to do. What are these guys talking about? Stop the music. 460 on BBBY. Yeah, I think we're gonna hit $5 here on this push. Is anything moving in sympathy? It seems like it's just kind of going on its own again. GME is a little bit, especially because of relative strength to the SPY. Got some volume in the last 10 minutes. Oh, GME just popped. Just basically broke the high of the day. Might not turn into much, but it could. With BBY getting this volatile, GME might start to rally. Heading to 11. Yeah, I don't think that's out of the question. Filling this gap up here. I don't think it's out of the question. It 11. Let's see. Suppose I could even do that this week. I'm gonna go bonkers. 473. 474. That's 54%. All right, GME is starting to go too. Holy crap. This is totally pulling up GME some. Got the volume in the last 15 minutes. This is the kind of velocity I was talking about that's necessary. So BBY just grinds up. It won't necessarily pull GME, but once it starts to get volatile like this, It just has too much weight on the basket. And it'll just pull up the others. 475, right on the nose. Yeah, apron drop a little VWAP. Yeah, chart still looks good though. I still think this will fill that gap up to $2. Phase up 9%. BBIG up 14%. Express 16%. Oh yeah, they're totally getting a bunch of cash poured in just with traders. Yeah, it's not being supported by anything. Just full on day trader momentum now. Unless there is some shorts covering or something, but yeah. Not thinking so. So 4,750. That was a temporary top. It's only Monday though. Measured, move targets. So then that red. Oh wow, GME actually flipped that red candle green. And with some volume. That's interesting. Is it GME's turn? Well, at least he didn't put covered calls on it. Fell into strength. Yep. I don't know what's going to happen after Powell tomorrow. I mean, the chart looks like we're going to keep coming down. But maybe not. Maybe we'll bounce off this 9 moving average. This top it hit was somewhat of a resistance, but not a super strong one. So I could see us bouncing off that moving average and making one last blow off the top. Maybe 425, you know, somewhere up here. There's no divergence or anything on the RSI. Like, it doesn't, not showing any signs of a top except for this candlestick and just how overbought it was. Alright, I'm gillied up. I've lost a lot on BBY also. But I don't think it hates me. Oh, don't feel bad. Alright, SPY's moving up a little bit here. Still just right around VWAP. BBBY also. AMC get to move up too a bit. Needs to rest. Yeah, I agree. BBY will bounce like crazy. Like the bounce that just is going, it's happening right now. What do you mean? What kind of bounce are you looking for? There's a pretty significant bounce, almost 50%.
You know, the company can certainly do things like sell itself. That's another thing that can happen. That could be a huge catalyst for the price. The other thing is quarterly earnings. They are expected to report in March their earnings. Now, if you look at that number, they're expecting around 80 cents on an adjusted basis, which is down from $1.23 for the same.
Consolidating nicely up here.
If they do come in,
Bed Bath
and
not,
report better than expected
not
earnings,
pulling back at all, really.
to deal with some operating expenses, they could move.
Some more consolidation. There's a SPY bounce.
High short interest, improving financial fundamentals, and also some speculative hype.
Yeah, and George, we will obviously wait until we get those quarterly earnings. Like you said, we have about a month out. I just have
Nordstrom.
my own hesitations when it comes to Ryan Cohen because he's been tied to a lot of SEC issues, the pumping and dumping of Bed Bath & Beyond stock. So to me, he's not exactly the most reputable figure across the street. But my own thoughts aside, Nordstrom making a pretty negative move today. We will leave it there. George Chellis, appreciate your thoughts as always. Senior markets correspondent for the network. That also does it for Alex and myself for Next Gen Investing for this Monday. Coming up next, we have the watch list with Nicole Pedalides.
I don't know what SEC. I mean, they were kind of under investigation. Him and the CFO of BBY. I think they just put him in that, like with the media, but he wasn't necessarily part of it. I'm not sure. Sold 5 calls and 3 puts on Friday. Closed out the puts 50% safe. Wasn't the calls too smart enough doing it, but now underwater with this run. Yeah. That's the theta farm. When the HR turns? Oh, the hour? Seems to move on hours and half hours. Seems to be triggers. He loves RCPP. Yeah, that wasn't very good news. He died. We don't know what led up to him dying, but as far as we know, he died. That's pretty good consolidation up there after such a frothy rally. Soldier calls. No, that's well done, man. I mean, the IV on BBY is insane. Almost 500% again at the money. So if you think that's going to go up, how much up? Jeez, Linux. Yeah, I mean, today was the day. Pickle was talking about, I thought today, or Friday and today. Yeah, I'm gonna wait. Whoa, look at that volatility at the 2 minute or 2 o'clock. That was crazy. Buy on the move up. I'm gonna wait. I'd like to see, I guess on GME probably a break of that 24, but it'll probably be more signified by volume and basically what like something what BBY is doing. If GME was doing this, I would have jumped on. $3 leaps, 60%. Not bad for leaps, yeah. Don't chase the percentages. Don't do it. Chase the green. Yep, SPY's moving up. See if it'll fill this gap 4 days over. It's 2 o'clock. I'm gonna be in these cover calls, it seems like. Sometime. Which actually sucks. That totally traps me. Because that's all my margin. So weird how that is. Yeah, GME's getting a pull up too here. 5%. Thank you guys for your likes. I appreciate it. Got 52 of them. What started out as a pretty normal day has turned into something crazy. I mean, SPY wasn't very normal today. And that just pushed over into these other ones. Express started out early. Some early stuff that was kind of strange. Birds was up, that's strange. Express. Not crazy volume on GME yet at all, but kind of the same type of move we've had back here. However, I think this is all from BBBY right here. SPY's moving up. Same with Bed Bath. That $5 I think is gonna hit. We might be breaking this high today. Still have 2 hours left. Haven't really even seen a pullback. Just consolidation. Briefly.
Production is now on a run rate of more than 1 million units per year. That's back with increased scale and scope. Meanwhile, Tesla prices are rising for the Model Y cars by about $1,000, and that's after the U.S. relaxed its tax credit terms. And that brings the Model Y long range.
All right, SPY next level, probably at 411 they were at earlier today.
Model Y performance is now just under
$411.09.
$58,000. The government raised the ceiling on the price of
100%
crossover
today.
EVs that will be eligible for tax.
A little ways to go before 100%, but
yeah, it's amazing how this has gone from 101.
that would definitely be pretty squeezy.
You know, about a month and a little over a month ago, and it's at 195 now. Some great news for Tesla shareholders, up 58% this year. Thank you for that. How about a look here at tech? We have a story on Dell.
One up, one down. So Dell shares were falling today after announcing its plans to cut jobs, and the company is planning on cutting about 5% of its workforce. That amounts to quite a few people, about 6,600 people. And it's all as demand for PCs continue to fall. Now, cost-cutting measures like pausing hirings and doing limits or establishing limits to travel, those things weren't really working anymore for Dell, and it had to take out the scissors and cut more. And so it'll be interesting to see if these cost-cutting measures start to get the company back to efficiency, the efficiency that it says that it wants so badly. The company has been bleeding revenues and earnings over the past couple of quarters, just like its peers. And so far in the PC market, by the way, HP has laid off
new high. There it is, 480.71.
Cisco and IBM have each laid off 4,000.
You mean app is down?
And the tech sector in total has announced more than 97,000 jobs cut in 2022. That's up a staggering 649% compared with the previous
49.05. There's a red candle, but it's going to be volatile up here.
It's amazing. And with that jobs report, with all those jobs added, even with all the tech layoffs, we have such a strong jobs market. Renita Young, thank you so much for a good look there. Let's take a look at the bigger picture. Dee Carter's with us, president of the Carter Financial Group. Dee Carter, your thoughts on what we're seeing here in the markets so far in 2023? What do you mean?
Yeah, you're right. Their app's down.
What's going on right
Doesn't mean after hours news.
What we saw going on in the last quarter.
It means their app's either broken.
Sectors this morning, and
most likely.
Down. But the ones that are down are the ones that were up in the last quarter. So I'm thinking that we're
maybe it is after hours news
between now and the end of this quarter. perhaps into the second quarter with nearly all of the sectors. Right now,
buy the
as
ticket.
you know, one of my favorite sectors is energy. I watch that quite closely because of
4905
in West Texas.
And
we take a look at the energy sectors quite often. But we're looking at some changes right now. Utilities are on the move. Healthcare is on the move.
SPY's coming up. SPY's on the move.
I think. I think the jobs report has something to do with it. Although a lot of those jobs that are being reported as new jobs are just returning back to work after the COVID situation. So we're going to see some, I think, a little bit of a spin out there and see how that comes off later on in the year.
Whoa, that was a bad cough.
And excuse me for that, but in the big picture, tell me about investing in energy at this time.
There's some good things out there right now. In fact, some of the small energy
GME
companies,
just
and
getting
we're not
pulled
talking
up
about
here.
necessarily always about petroleum energy. When we're talking about energy, there's you got to look at solar and you got to look at the other areas too. And some of those smaller companies are doing quite well right now. In fact, some of the top 5 energy companies out there, Transocean Limited is up 60% in January. They were down in December and down in the fall. Independence Contracting Drilling is up 45%. NGL Energy, these are small energy
nice, you probably did well on
that are doing quite well in the month of January.
Well done.
Seadrill, which is an offshore group, is up 40%, and Cosmos Energy is up 32%. These are our top energy stocks right now for the small companies. And you still got the Exxon Oil and Gas, you still got the ConocoPhillips, you've still got the big companies out there that are doing quite well, that are paying good dividends. And of course, as an income guy, I'm looking at dividends primarily for my clientele. And the good dividends is what we see in the major companies even till today. So I'm seeing some upturn. There are 771 rigs now operating in the United States, 350. And by the way, there was only 610 operating about a year ago. So you can see that we're up a good percentage just from a year ago. 350 of those are right here in the Permian Basin. So
spiking. No, this is rallying. This day traders, swing traders.
Yesterday, and noticed that there are a number of new wells being started up just recently.
Algos,
right here in
market makers hedging.
So we're going to see an upturn in the
this
energy
isn't necessarily
thing.
shorts
It's a good
covering.
place to be looking for encouraging news down the road, and especially
shorts won't be covering when it's like this if they're actually getting squeezed.
Build to their portfolios from that level.
And then it would probably be even a lot more violent. Because they don't buy when it's like this. They're going to cover when it's low, cover slowly. So if it's forced, then it's a squeeze, and then it'd probably be more violent. This is why market maker hedging and then day trading and stuff. I mean, this option chain is crazy.
Expand on some of those names. Why should we
Every time someone buys an option, the market maker has to buy that
in the first place,
corresponding number of shares.
Operations broadly, all three of those companies are.
At the money is 60 shares they have to buy.
Some of the best returns right now, even though they're down on the market. Nearly everything is down today in that particular area. Adams Resources, which is a smaller company, is up nearly 6% today and doing quite well. The other companies, Diamondback. One of the things I like about Diamondback Resources is
me too, Gilly.
They're paying a double-digit dividends to their clientele right now. And if you're looking for income, even though the market may go up and down, the dividends are there, and they're good for you, and they're good for your portfolio. So we're looking at some of these smaller independent mid-majors, as we call them out here, that are doing quite well as far as their dividend situation is concerned and their dividend structure. So we're recommending those as potential investment areas just for the income resources that you can get from them.
Yeah, makes sense. What do you think about the big picture when people say recession? I mean, they're waiting for jobs to come down. What do you think?
Well, a recession situation has to do with obviously what the economy does and where we're going with it. With the market going up, down, and sideways, I really think that there's still a strong possibility that we could see a recession in the second quarter, a mild recession, if not a major one. But I think we could see some downturns. With the interest rates still going up, we don't know now with the new jobs report what the Fed's going to do. We were all pretty much assumed that this last increase might be the last one we'd see for the year. But now that maybe not be the case. We may see some more increases to hit off the inflationary area. But as long as inflation is still hanging around there at 7%, as long as we're still looking at some of the other areas that are in trouble right now, there is still a possibility of recession. We're kind of in a mild recession now. If you don't believe it, go buy a dozen eggs somewhere.
Yeah, no, I believe you, and you're absolutely right. Where do you think about the level of oil here at $72 a barrel? I know the dollar's been creeping higher, but, where do you think oil's headed, and why does it matter? Obviously, when oil was more expensive, we saw higher pain at the pump. 72 bucks. What do you think?
I really believe you're going to see oil back up around $80 a barrel before the end of the year. I think it could happen maybe even before the middle of the summer, when the need for petroleum is more. There's more people driving and more people out on the road, and you're going to need oil and gasoline more. You're going to see the price at the pump go back up.
All right, there we go.
$49.50. Go back up. I think the $80 area.
$5 here it comes.
Area for the petroleum industry. They like it around $80 because they
Welcome,
can
Ryan.
make a profit and still pass on what they've got to the consumer. So I think you're going to see the
This
price
pump's
of
so
oil go back
long.
up from 72
Rush
where it
to
is
sell.
today up to around
That happens
80.
when you wait a
It'll
long
probably
time.
take maybe a couple of months to get back up there.
Right, understood. D. Carter, great to see you. The Carter Financial Group.
Express,
Thanks
21%.
So much. Appreciate it.
Out of pop. It's a good sign.
Still ahead on the watch list, we'll talk corporate layoffs. Now, what are the
GME getting up there, 23.5. Still low volume.
We'll go through that. Plus, we'll discuss the ETF trends of 2023. Our panel is ready to talk about earnings, Pinterest, the
Look at that hourly volume, 52 million. In a pump? Yeah, it's momentum. It's why there's twice the amount of people in this chat right now, because they see it going up and they all get hyped and they come and watch the stream and then they buy it and then they buy it and then more people buy it and it's a snowball. Buy options and then the market makers are buying it. After 5 you could see 10. Yeah, I don't think it'll be in the same run though. Probably not today. Could be this week. Could see a move up to 10. So everyone needs to sub, like, and thumbs up. Yeah, that's how you get BBY to go up. Sub up, like up, comment down. Happy money sticks around. 2 times the float. SPY's moving up there too. Back to its highs. At 97 million now. Float's 115 million. Almost traded its float. Hold until 30, alright. Bought at 274, hold until 30. Well, I bought at 127. So there. And I'm not selling till 100. Hold until 80. Yeah. Do it, do it. Consolidating good up here though. At the highs. Very, very strong price action. 5.25. It might just blow past 5 and go to 5.25, and I don't even know. Hasn't really seen any resistance yet. Moon's calling a put wall at 6. We'll go up to 10, 20, 30. Yeah, it is a possibility. I mean, this is based on nothing at all right now. So imagine if there was something fundamental behind this, like a M&A or Icon buying into it, or it's pushed down here because of bankruptcy scares, or at least that's what the media was saying. So if it's not going bankrupt, this is all a good price. It's still a good price. It's not going bankrupt. This is a great deal. Market cap's half a billion dollars, and they do over $1.25 billion just in revenue. So the powers that be that control the stock market, that manipulate the price, have priced in bankruptcy, and that's where it's at. That's what it's doing down here. So it's almost like if they will it, it can happen. And that happens because they push the price down far enough where if the company is actually in trouble and they need to offer shares and, you know, need capital, it's too late and they can't. So they actually do go bankrupt. Buy with the move up. Look at inverse on BBBY. That's interesting. I'll hold some till 80. GME just little gaps and little candles. Just this fake little price action up here. Because everyone keeps holding the like GME and AMC. Bulls Marvin up 20%. BY is not dead, it is merely consolidating. This is very strong consolidation. All the consolidation so far has been just flat. It hasn't even like gone down to another prior support, except for earlier today. So more like VWAP would be much bigger cooldown, or even $4, which probably will happen before the day's over. SPY starting to move up. He's taking a smoke break. All right, GME's getting those prices, but I don't like this action. This is just being pulled up from the basket. Volume's pretty good, 3.5 million. Oh, stupid chart. Okay. GME is rookie volume. It's fixed. That stock's been fixed. Buy back close to the daily highs.
Is Newcrest Mining. The proposed deal would be worth $17 billion. And here's a look.
Like it might get a gap fill up here. I am stuck in these covered calls. That sucks. Maybe it's good. Maybe it'll save me money in my futures.
For you as well. Andrew Ahrens is with us, founder and partner, Synergy Advisory Management Group. Andrew, thanks for being here. Your thoughts on this market move that we've been seeing, the tech rally in particular, with the Nasdaq up 5 weeks in a row.
It's possible they front ran that 5 even and stop it at 49.50. Everyone's anticipating the stop at 5, so they start taking profits at 49.50. It never makes it to 5.
You know, we're going to get a rotation.
Yeah, I've got covered calls in GME.
Growth than we did, and I think that growth stocks are going to continue to lead in 2023.
I'm not naked. I have shares for them.
I still like a lot of the tech names that have done awfully well. We've gotten some.
We've got puts, long puts on GME too.
But when you have stocks that are down
so
50% or more,
you're welcome for my sacrifice.
Usually, you see a pretty nice retracement, and
you can imagine me doing a curtsy.
Pretty good now on the Nasdaq, and I think that.
Thanks for your likes, guys. Every thumbs up makes BBBY go up.
I see. So, do you think that will be sort of
65? Appreciate it.
Moving higher, but tell me about the volatility.
And as the likes slow down, you can see, look, BBY is starting to come down.
Test lows before moving higher. I mean, what's your outlook here and timeline?
And look, that shows how weak GME is. This is not a GME move. This is
the last quarter of last year, and I think
it's being slapped around, pulled up here. Doesn't want to go. I don't want to go to the circus.
As we see what the Fed is doing, and it looks like you know, a lot of these companies' earnings are mixed, but a lot of the companies are obviously laying off people. They want to strengthen their bottom line, and it looks like. You know, I think that I was reading that
69. Don't touch it. I'm showing 68. So
stock market in a lot of companies.
BBY might like that as a meme number for likes. As you can see, it's starting to get green there a little bit.
Both reported. We got different pictures, though. A lot of people still believe Amazon's really fairly valued and a great company. Meta, of course, took off after its earnings report. Tell me about these two names.
came down.
Would you be positioning
Express had that pop up, man.
Into these names?
Maybe I should jump in on Express.
Looking at these stocks, you know, they're looking at them short term here, but I really think Amazon is still really a good opportunity at these levels right now. And again, with Meta,
yeah, it's got to chill out a little bit.
Sold off more than 50% last year.
Little consolidation.
And I think they both have room to go. You're seeing
still have an hour and a half left.
Amazon with some layoffs, and they're just looking to
we'll see if it holds support like 43 here, or VWAP of 41, probably like $4.
These are great companies.
$4 or so as a support.
They're trading
if by end of Friday we have this much open interest, well, really 60,000 from 4, and you're over 4, that's
some pretty good movement.
A lot of contracts, the money.
The technicals look pretty good here on the NASDAQ.
And then all you have to do is just wait for Wall Street bets showing
so
their gain porn. Then you know when to sell.
Stocks.
Yeah, I see. You see.
There's no catalyst.
You've been an optimist.
Catalyst.
You've been talking about a move.
Not that I've. Well, I am aware of.
That even with some bumps in the road, the trajectory for many of these
Express
stocks is up.
Yeah.
Right.
Why is that?
Express is due though, if you think about it. It's really due.
I mean, you're looking at some of these
wait for HKD.
And, Amazon.
Yeah, there's a few of you out there.
Meta, they don't have much competition out there.
Hey, it's back to its $9 price. Might be a good buying for HKD.
Are just
we've never seen it lower than 931.
And, there's not much competition. And
close.
they're household names, and people are going to continue to use their products for many years to come.
Last 2 weeks, your options expired.
Those are the kind of names.
Adding the time variable makes it much more difficult.
Understood. All right, let's get to some of the other names that are on your radar.
AMC. No, I don't really like AMC. That's true.
Picks? Yeah, I think right now
AMC is up 7.5%.
Growth mode. I still think that these stocks,
it is still somewhat tied to the basket though. So it's the aim curve either way.
They both
reminds me of RC's second buy-in. Chewy. Oh, that's an interesting blast from the past right here. Wait, second buy-in? Oh, on GME?
2022. And,
didn't have a second buy-in on BBBY.
I like that. Not only that they have a great platform.
Oh, second GME buy-in.
But they also are getting into this veterinary.
Yeah, that would be
health,
something.
Which I think could be very, very good.
You think someone's buying the lit?
Forward. And,
I feel like that was a slower run, but maybe not. SPY's kind of rejecting there a little bit.
So
right at the high.
I think that they should do very, very well. And the stock was trading over 100 2 years ago.
Need to finance the BBY and GME short.
50% below that. So it's made a little bit of a move here as the growth
5
stocks
shares of HKD, yeah.
perking up. But I
BY's come down here a bit. We'll see where it finds support. Maybe VWAP.
Understood.
Yeah, we'll see.
Were there others that you were thinking about bringing to us today, but you
I know some people sold today.
You're watching something in particular.
You want to sell when it's exciting and buy when it's boring.
Metric or cash flow or whatever.
That applies more to options, but it really applies to stocks too. If you're going after volatile, squeezy type stocks.
One stock that I also like that I said was Uber.
Yeah, we can look at some fib levels, see where we're at.
It's going to do very, very well. Post COVID here. Most
3.
people are getting out right now and traveling and doing more things. And
so what 50% is right here, right where that bull flag was built.
The fact that 10% of their customers
this is
drive 50% of their revenue, which to me looks like it could be pretty bullish. And Uber Eats is doing very well. And I think that these stocks are just
kind of that level that we were talking about anyways. $4.
And a lot of
nice
people
round number too.
Like both names that I mentioned today.
Yeah, $4.
So, as much as you like growth stocks and you believe things are moving higher, we talked about the NASDAQ, is there something on the other side of the coin that you maybe like less and believe that there may be more pain?
I do. It does make more position, of course, when BBY rallies like this.
I mean, it looks like oil stocks have run.
And the longer it goes on and doesn't announce bankruptcy, of course, is a good sign.
They may be near the end right here.
Especially after they had the notice of defaulty on their debt from JP Morgan.
But, they have moved.
And then we haven't heard anything about their bond payments.
Very, very big
their interest.
over the last year
only I heard was that they missed their interest payments.
Coming to an end as
and they had 30 days.
See the rotation maybe into growth.
I guess that's still the case. They're still just in the
inflation under control here.
They're still in that time period.
It should be a pretty interesting year.
Is that M&A?
I called for double-digit
missing bond payments
before the year started.
I don't get the advantage to doing that or the purpose if you're
hopefully we're getting off to
going
a
through
great
an M&A.
But I think 2023 may be a surprise year here.
If someone I mean, the S&P is already up 7.25%. The NASDAQ even more so. The NASDAQ right now, year to date, is up.
Showing support already here on BBY. Buyers are stepping in.
Some money off the table.
Not letting it go down too much.
You know, you have to look at where we were last year, and you know, usually you get a pretty big retracement back. And the way the markets have been trading, you know, since ETFs have been in the market, or we're getting a lot of volatility. And I think that the best way to go in right now is to, you know, go in with maybe half positions and see what happens, and continue to add to your winners. And I think that's a pretty good recipe to make some money in the market this year.
Oh, that's fine.
Andrew Aarons, good call. Great call on the market. You were unafraid. Thank you. Andrew Aarons, Synergy Advisory Management Group. Thank you. Coming up next, we'll focus on corporate layoffs. Dell became the very latest tech company to announce cuts, but
Hold until 40. You want new highs in this thing, huh? Past that 30 rally? If it broke 30, that'd be pretty significant. If it broke and held above that. Then you're looking back at like the GME chart, back in those levels. This is what they wanted with GME. Right? Chart looked the same, then it just kept making lower lows. Had a move, but we got all the way down to $1. Yeah, but if it breaks 30, that would be big. That's where it double topped and Ryan sold. 32. 40 is that next major high, I suppose. BBBY? Buy's coming down here. Bed Bath as well, bit. No GME 2.0. No, I don't think so either. I could see it getting back up into the double digits. Maybe even without any news. Just on basically what it's running on right now is momentum and maybe some gamma squeeze. With news though, I mean, this you can probably get back up into the teens even. I don't know where it would settle at. Probably settle higher. Maybe $10 or so. Like if bankruptcy was off the table, M&A is going through, whatever, and I mean, it depends on I guess what price they'd be buying it at, but yeah. Today was the first day of big FTDs on BBY that were due.
5% of the workforce. It's been a very tough time for tech.
Yeah.
Talk about these job cuts and
yeah, I mean this option change is insane.
And maybe some alternative
and this is Monday.
Joining me right now, Candy.
So unless if I don't even know, it didn't even need the market rallying today. If this was full on just pumping with nothing else, no other sentiment.
With us. So I want to hear all about the book, but what are some of the things, the biggest reasons why these companies are resorting to layoffs and
people are DRSing,
cutting costs in a big way?
What?
But I know you think there may be alternatives. So let's start.
People are DRSing their shares on BBBY.
Picture happening here.
Well, you figure Meta started this in last quarter, right? When they cut 11% of their jobs. And so I think there's a lot of investor pressure then when one tech company is doing it and seeing positive effects on their bottom line. Now all of a sudden there's pressure for other tech companies to do that.
I do remember seeing people on Wall Street Bets.
You know, even
that was a while ago though. I saw people throwing down a lot.
Jobs? If the average,
I think it was after this pump, or no, it was maybe before that. Yeah, all down here before we had that final drop in that rip.
One company does that.
I don't know if those guys are still in it, but
for others to follow suit. I think also that this is a direct reflection of, you know, our government putting a lot of money into corporations' hands through COVID, through PPP money, employee retention credits, and once those all go away,
Sentiment is
now
Monday?
you know we need to start getting lean
Going
and
strong,
efficient on
wow.
the bottom line, and so employee cuts is unfortunately one of the first places people look.
Yeah,
I looked at the screenshots and I didn't even say anything about BBBY on it. It said BBB. And I looked up BBB. First of all, it's Better Business Bureaus. That's the most common acronym, or yeah, acronym for BBB. I don't. That was just random screenshot, which. Yeah, I'd like to see more evidence of
You know, it's
a
interesting.
merger.
I think that when you do a mass layoff, people think automatically of the money that they're saving for the company, but you do lose a lot as well. Like you're losing maybe key employees
My
that
Wednesday.
retain a lot of information on the company.
Netflix Wednesday.
You have a lot of people that are
Enough
taking
said.
severance
No
packages
freaking
and are
reason.
getting additional benefits for months to come. Perhaps there's a different
Holding
way.
up
I
there
don't know
pretty
that
good.
Many people want to go this route, but you know,
That's-
look at just taking an overall reduction of
strong.
your entire workforce and saying, hey, rather than us cutting 5 to 11%, which is what most of these tech companies are doing, can we take an overall 6 to 7% wage reduction on the bottom tier of our employees, and can leadership take a cut and come up with the same type of efficiency? I think it would be interesting to at least run the numbers and do the math
They
to
don't.
see if that's a
They don't
viable
allow penny stocks on there.
rather than just laying a bunch of
I mean, I
people
agree
off.
with Wall Street Bets, bots and hedge funds and manipulating stock market through there, but they've not allowed penny stocks for
when you break it down
years.
industry by industry, you may see
So
some
once it dropped too low, market cap dropped too low
whereas
for too long,
others
they
are
took it
really
off.
up against the wall.
And then they put it back on once it came above
I
it.
think that every sector is different, but at the core of business, right, we either increase revenue or decrease expenses. And so I think a lot of these companies, like you said, were on such a
that's
growth
where,
path,
like,
and they weren't
be
even
careful
caring
with that
about
news.
profitability
With what you
recklessly.
spread about
and
it.
then when it shows in the stock and they start to have
People
some,
think, oh, yeah,
you know,
it's definitely true, but
downturns in the
it
market,
is
now they
legitimate.
need to start being efficient, and it's the first place
They're
to go. And
consistent
I
with
do
their
think that we're
rules.
at a place, depending on the sector and overall, that there's other places that we can take reductions and not necessarily just lay off 5 to 11% of the workforce. I do think that
it
the
was
companies,
looking strong.
when they
Yeah,
go
it
to
didn't
rehire
consolidate
again
too
after this
much
year of
down there.
efficiency, that they're going to then be training a lot of new people.
4.3
and
or
that
so
has
is
a
where
lot
it
of
kind
opportunity
of bounced.
costs, a lot of unseen costs that doesn't necessarily translate to the P&L, and definitely doesn't translate to the market.
Right, understood. And at this point, too, I also am wondering, I want to talk about your book. Just the final thoughts here, though. Diversity is also something that is changing the landscape.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's part of it as well. But I think if we look at not necessarily always doing what everyone else is doing and doing what's best for the company and what's best for people, right? It's like hiring the best people for our companies to do the best job. And if we come from that place and we're not just looking necessarily for diversity as far as employees or diversity.
Why
even
is
in
not the
market
face I
itself,
imagined with
think
that
it's a much
voice?
easier growth path in order to maintain profitability and grow it.
Right, understood. Tell me a little bit about wealth habits.
Got back into it.
What's the theme of the book?
Careful with wash sales jumping in and out.
Yeah, so I've been building my own businesses since 1999, so for the last 25 years. And I basically just broke down, you know, a few of the ways, 6 ways to really build extraordinary wealth, have financial freedom that anyone can do, regardless if you have, you know, the
Inversing
perfect
spy
parents
now.
or the perfect degree or the perfect background. Wealth, success is here for you. Being an entrepreneur and investing for the last 25 years, it's just proof that anyone can do it, regardless where you come from or what your current situation is right now. So it kind of breaks open
makes
the
a new hire if
playbook,
it just
the
is
no BS way of how to build
consolidating
wealth,
this
even
range
in
now.
this economy. Because the interesting thing is, it doesn't matter what's happening in the country's economy. Nothing is more important than what happens in your own personal economy when it comes to personal finance. And so we break it down really simply for everyone to be able to implement.
Candy Valentino, great to see you. Congratulations on the book. Thank you so much for being with us, author of Wealth Habits. Thank you. Coming up next, we will focus on ETFs. What are the biggest trends so far in 2023?
Nice night for the casino.
Aristocrats and those ETFs help your portfolio.
Buy back down to VWAP. BBY doesn't care. Express move back down to VWAP. BBIG kind of sold off there. Yeah, this is pretty crazy. I sold all again. Well, you want to be aware of wash sales. Probably won't matter to you, but you should look it up if you're not familiar. On a Monday. Imagine that. Thank you guys for your likes. We're getting there with 71. Getting there little by little. That really helps out. Appreciate it. Look at this, just range bound on SPY today. Well, my exit on SPY was, I'm pleased with it. Although I did want to re-enter. Look at these bodies on these candles, it's ridiculous. Those wicks. Gas moved up. BBY was too distracting. Won 50% all week, and now it's pre-market Friday. Steady day. Yeah, I think it'll come back to VWAP. Yeah, it's 240. I think it could easily come down to $4. Might not be till after hours, but or tomorrow. What's Teddy Day?
Comes ahead of a busy week. While it's kind of light in terms of EcoDow relative to what we have been seeing as far as the flow of information, but earnings and again, a couple data points with Fed Speaker Jerome Powell speaking, a couple individual Fed speakers I saw, so lots to keep an eye on. And well, in terms of companies reporting quarterly results, a few names to watch later on this week. I think was the big name Disney, the Dow name to keep an eye on, but definitely a few focal points here as we work our way through the week. Just kind of a slow start with not necessarily to be Monday that the bulls wanted to see, Nicole.
Yeah, understood. We still have some big names to watch this week. How about the dollar? You watched that so closely, and when I saw it was back above 103, I was interested to see what you
thought. Teddy Bear Day.
Well, with stocks selling off and the
Friday,
you'd expect to see the dollar higher. That's been a really kind of reliable pattern in terms of. In addition to that, we also have some geopolitics playing out. So the dollar has been the beneficiary there of stocks lower.
67.
Geopolitics have that safe haven
I love
currency up
the
on the day today by about well, it looks like just over 0.5%. Now, we're holding above 103 right now, but overnight.
All right, SPY's coming down here.
Last week we were trading all the way
at
down
VWAP,
to 100.68. Now,
see if it
it's interesting
bounces.
because
BBY
last
is
week
also
it was
kind of
more
rejecting the new
Euro
breakout at this
currency,
point.
BOE story. While the Fed was raising rates by 1/4 point last week, those other two central banks went ahead with a bit more aggressive approach. They both raised 50 basis points. So that helped rally the currencies, which weighed on the US dollar. But
SPY, pretty big drop there, 241.
Back over to really stock selling off. Rates starting to inch
no
back
data or
up.
anything,
The
I don't think.
TNX from 3.3 back to 3.6. So definitely keeping an eye on that. And we've also been watching bonds, which have been coming off. I noticed the futures, the longer dated ZB, the 30-year, the 10-year, back below the 50-day moving average. So that's something to keep an eye on. But the 2-year note in terms of yields, almost up.
Hedge funds betting against the stock globally abandoned those trades last week, the fastest pace since 2015.
And when you got the dollar on the move like that, you'll also see gold moving. For example, 1975 was the high last week. Gold all the way down
reversed that candle. Now it's green.
1873 today. So lots to keep an eye on there as well.
Google releases Chat GPT rival AI Bard for early testers.
Thank you, Ben.
Bard?
Let's switch our attention over to exchange-traded funds. They've been certainly a way that people love to invest. They put their money to work there in exchange-traded funds. Not just one name, it's many in a group. Simeon Hyman's with us, global investment strategist at ProShares. And there's no doubt where we saw inflows into ETFs. I mean, it's a way to invest that people really love. Can you explain the love of ETFs and the flows that we've been seeing?
Sure. Look, it's just a better mousetrap. The fees are lower. They trade all day. And it really is just a very efficient way to get exposure to stocks. It is really a better mousetrap. And it's been taking over a greater market share each and every year as time goes by.
So at this point, and
with a lot of people in the background.
Investing, I mean, you could have an ETF for whatever, drugs or autos, or you can have short. You can have leveraged ETFs that are betting to the downside. Where does the market rally that we've seen so far in 2023 fit into the world of ETFs?
As we look at 2023, it was kind of funny because I thought to myself, did Chair Powell actually watch our market outlook? Because in our market outlook, we talked about the tale of two economies. And it is this weakness in the goods and manufacturing side, battling it out with the incredible strength of the employment market. For us, we come out more or less where the chair was coming out, that historically you need both of those overheated to get a real hard landing. So you put us in the soft landing camp. But the challenge there is that the rally in bonds is probably done. We're probably range bound on bonds, call it 3.5 to 4.25. That means that PE multiples are not likely to budge much this year. So it's all about earnings. And that's what everybody's thinking about. How do I get earnings growth? How do I get quality? For us, we focus on our ETF, NOBL, the S&P 500 Dividend Aristocrats. Here's a couple of examples. In Q3 and Q4 so far, those S&P 500 Dividend Aristocrats have expanded margins with that lingering inflation and delivered multiples of the earnings growth of the S&P 500 that's seeing margins shrink. And of course, going forward, the dividends growing in and of themselves is the ultimate inflation hedge.
I mean, people always love the dividend aristocrats. These are companies that have kept their dividend, raised their dividend over 25 years, didn't falter. And so it just shows some really stellar, outstanding companies. And this has been a winner, right? Is this something people are asking about? I know you're at the conference in Miami there. What are some of the themes that people are talking about?
It's definitely a big theme. We're seeing folks trying to figure out how to get that quality, how to get some income, how to get resilience. But also an incredibly important topic is how do you re-engage with technology stocks? We're all excited there's a rally, and then all of a sudden all the earnings look bad. And that is a real challenge, how to re-engage. And the surprise here on the dividend growth front is that it applies to technology too. Technology sector is actually the greatest contributor of dividends to the S&P 500.
Booking Bear goes wild on February 24th.
Ticker TDV.
What does that mean?
The S&P Technology Dividend Aristocrats. Now, they significantly outperformed last year. And you'd say, okay, well, that was a super defensive way to approach technology. But in the rally this year, TDV
Why is
is heating
BBY
up.
gaining again?
It's really if you like, a participating.
Well, it's got a lot of momentum at this point, I'd
to
say.
re-engage with technology stocks. So
Some are
that's
speculating
what
that they're
people
trying to get
are
off Reg
checking
Show.
here. How do I get quality? How do I get income? And how do I re-engage with
What this started with, I'm not sure, but it definitely got picked up by a lot of traders and probably market makers hedging this crazy option chain that's building up.
To have, particularly in the technology group, to have dividend payers. I mean, you don't even think of tech as dividend payers. So I think that's outstanding.
It really wasn't at 2 for very long. It was just volatile. It was holding up a nice support, and then they had that immediate bankruptcy scare that dumped it down to 250. Just briefly, and then it bounced back up, and then back into the threes. So it was looking good here after this, and then they did that news thing, and then now it's just going back up.
Go old school on capacity utilization. That's below 80.
Nobody
That's
knows.
The historical overheating point. So there should be enough downward pressure, and this is what
Yeah, actually, I just pulled that up, Gilead. I'm gonna check it
on the
out.
goods and manufacturing side, disinflation there, and we see that.
Oh,
we
another.
See that whether it's in wheat, whether
Is
it's
it called
in oil,
Cocaine Bear? Or is it
for a minute, the avian flu will dissipate.
Teddy?
But we do have overheated.
What's the name of that movie? Is it
But
Teddy?
if there's enough disinflation on the other side, we should be able to get a soft landing without a big.
Say because of that tremor in
need
New
to
York?
Really clamp down and get unemployment to really jack up. But
We're
back
talking
to
about
the
tremor
key
in New York.
takeaway here. The Fed has already won.
This guy's. That's just too hard. Oh, Express bouncing back off VWAP. I don't know. I don't think there'll be another one specifically like BBBY. I mean, I think GME could have big moves like this, but Express could also. Honestly, this one cost Ross. You should have to look through the list. Cost and Ross and Tootsie Roll and. Jay Powell's talking at 12 or 12:40. I'm not sure. He's speaking at the Economic Club of Washington. I don't know what it's specifically about. But yeah, he could definitely have a push on the market one way or the other. It's actually called Cocaine Bear. Oh. Tremors lead to earthquake, and already rumors on Twitter news you could see big one like Turkey. They're getting tremors in New York? I didn't hear that. Great, they're gonna kill the rally with the earthquake. It goes wild. What the heck? BY, it's looking very strong. Consolidation is much higher than I even thought. I thought at least VWAP. Day's not over though. We've got an hour and 10 minutes. I still think it probably could come down to retest 4, but so far it's held up nicely. Twitter's the most reliable source of misinformation and information. Russian U-boats in the ocean, testing out their new torpedoes. Tsunami and cold freeze. Well, so far this isn't. I don't see BBY posing any kind of risk on the market. If we saw it go up to double or triple digits and GME back into the triple digits, and then you might see some extreme measures to shut things down. I think we're much premature for that. Did you look up wash sales, Banker J? I think it'll hit 5, yeah. Today might hit 5. I mean, it hit 49.50, so it could. I think this week you'll definitely be seeing 5. and maybe even double digits. I think some probably relies on Powell tomorrow, but maybe not a whole lot, really. $5 aftermarket or pre-market. Yeah, probably that's true. Before you even wake up from your slumber, you would have already missed 5. Rally for the week. Yeah, I mean, the move this big this early in the week, I don't think it's usually over. Because if they're gonna try and shut it down by Friday for the options, you know, it's gonna have multiple days of momentum to build up. So you probably see volatility both ways, but this is just day one. And then if they can only shut it down to a certain price, you still don't have a lot of options in the money. But yeah, just take it one day at a time. I mean, breaking this resistance will definitely be huge. That happens this week, this 580. But even, you know, yeah, this option chain will get filled in too. A lot of it's just from today. Look, 52,000 volume on 5 strike. It's crazy. 60,000 volume on 4. So yeah, you just keep an eye on that open interest tomorrow. It's going to be stacked.
That's one thing to look for, is that have they actually maintained that strength? Have they actually
happens all the
attracted more
time.
advertisers based on that
APRN's
improvement?
back with me up. There goes BBY. I bet it's about 45 right now.
What their expertise was
Yeah, there you go.
before, which is
APRN moving back up.
So that's what we look
Getting ready for
when they
power
report
hour.
later this afternoon.
Yeah, and fair value, you think it's worth more than $40? Currently, it's at $27 and change. Ali.
Yes, and that's
yeah, I think this will hit $5 before close.
Network effect.
It's only, there's what, 5 cents from there?
That platform because they have an intention to purchase either right there or intention to possibly, more likely, I should say,
401 to 430. Is that the range you even spy?
A couple of months down the road and so forth. So
that would be a big move.
Like
it's not a. It's not.
That's going to
it's just him talking. It's not like it's TP Live or FOMC or something.
Once that network effect kicks into gear,
that's a massive
you're talking
range.
About more high margin ad revenues come in, and of course these guys continue to expand their margins and reach GAAP profitability pretty soon.
Right, understood.
316 by
What do you think,
June.
Melissa, when you look at all these social media stocks, obviously we've had some volatility when it comes
February,
to
March,
Pinterest
April,
after
May,
the bell
June.
today. What are you
Yeah, I
gonna
could
be
see that.
watching for?
Well, I'm going to be
I could see
seeing
that.
one, how it reacts on earnings tonight, whether it gaps up or gaps down.
Well,
and then, of course,
325. I
the
don't know.
market
316.
tomorrow, because we gapped down today in the market and we didn't really go anywhere. And the market feels heavy to me. The only reason that Pinterest rallied the last couple of weeks is because the market rallied. When you look at where it was from off the highs all the way back in 2021, again, this is after
I'm just happy to start chasing it.
the run up. This time
I don't know,
it's
man.
lost like 75%
I don't know.
of its value. So there's not much that
As you know, I don't.
it's
I
going to do to make
definitely
me love
resist
it. And
chasing,
there's
so
no
I
way
just
it's
end up
gonna
watching
reach
big
anything
rallies.
with a 4 in front of it on earnings. So even if it would gap up
I
on
liked.
earnings tonight, it'd be
I wanted
lucky
some
to
kind
get
of
over $30
fundamental
a share.
news behind
So
it before I
when you
really got
look
back
at
into
that,
it.
you look
So
at Facebook, you look at some of these ones
it'll
that
definitely be a
reported,
smaller position
and
than I got in
Friday
with
or
Ryan Cohen was
Thursday
in.
night, everything bombed that was out.
Maybe on a
Apple,
pullback
Google,
though.
everything was down Friday morning. I really think this is
Depends
a
on
lackluster earnings season, and even
everything
if
else,
you
I
go all the
guess.
way back to the beginning, including the banks, you know, many of them were down. Morgan Stanley was the only decent reaction and positive reaction on the earnings. So I think overall, again, we're well into earnings season here. The market's trying to make a comeback to start out the year, but the market feels heavy to me, and I think it's going to be difficult for stocks like Pinterest and other things too.
Look at that, just
have been
consolidation of
struggling for the last
VWAP on
12 to 18
SPY.
months to really go anywhere if the market wants to keep falling.
Yeah, understood. And I'm sure that 43 target is more a 12-month target. Ali, tell me about the other names in the group. I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
we're
July's
expecting
kind of soon for that big of a sell-off,
to
but
see revenue to rise,
could be.
earnings to drop, and of course layoffs.
that would probably be like a capitulation type crash to get us down that far that fast.
Names are, you know, are there other names that you like in the group as well?
At least
tell me
one.
The broader picture.
Sure. It actually fits in pretty
All
much
right,
in
here it
line with
goes.
the
We're
other
about to hit
names.
5 on Bed Bath.
Our top
Look for
our
5 and a
favorite
quarter
names
real quick.
in these
And then one of these
specifically,
candles
very
is going to be kind of
specifically in
a
the social
blow off the
network
top, big
actually
wick.
is
And then you'll
still
start seeing profit
Meta.
taking probably in the
So
last
I
hour
think
to
those
maybe
guys
last
have
30
taken
minutes.
the right steps towards actually becoming operating more efficiently, focusing more on the bottom line compared to what they have done historically. But I think Pinterest is also moving in that direction. I mean, the announcement that they made regarding the layoffs last week, we think that certainly
There it is,
tells us that they
4990.
are focusing on expanding those
$5.
margins, while at the same time, of course, continuing to drive
63%.
top line growth. Although, again, the macro uncertainty can pressure that top
That
line growth
might
a
be
little
it,
bit.
or it might blow through here. There it goes.
Meta still remains our favorite names in the entire social network space. Now, overall, some of the names that I also cover, some of the other names that I also
See if
cover
that
that I like,
volatility is
and I
pulling
think
over to
that
GME.
they look pretty attractive.
Not yet.
Include Alphabet and also Uber, completely different sector, but
50,
I think you should keep
50.
Alphabet and Uber in mind too.
Right, we had a guest earlier who liked Uber.
5.1 soon.
Names
66%.
or are you more worried about a recession?
Try not to be salty.
Well, I think there's a high possibility that we could be already in a recession. Again, it's very hard to pinpoint the beginning of recession, but I think that even though we rallied last week after the Fed announcement, the Fed is going to continue to raise rates. They may just continue to do a
50, 90. Where is it going to get to the profit zone?
The way the market reacted last
Maybe
week,
50, 5 and a quarter.
he said to me, he
On
didn't
the
say
top of
anything
that
to rally on.
body
And
on
I
that
think all
hourly
he's done is expand the range. So
candle.
we could be range bound in the market, faking a rally,
Yeah.
faking
Oh,
higher,
50,
faking
60
lower
up
for the
there.
next 3 to 6 months. And that makes it difficult for people to trade. You have to find specific stocks that you love to buy and specific stocks that you really want to grab hold of to short, because it's going to be choppy for traders. So people need to watch what they're doing. Money manage themselves and make sure you take profits.
$5. There's 5 and a quarter almost.
Ali Moghrabi.
We're holding, maybe, yeah. I mean, I'd probably imagine profit taking before end of day, but could be wrong. Maybe there's less momentum than I think. This is more shorts covering or market maker. I'm not sure. Aim to 6. So breaking the 580 would definitely be big. Yeah, I mean, there's still this last little wake up here. Well, that's going pretty fast. Okay, 540. Yep. Yep. You might. Because you guys were pumping up the likes, that's why we're rallying now. I see you, 75 likes. It's doing it. We got the Koreans in here. Party on, Wayne. Help you make unemotional decisions with some smooth jazz while you watch BBBY squeeze. Your whole portfolio is green. Oh, that is pulling up GME some. All right, woof, 10 seconds to power hour. Let's see what happens here. All right, GME's getting a little bit of that volatility. $5.48. I'm buying more. Oh, Jimmy got a little volume spike there. Wow. Just slow down your trade. Just settle down. Settle them down. Slow down. I've never made a good trade rushed. Anytime I've rushed in or out of a trade, it's always been a mistake. Win first profits 550. Yeah, it basically hit 550. Holding up. 11 calls are up 1135. Nice. All right, GME's getting up to that resistance level. Only Monday though. Wow. That'll be a big level on GME. If BBY pulls it up past that, it could start to get crazy too. Okay, GME can get crazy also, guys, not just BBY. If those are weeklies, why are you still holding them? Jazz for the squeeze is perfect. Just what you want. I earned, but I'm happy at some points. My loss was 60k. You made back some of your 60k losses and then some profit. That's good. That's well done. I too had about 60k in losses and made back some of it. Back to even. Yeah, I don't think I actually made back to even. I'm still kind of confused on that. GME doesn't get shut down when it crosses here. It could get kind of funky. %. Look at that 5-minute volume there. 11 million. Yeah, GME is a mess. Alright. BBY moving up past 5,480. I reckon. I think we'll be hitting that top now. See what happens up here. See if it rejects. Yeah, they've been out of shares to borrow on BBY for months. And the borrow fee, when it has come back, it's been super high. So yeah, 200% borrow fee. And this was on January 31, so this is like there's nothing out there. According to our data, of course, it's pretty limited and skewed. Me with some good volume there. Bankruptcy on the side of the shorts. Being on Coinbase? As far as an investment, or to put money in, or to trade crypto, or moon or zero? Where is the moon, sir? That's a reversal candle. That inverted, or that hammer, but looks like I might do one little blow up the top, blow off the top here. 580, might as well put a line up there. Definitely seems like it wants to get there. Just put a line at the very tippity top. See what happens. Here you go. 550 stock. I think it's probably still way overvalued. And with what I think is a market crash still coming down. Oh yeah, it had this big rally that a lot of their stuff had. It almost tripled in value. It's totally not sustainable. I think it'll see new lows. So as far as long term, I would wait before I was holding it. As far as a trade, yeah, you missed. Maybe to the downside. Woo! Want that 550, yo? Well, you got it. You got 570. You love my lines. 587. 1200 at 394. Euro 0. 394? Did you buy that in today, I guess? That's not a bad buy. I respect that after consolidation. And looking for a little break. If I was going to go long, that's probably something like I would have bought into. $16, 1.681 retrace is 587 for today. Buy coming down here. Club Bobbies. If we had gifts, then we couldn't read chat because you'd be spamming with gifts. See if it actually hits it. Sometimes it'll come up just short. Sometimes it'll blow through it and then wick back down real quick. I can confirm. 6 before close. Yeah, it might do one of those. I mean, the volume and momentum is crazy today. I mean, really, like, next level's up. Got these. We're gonna start getting wild. Got a little gap fill up there. Little guy right there. It's 85% this thing. Woo. Alright, yeah, I can look at that fib level. I'm curious now. What, like this one? I guess that technically would be it. Yeah, that's true. That's... Oh, wait. Just keep moving until it confirms. Ah, yeah. Look at that. It actually is from that 3 level. Or no, that's here. I've got too many lines already. I don't want to do the fib. Can you realize? $6 lottery ticket. EEA beautiful. No more holes. I'm not rushing in. Don't use up the luck. That's right. I think of it as like a punch card. You only get so many punches per day. Try and time the market since it's difficult and often fail. Including shorts. You may got some volume from it, but not quite the same movement. $55,870. I think it wants it. It's hard as a diamond in an ice storm right now. Wait for 25 for 6 months. Is that your cost basis? 25? That's 6 months ago. True, that was 6 months ago. I was sitting on position from 6 months ago. I got out of most of it right here. But lo and behold, we're back up. Past that even. Just watching. 5,790. Oh. How's making other YouTube videos? I don't know who that is. How's looking for me? How so? Or what do you mean? In what regard? It's 3:10. This is when I usually do my video. Thank you guys for your likes. Thank you for your subscriptions. Thanks for hitting the bell. I appreciate it. You guys are legends. We have a free Discord you can jump on. Link for that is pinned in the comments. Twitter handle is also in the description. Yeah, we've been streaming every day. Not much trading actually for me today, but it's been exciting. Trade less, more profits, so that's good. Buy's now coming down again. My entire message except for the emoji. What the heck? Time to retire. I mean, I wouldn't consider exercising. It's only Monday. If they're weeklies, though, you got a prayer holding those. It's a temporary top. You have to decide if you're going to FOMO back in if it keeps rallying. If you tell yourself that you probably will, then you should hold. If you're able to discipline and not FOMO back in if it keeps rallying, then close out. But you can always scale out, sell some now. You're not ever going to... I mean, if you time the top or bottom perfect, that's great. But to be consistent, don't try and time the tops and bottoms. Try and be good, not perfect. Can't consistently be perfect. Waiting 100. No, I don't think 100 will come this week. All my gains over trading. So there you go. Scale out. Sell a little. Sell half. Sell a quarter. Make it free. But it sounds like you would FOMO back in, so maybe you don't sell all of it so you still have a position so you feel better about it. I'll expire this week. Jeez. All done, my next pair. Did this pull GME up? Not really. Maybe I sold at 12 back then. %16% on Express, holding up nicely. Passengers and computer share. Taking preps is sacrilegious. GME setting higher lows. On the hourly, you're talking about that channel? Has been. Wall Street bet FOMO? They're probably already in this. I mean, look at the volume on the options today. 60,000 on the 5 strike. 61,000 on the 4. Can you imagine this morning these were out of the money? And you can see, like, when we got to these points, people started loading up at the money most likely. Most people don't buy 4 or 5 strikes in the money. So, what was it this morning? I don't know how this day started on BBY. But like, wasn't that bullish? Just did some weird stuff and then just got turned on. Yeah, so down here is like 31 and $3.50. It was there for a long time. 1 o'clock even. Up until 1 o'clock. So people are loading up. Loading. 3.5, and then as we got to 4, this whole move right here, all that consolidation there around 4, people were really loaded up. And So that was a lot of this move could have been just like market maker hedging, even with everything that got loaded up there at the 4 strike. Consolidate on that bull flag. And it's just, it keeps happening as we go higher. Now 5's the next most loaded one. You know, that was probably happening through here. Then it breaks through 5, and then market makers have to go and buy a bunch more. Made this delta at 0.62. Probably like the 40s before. Yep, ace. Yes, sir. What's up, master? Loading up from 230 to 3. Scared to swing it. Yeah, I'm expect a pullback. Just you don't know how high it's going to go before that, but at some point it's going to consolidate. There'll be some profit taking. For another move up. Look at this move. It started. You know, this was like a 3-day rally. Let's see, this was Monday, which was a much smaller day than we have today, of course. Tuesday. That's what I'm saying. This early in the week is kind of crazy. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then Friday. Like I was saying, Friday they usually dump it. So tomorrow maybe probably just kind of settle down a little bit. I would imagine after a big day like today. Less price action. Then maybe start picking back up on Wednesday. But it's hard to say. I mean, going either way. Shorts have to buy. I mean, depends on where they shorted it. If they're underwater on it right now or not. And if they think this rally will continue. Typically this isn't one you'd want to close a short right now. It's the same as like going long after it's had such a crazy rally. So they would wait for it to pull back unless they're being forced to close. Then you're in a short squeeze. So consolidating up here just below that high, 5,870. $2 for next entry. That's a safe bet. Yeah, a couple more bankruptcy scared headlines. I don't know, 2, but probably get back down if they're able to. Up and handle. That one. Yeah, that would go along with me saying it's going to chill out tomorrow. We get a couple days of chilling out. It's a big daily candle. 320, 40 minutes to close, and BBBY is still up 85%. How much do you hold? Why? 4K? Alright, it looks like it's gonna pop up again. 5870 might get broken right here. Right after hours. Possibly, yeah. There it is, 58.50. 58.90, there it goes, it broke it. Okay, it's gonna keep going now. As long as it doesn't just wick up here. Yep, 640 would be the next level. Wow. For good entries? Yeah, I mean, I would look at VWAP. This 480 now is becoming probably a pretty good entry now that we're up at 6. A good entry probably won't be today. There's 103%, 622. So 640 is kind of the next soft level, then 669. It's because of all your likes, you guys. You're ripping the stock up. Well done. No, no FOMO. And is the next stop. There's a lot of options going in the money here. Well, really that 5 level. All the volume on the 8s? Oh my goodness. GME pullback tomorrow. Probably. Or if it breaks out, it'll probably explode. But it's getting up near that high. 630. 640 is my next little level here, and then 669. Crypto indeed. Yep, 105% on BBY. It's 80. Yeah, you can. I mean, you can buy in here and just don't sell it if it comes down to $4 or $3 or $2. Like, same reason why you want to buy in here. You should be able to hold if it comes down, right? $634. Don't need Viagra. Double your money holding in equity. Oh, busted through that quick. 669 is next. $662. 664. Wow. 30 minutes still to go. 650. 660. 670. It just did 20% in like 5 minutes. Boy, that escalated quickly. It's pulled them up a little bit. I mean, this has all been from BBY today on GME. This, or actually even this too. Halted. Halted. After all that, it's halted. I mean, that makes sense. This I think is a legitimate halt. I don't think this was subjective. Because it did 20% in like 5 minutes. Full pod raising mode. Don't do it, don't do it. Clapped by shorts. Yeah, I mean, broke all those levels. 76.90. I don't know. That's like a soft level. 8.5. And then you're looking at 9.5, and then there's 10. I'm very curious. Oh boy, is GME going? Oh, because it halted. Oh, looky, looky, looky. Interesting. There goes AMC on the halt. On the halt. My, is this familiar? Huh. Interesting. Huh. Oh, that's a pretty big pop there on GME. Pretty big volume. This is kind of the move I was hoping for. BBBY halting causing it. Has me a bit AMC GME vibes. So before we'd see, we would see it inverse though, when AMC would rally and then halt and GME would then rally. Oh my gosh. 24.33. I'm gonna be patient. That's kind of the level. That's unbelievable though. That's actually unbelievable. AMC got halted. Jamie doesn't know what to do. What in the world? It's my sacrifice will be remembered. I'm freaking torn. I'm very, very torn. I appear in. Yeah, I don't. It's not like worried. I just okay. BY came back. It's resumed. Coming down some. Coming down heavy. We'll see though. Might get halted down here, honestly. This is oftentimes what is shut down in the tops of GME rallies. Just so you guys know. Not to say it's the top of BBYs. It might be for today, maybe not. But I mean like the longer term rallies on GME. This was stopped with a halt. I think this was with a halt. Halt. But with BBY, I don't know if it's correlated so closely like it has with GME. Wow, look at that. Look at that candle. Holy crap. Oh my gosh. I mean, yeah, this is crazy. I don't know. I need a hedge to the upside. Yeah, I said if it breaks that. Dang it, man. I really didn't want it to today. Weird freaking chart. I don't know what I'm doing, honestly, guys. I'm like just bored and perplexed and confused. This is interesting. Yeah. I don't know. Well, the basket's still alive. We see that. No, I'm not in BBY. Nope. And I don't have. And the market is not even like. Yeah. I mean, this move on BBBY, we've been waiting for it on GME for 6 months. Now it seems like it's starting to happen on here, but it's like not just all from BBBY. So GME could doing its own move. I don't know. So they halted it over that line. Actually, it's pretty far over that last line, 50.87. I'm gonna sit on cash for a bit. On cash. I actually got in and then I got back out because yeah. We'll see. 24.88. I mean, this did kind of break that level. It didn't do it the way I wanted it to, but maybe that doesn't matter. But that support, it became resistance. Good exit point? I don't know. I have no idea. Good exit point on bought at 450. Jeez, you FOMO'd into that thing, huh? Well, usually if I FOMO into something and I realize it and I'm profitable, I'm grateful and jump out. Because typically FOMOing in or chasing, you don't win on it. That's often because you end up holding too long because you've already missed so much of the move that you want more of the move. AMC is 17%. It's 3:30. We've got 25 minutes to go. It is a partial exit. There's an obvious buy at 150. I mean, not to me. If it's going bankrupt, 150 turns into 5 cents, turns into 0. But yeah, if you don't have that thought in your mind at all, then heck yeah, it got really cheap. And it's easy to say in hindsight. How many shorters buying? I'm not sure how much of this is short covering. I'm not convinced there's much short covering going on at all. Carvana? Yeah, Carvana was down there today. I was looking at that. Oh, it had a interesting. What? It moved up at the same time? This is one that we haven't seen awake in this basket. Express had the same thing, which we kind of knew. This was a big enough move to wake up even a Carvana. Look, at the exact same time. This got halted, Carvana started rallying. Total normal market mechanics there. I would be taking profits for sure on BBY. Always reposition, like it's always a possibility. Like I said, I jumped into BBY or GME real quick, and then I sold. I was up a tiny bit, and I'm like, this isn't good. So that's momentum. Market makers on the options chain having to hedge. You know, look at the volume here. Insane. 66,000 traded of the 5 strike. The open edge tomorrow is going to be super high on these. All to the downside. Yeah. Yeah, so they hit that $7 price, and that's where they wanted to shut it down. Scared money don't make money. That the person that lost all their money in short order. But yeah. No, yeah, it was a risky bet. And it's so far it's paying off. If you're able to realize profits from that, that's awesome. That's well done. This is the second haul, yeah. Theoretically, yes, there are certain criteria for when they halt it from a certain percentage move in a certain amount of time, but we have noticed that it is actually subjective. And it doesn't have to move that much in a window. And sometimes they let it move a lot more and they don't halt it. But that said, this move to the upside and then a halt, I think that did fall into that criteria. The move down, I wasn't really watching it. I'm not sure if these did or not, but that one seemed like it did. Thank you guys for your likes. Thanks for joining in. What a fun day in the market. Wow. Got 80 likes in here. And look, see, all this was happening without SPY doing anything. You don't need SPY to rally for GME to go up. There's obligations due. It's gonna go up on GME. BBY, it's kind of its own thing. Purpose of halting. They started what in 2008 when there's just got so much volatility to help traders to kind of reset and reevaluate and not emotionally trade and to smooth out the market basically, so that it wasn't just so unstable. Wait, go grab the liquidity and come back. A nice 30 days. Yeah, the IV is insane. liquidity is transitory. GME kind of bouncing up while Bed Bath is halted. I could roll my covered calls. Just not sure if it's going to keep going or not. Is it resumed? I can almost tell by GME's price action. No, it's not. Are these taking over now? So we'll see where that support is. See if they find it at $5 or how low they can drive it. Carvana? Yeah, I'm actually, that's very interesting. That Carvana's part of some sort of basket with these. I don't know if I ever recall Carvana moving with GME or BBBY. But that is a clear movement with it. To me at least. I was right when it halted. It ripped up along with, of course, GME and AMC. Alright, it's resumed. There's gonna maybe be some more profit taking now that it's halted twice to the downside, which will cause more downside, which will maybe cause another halt. Or you'll start to see buyers and halt to the upside. It's just volatility now. That was dirty. The spreads have got to be getting wide on options. $15 minutes to close. Best power hour ever. Things about to explode, it looks like, one way or the other. That's true, actually. They only have, if they halt it into close. So if you have options, you might want to get out of them. Just letting you know, if they halt it with 15 minutes to close, you won't be able to get out of your options. If you know what I mean. They will halt it into close. They will halt it, and then you can't sell options until tomorrow. So, especially if you have weeklies and you're not sure what to do, if they do halt it, and I think in the next 30 seconds, if they halt it after that, it will be halted into close. So make your decision with your options. Who's that news agent chick? Cucumba. Like the man's video. Thanks, Roberts. Thanks for joining, guys. This has been a wild day. 24 seems to be holding. Yeah, I'm not confident it will on GME, honestly. It's still rejecting kind of this level up here. And the bottom of the wicks of these are 23.92. Really, the bodies don't start though till 24-ish. So I'm not buying the breakout yet. All right, 15 minutes to close. Shares you can trade in extended hours. So if you want to buy shares of BBY, you can trade them after the market closes. Options, however, that's it. You have to wait until market opens tomorrow. So BBY opens up 100% up tomorrow. Great. If it opens down 100% or 95% or whatever, 50%, you can't close until tomorrow morning. So I do expect some after hours volatility. Where it opens, I have no idea. Chewbacca. That does not make sense. Have you guys seen Carvana? Let's check BBIG. No, it didn't. Have you guys seen Carvana move with the basket before? Did phase even? Phase a little bit later. Chewy, good guy. Stocks only go up. Man, I think I swallowed some dust. I need to swallow some beer tonight, I think. This is crazy. My positioning is impeccably perfect to be opposite. Play for tomorrow. Watch. Going to watch. Maybe close out of my covered calls. Or not. Maybe I'll just roll them up. Today, let's see what I could roll. Oh, GME didn't have a big enough day for me to roll them up today. I'll roll them up tomorrow if it's a big day. But I'd like some more. I'd like some upside, of course, in GME if it does keep going. So probably in the form of shares. Downs in the morning. We've got Powell tomorrow at 12. BBY is actually consolidating. Pulling that RSI down pretty nice coming into close here. We've got about 10 minutes. So and it's holding up there. 550 level or so. Zip in and close like a good girl. I don't think I'm gonna do a recap video today. I don't have enough time. Got my one of my son's birthdays. And it would be a good day to recap though. It would get a lot of views. This BBY action. Phase up 11%. BuzzFeed's up 2%. All right, you want to see your paper trading covered calls? GME down 200%. They'll have until next Friday though. Let me recap. It was big. My option on the ES future is actually, oh, it's down a little bit. That's crazy how well of value it actually holds though. BBDay, son number one. Son number one only for one day. His birthday. Happy Junior. Yeah, you wish him a happy birthday. He says, happy birthday to you. Or what does he say? Happy birthday. I think he just tells you happy birthday. Says your name, says happy birthday. Like a, you know, a holiday. Everyone celebrates it, so he can just wish it to everybody. I'd rather be lit. Lit. 741. Oh no. It's back. We're back to the 741 number. But this time it's BBBY. APRN is rallying. Yeah, back to the highs. Broke that resistance back there. Will BBY drop the soap? BBBY is, I mean, no, I can't explain to you. I can give you speculation of what's going on. I think that's what pretty much anyone you'll hear from can give you. What sparked it? I don't know. Potentially it getting off reg show. They're trying to get off reg show. That started a rally, and then I think what a lot of it ended up becoming was momentum from traders. It's like a snowball in the stock market. Once something starts to go, it triggers lots of scanners and people that swing trade with lots of money, day trade with lots of money. I mean, hedge funds do this stuff. Like a lot of money can get swung in and out. Combine that with the options, which puts leverage in the mix and adds a lot of pressure on the market maker to be hedged. So as you buy options like long calls, the market maker then has to go to the stock and buy shares to make sure he's hedged. As the stock price keeps going up, the more shares he has to buy to hedge. So you see down here, if you had a $2 call, he has to buy 100 shares to hedge. If you have a $6 call right now, he has to buy $56 or 56 shares to hedge. So as the price moves up on the stock, he has to hedge more. So market makers apply a lot of pressure also. So it's a snowball effect. Run this up the options, you make yourself rich. I'm pretty confused on GME. BBY. I think it'll probably settle down a little bit tomorrow. Maybe have a move end of day or later in the day. But yeah, for how high it's closing, it's possible it kind of keeps going. It's a pretty strong close. Kind of right back to that high though, huh? Yeah. If it keeps going Tuesday, Wednesday, even Thursday, you figure Friday will probably come down. If it settles for the next couple days, probably later in the week it'll keep going. This rally and this momentum, I don't think it's a one-day deal. That can happen and has happened, but that's pretty unusual. If you want to see it unusual, look at GME, one-day deal. So whether this rally is realized earlier in the week or later in the week, I'm not sure. And potentially even, I mean, maybe even next week. But yeah. So I mean, you're maybe seeing the effects, if you think about it like that. Like this could be still the effects of the rally from here that wasn't properly hedged and was naked shorted, and some people are saying FTDs were due today, like a lot of them. So this back here, you know, people were feeling the same way when we were here and we were ripping. Like, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Like, we've got to buy more. It's going to go tomorrow. And then it's been just chill, basically chill volatility for like almost a month. I mean, it's come down a lot, but it's just consolidated more or less, and now I've got another big move. So it might do a 3-day thing like this, or it might chill for a little bit and then keep going. You know, something like this. Whew. Yeah, there's definitely, I mean, the option chain is getting loaded up, so it's early in the week, and there's exuberance out there in the options chain. 70,000 volume on the 5s, which is nuts. I'll be curious to see what the open interest is on all these tomorrow. How many people are holding these calls? Not just traded. There's a snowball fight in the market. More at 6 or 7:41. Want to get in? I can't. There's no way I can answer that for you. I would say this. You could always get an after hours announcement. That's always a possibility. Is it Merger Monday? No, it's Happy Money Monday. Monday. Yeah, one of you guys were saying, Pickle was saying GME was going to run on Friday and then on Monday. So it didn't run on Friday, and it's run today. Like, I don't even really count because it's just been from BBBY. It's in the basket, and this has mostly been from BBY. Where did it start? Right here. Yeah, you can even see the red from there. So it started here. 1335. That's when BBBY's volatility and velocity to the upside started pulling GME. Right here. Up until here, they were pretty detached. There was no problem. And then BBY broke that 4, which is a big strike on the options also. That's when all the volume came in. That wasn't until like 140. And that's right when it started tethering with GME and started pulling that up. So 140. And then the charts look very similar. I mean, BBY come up more, but look, from 140 to 215. Here's 215 right here. 2 big red candles in the 5. This had 3. Same deal. GME kind of stayed flat. BY came down, then stayed flat, and then boom. 3 o'clock. Same thing. Came up. And then it slowed down. When it slows down, GME's not tethered with it. Just the velocity. Volatility doesn't play. And then once BY halted, then GME went crazy. Just a little bit crazy. But yeah, this move on GME to me isn't like a real one yet. It's just against its will, more or less. Options bait. I mean, it's definitely bait in a sense. If you don't have real tight tolerances and risk management and in and outs on options, anybody going long on naked calls just playing with fire. It's 600%. So yeah, you could get it up to 650 or 700, but that's a real easy short on options for me. I would love to sell these calls, and that's what I actually thought about doing today. Going along, I was like, I'll just buy shares and write calls. You get $116 for the $6 strike on a position that would only cost you $600. It has my permission. Yes, GME calls are still quite cheap. They pumped up quite a bit though today. These were double digits this morning. These were 99, 98, but still definitely much cheaper than BBY. I don't know if we'll ever see GME options like in the 600% again. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. Holy wakey. Market just closed. Thank you guys. Thank you for your views, your commitment, your chilling, your likes. I appreciate it. I'm gonna keep looking at stuff and evaluating, look at after hours a little bit, see what's going on. Bring forth the announcements on this. On this day of Happy Monday's one son's birthday. Number 1 son. Check earnings in 2 minutes. 550 shares. Oh, I don't know. I haven't been following Chegg. Happy Money Mondays, you did. You called it out, Hurricane. I forgot it was Happy Money Monday. You totally reminded me. Jimmy calls always a good idea. You were ready? I gotta remember to turn off TD. Thanks, Ryan. Appreciate it, buddy. Thanks, Eli. I don't know if HKD is correlated with this at all. Doesn't seem like it yet. I'm actually surprised Carvana with that move. That was interesting. Prefer money. GME to the moon. Thanks, Ace. If U.S.-China relations intensify, BBIG can make a move. Is that correlated? Would it? Why? Maybe I don't know what BBIG really is. What? I don't see how that would happen. BBY moving around a little bit in the after hours. Good job. Good job to everyone caught it. But better job to those that were disciplined and didn't chase and didn't FOMO. And better job to those that took profits, didn't get greedy. The job of buying in was done. The good job on that was sticking with your conviction, buying in. The next job is doing a good job and actually making money from it. You guys can ban TikTok. Oh, and that would affect BBIG. You took profits. Well done. Well done. So you can't trade options now, but if you do want BBBY shares, pretty much all brokerages allow you to buy them in the after hours. I don't know if I would buy them in after hours or pre-market. You could kind of split it up into both. If it has a nice pullback in after hours, you could do that and then do some in pre-market, but it's quite possible it'll settle down and we won't have another 100% day to the upside, because then it does become a risk. Then it does start to become a risk. It's still a low price, but yeah, if you see 14 tomorrow on BBY, then that could start to be crazy. TikTok equivalent, yeah, taking profits is tough. Well, here's where I ended up on my covered calls. So I sold covered calls this morning on GME, and they're down 218%, $1,200. But I'm gonna hold them. I'm going to roll these if needed by the end of the week. They're 24 strike, so still out of the money, but when I sold them, the IV was much lower in the double digits. And we'll see what the rest of the week brings. GME's at 35 or 40. This will be a big fat roll, but that's okay. But if GME does keep moving up, I will hedge the upside by buying some more shares on here. Got about 14K worth I could buy on here. I could even sell these and buy like 20 grand worth. But I feel like I'm kind of flying blind with GME right now. So now my other account, my long term, I could put in about, I don't know, a good amount. So I should have upside. Yeah, I think I put like 25K in my other account too. But yeah, as a hedge to my covered calls that I might be rolling. No, we stream every day, Ryan. Every day. 9:15 all the way through. I mean, not every day. Every day the market's open. How you know it's not a buy anymore? BBY? What do you mean? Yeah, hit the bell, jump on our Discord. It's all free. Follow on Twitter. I notify when I go live. Wow, what a day. What a day. Sub up, like up, comment down. Happy money sticks around. Probably won't do a recap video today. Just too late. Too exciting. BBY is still kind of volatile in the after hours. 3%. But I gotta take off. Thanks guys for watching. Have a good afternoon. Thanks, Christopher. See you on Discord or Twitter. Or maybe in a recap video, I don't know. Be a good day to do one. I just don't know if I'm up for it right now. Well, the good news is I did well on my futures today. It's been a while. There's our Discord. Yeah. Pals tomorrow at 2 or no 12 or 12:40. I'm not sure. And that should move the markets. Most likely. So, gainers. BBIG vaccines, top gainer after hours. All right, thanks for watching, guys. See you.